Godslayer in the comic world. Chapter 151, The Worried God Empress. Just before the alarm sounded, the Queen of Asgard, Frigga, was talking to Thor seriously in the room. Don't look at Thor's big and thick, his whole body exudes a masculine aura mixed with naivete. Queen, what's the matter? We found this while checking on that Miss Foster. Frigg called up a video that was read as a divine projection. What is this? The hunk hammer has all senses of magic. A spatial coordinate transmitter. And this thing has the breath of a Greek on it. Brother Hammer squinted his eyes rarely, staring at the magnified golden hairpin, like a blind monk who discovered the beauty. Wait. Is it written in English? Twist left and right in case of emergency. The Queen of God really wanted to complain about her stupid son. Why couldn't this be a cover-up phrase used in disguise? Stupid, do you know what that means? The woman you value is likely to be a spy sent by the other gods, or approach you with malicious intentions. But out of respect for Urza, Frigga said quite implicitly, although this may be a conspiracy, I don't think it will threaten Asgard. Asgard's space coordinates are always open. It is impossible for outsiders to escape Heimdall's surveillance and pass through the space barrier of Asgard. Hey! Why are you thinking so much? I'll just ask Jane. Brother Hammer broke out again, and walked away in front of the old mother. Frigga was very angry, and thought, silly child, women have 100 ways to deceive you. Unexpectedly, Thor came back after a round, still holding the golden hairpin in his hand. Mother, I just said Jane was fine. It was given to her by her research sponsor. It was an earthling named Angie Wayne, and he sponsored a lot of superheroes. You know this thing can be summoned in an emergency. Who is it? It's Kratos and that Wonder Woman. When I was in New York, I fought with that guy. They are quite brave and strong. You know. I haven't spoken, but fighting is a man's language. We have fought at Chitauri together. As long as we don't meet each other on the battlefield, I will definitely ask him to drink. If it is not an emergency to find him, I want Jane to call him. Queen, don't think too much. It was my temporary idea to bring Jane to Asgard. I don't even know what I'm going to do in the next second. Can the enemy think of it? Good guy. Is it really not tricky? Thousands of thoughts went through Frigg's mind, and finally she chose to believe in her son. Thor may lack the political power and strategy necessary to be a king, but he is definitely enough as a king. A strong man will always attract similar people to follow because of his own characteristics, such as the three warriors of Asgard next to Thor. Frigga smiled. It seems that I was worrying too much. It's okay, Thor, I trust your judgment. After finishing speaking, Frigga will continue to order, if there are characters from the Greek gods appearing in Asgard, please guard not to attack, treat them politely, and report immediately. In the final analysis, how big a portal can be opened by this small space coordinate is determined by the situation of the coordinate position. With the space barrier of Asgard, one person coming in is the limit. Frigga believes that with Asgard's combat power, she doesn't care who the opponent is. This is the confidence and pride of Asgard. After all, Frigga went to visit Jane Foster with Thor very grandly. To be honest, the Queen of God may not like Miss Jane as her daughter-in-law, she prefers Sif. Helplessly, the big boy in my family whose head has been hammered has not changed his relationship with Sif for thousands of years, so he treats him as a brother. Considering that there are quite a few secretly engaging in masculinity, it is a lie that Frigga is not in a hurry. Thor is a very stubborn child. It is rare for him to have a woman he likes. Frigg plans to observe and see first. Just as the two women started chatting about their household chores, the shrill siren sounded throughout the area. It's a sky prison. Go, perform your duties. I'll help you watch over here. The implication is that Frigga is helping you take care of Miss Jane. Brother Hammer nodded, and immediately flew over with the divine hammer Mjolnir, which was nicknamed Meow Meow Hammer by the people of the Celestial Dynasty. At the same time, Odin also decisively ordered his generals to guard important places such as the arsenal. Seeing Frigga bringing Jane Foster out, Odin said steadily, "It's all right. This is just a small disturbance. A little mess." Miss Jeon only felt that her right eyelid was twitching wildly. At this moment, Sif, who happened to be in military uniform, walked by with a group of elite soldiers. Sif immediately locked onto Jane Foster, who was wearing a luxurious Asgardian gown and was standing beside Frigga. As if feeling the gaze of fate, Ms. Jeon subconsciously followed the direction of her gaze and looked at the heroic goddess. When Thor came to Earth for the first time, the two sides met each other, and they were friends anyway. At this moment, Sif didn't mean to say hello at all, even if she was on official business, she didn't even give her a nod at least. The position was different. Once upon a time, in Sif's eyes, Jane Foster was just a small human being, a short-lived species with a lifespan of only 100 years. And an ordinary Asgardian has a lifespan of 5,000 years, not to mention them who are enthroned on the throne. Thor, who is deeply rooted in love, is obviously fascinated by Jane. Although he is straightforward, he does not realize that he has indeed entrusted his girlfriend to the protection of his most trustworthy mother. This can be seen from Frigga letting Jane stand by her side. "Come out." Just like that, a thousands-year-old Asgardian woman and an Earth woman who had to go on a blind date because of their age met their eyes in mid-air, and a large group of invisible sparks exploded. The goddess Frigga next to her has a big head. She can only comfort herself, there is still a long time to solve this problem. Just as Odin was talking, a new siren came from the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall is one of the most powerful righteous gods in Asgard. He is an enemy that he can't stop. He must not be underestimated. This time, even Odin's heartstrings were touched. As a fighting race among the fighting races dominating the 9 worlds, the Asgardians' fighting qualities are remarkable. Almost the moment Heimdall sounded the alarm, the golden armored guards on duty rushed to the weapon rack and picked up their own sacred weapons. The sky above Asgard was lit up with dense anti-aircraft firepower like rain. The golden anti-aircraft gun poured out continuous and huge light bullets at the invaders. And the invader even showed its real body, the iconic black painting and the cross-shaped space mothership structure, but any old Asgardians will be familiar with it. The attacker is impressively the Dark Elves who have theoretically been exterminated by the Asgardians. Chapter 152 Perfect Stories, one more. Damn black skin. The Asgardian warriors cursed in their hearts. But until now, no one thinks that the Dark Elves can break into the main hall of Asgard. Without it, Asgard has the most powerful divine power barrier, and it would take a lot of effort even for Odin to dismantle it, let alone the little dark elf. Unfortunately, almost all reactions of the Asgardians fell into the calculations of the dark elf leader Malekith. Algrim's infiltration in the early stage was for this purpose. He first released the prisoners, which attracted the most elite suppression force in Asgard, including Brother Hammer and the 3 warriors of Asgard. Then he was somewhat lucky to be instructed by Loki, who was also imprisoned in the Sky Prison. It will be closer if you go to the left. Loki betrayed Asgard before, first colluded with the frost giant Wang Laofei, and then went to the earth as Thanos' henchman to make trouble. He has long lost Odin's trust. After being arrested by Brother Hammer from New York, he was imprisoned in the Sky Prison. With Loki as half of the leading party, Algrim naturally found the generator that controls the Asgard's protective barrier faster. Originally, only the most powerful Dark Elves can act as a cursed warrior. Algrim, as the second leader of the Black Skin, after being completely transformed into a cursed warrior, his strength and health are even far superior to Thor, the #1 macho man in Asgard. He is simply not something that ordinary Asgardian soldiers can resist. Algrim almost ran over all the way. Taking advantage of the chaos in Asgard, he was stuck at the moment when his spaceship was about to kill, and he successfully dismantled the shield generator violently. Boom! The huge explosion shook the entire Asgard. Not only was the palace, which symbolized the glory and dignity of the Asgardians, shaken, but the key point was that the sacred shield that was wrapped around the temple, like a golden dome, also collapsed. No! The Asgardian soldiers wailed. Anti-aircraft fighters pulled the trigger desperately, pouring fire on the small dark elf T-fighters in the sky. We all know air defense and air defense, 10 defenses and 9 air defenses. Without a fire control system and accurate electronic trajectory calculation, it is really difficult for them to rely on the experience of air defense troops to block these extremely flexible and ridiculously fast aircraft. So, after the frost giant Wang Laofei, another enemy entered the Asgard in a majestic way. Bang bang bang. In the main hall of the Immortal Palace, at least 30 thick pillars that required 4 people to embrace were broken in the middle. The gorgeous murals that eulogized the great achievements of the Asgardians in the past dynasties, together with the gold decorations on the pillars, collapsed in all directions. Malekith was sitting on a huge dark elf landing ship. He seized the perfect timing and entered the main hall when Odin was not there. First, the large laser cannon on the landing craft plowed all the living things in the hall. This round of artillery went down, and all the weak Asgardian soldiers disappeared. The rest of the team leader and elite soldiers were also having a hard time. As soon as the landing hatch was opened, the elite dark elves headed by Malekith rushed out, using black technology weapons such as small-scale gravitational black hole bombs, to kill the remaining resistors. Completely submerged. Very smoothly, Spicy Chicken throws a gravitational black hole bomb on Odin's throne. The throne of Asa, which symbolizes the supreme theocracy, was destroyed by him just like that. The throne is not only a symbol of glory and status, but also a large number of threads of divine power are gathered on it, and Odin can usually issue orders to the entire god domain through them. The throne was destroyed, and all Asgardian soldiers sensed it. They abandoned the enemies they faced and rushed back to King Chin. Another perfect escape from the mountain. In the side hall not far away, looking at the fallen guards at the door and Malekith who suddenly rushed in, the hand of God Empress Frigg holding the Excalibur sank slightly, her face sinking like water. She felt that the anger in her chest could burn the 9 kingdoms. If the invasion of the frost giant Wang Laofei last time hit all the Asgardians in the face, then this time the dark elves who came to kill them for no reason are simply digging their roots. Thor was busy not long ago, leading the Asgard army to finally suppress the rebellious seedlings in the 9 kingdoms. In any case, after today, the flames that were finally extinguished must burn even more. All rebels will regard today's attack as a symbol of Asgard's weakness. Frigg didn't want to publicly ask about her husband and son, because it would weaken their authority as the king and the next king, but the black skin who killed the door made Frigg very upset. Since her husband and son were not around, she can only personally teach these guys who dared to challenge the authority of the Asa Protoss a good lesson. But she didn't expect that at this time, someone would bump into her reverse scales. I'm Malekith. I'm here to get my things back. Malekith pointed at the trembling Miss Jane Foster. When the tall dark elf wearing a strange white mask pointed a sword at her and asked her to hand over the woman who might be her daughter-in-law in a contemptuous tone, Frigg really couldn't bear it. Stand back. Monster. In this case, I can still spare your life. Hee hee. Malekith was completely unaware that the danger was approaching. In his opinion, how powerful could an old Asgardian woman be? His strength is not as good as his second master, and he is also the most powerful existence among the Dark Elves. He paid the price for his arrogance. Frigg raised her hand and shot at him with a blue line. The movement of the Queen of God was too fast. Miss Jian, who was watching, only saw a gust of blue wind suddenly rolled up, and she couldn't see what it was at all. Only Malekith could barely see that after the divine sword in the old woman's hand suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light, it bent automatically as if it had been refracted in the air, and then it automatically bent with a swish up and down towards his face. Having experienced many battles, he leaned back very reluctantly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. In the next moment, powerful existences from two different worlds slammed into each other. Miss Jian was dumbfounded. The two sides fought so quickly that she couldn't even see the figure clearly with her eyes. She saw that the decorations in the gorgeous hall, whether it was gold or various cloth objects, were all torn to pieces by the powerful turbulent energy that erupted during the battle between the two sides, and she could only dodge far away. She hadn't thought about what it would be like to have a god-level boyfriend. Even his old mother, who was probably over 10,000 years old, was very good at beating. The short and fierce confrontation in front of me was over, and the winner was the god Queen Frigg, who was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from reaching Malekith's throat with the blade of the Excalibur. Just as Miss Jane was about to celebrate her victory, the wall around Frigga shattered. Chapter 153. A killer, 2 more. Too exaggerated. At least half a meter of solid walls, like thin paper touched by a soldering iron, melted silently. A human-shaped object that resembled a lava monster rushed over, at an unimaginable speed, grabbed Frigga's wrist with one hand at the last moment. As the Asa Protoss, as a true goddess, Frigga possesses strength and agility that far exceed that of the people on Earth, but the attributes she is proud of are useless in front of this terrifying cursed warrior. Facing the big fan-like hand, Frigga recited a few spells in an instant. However, every spell hit on this cursed warrior, who used to burn his own soul and life as his strength, turned into meaningless soap bubbles, which would break at the touch of a button. A ridiculously large palm that seemed to be made of hot lava strangled Frigg's neck. Ugh! Miss Jane panicked completely. When her greatest reliance, Queen Frigg, was also captured, what could she do? As a woman with the qualities of a superhero, Jane Foster has never been a weak woman who would croak when she was in danger, or be paralyzed to the ground in fright. At this moment, she may not have the strength to fight against extraordinary powerhouses, but that doesn't mean she can't do anything. She had secretly removed the golden hairpin a long time ago, twisted it according to the agreement, and then at the moment when Frigga used illusion to protect Jane and Malekith signaled for the cursed warrior to kill Frigga. A miracle happens. This is a decisive blow. Ange didn't know that the portal he opened urgently would be in this broken position. In any ordinary place, as long as there are accurate spatial coordinates, Ange can already clearly perceive the situation of the opening of the portal. Helpless, this is Asgard. Even if the protective circle is broken, there are still various powerful fetishes and passive divine power protection systems that interfere with Ange's perception. He managed to find an open space to pass over, but as soon as he came out, he saw that the cursed warrior was about to stab the Queen of God in the back. As long as the armor giant is not holding a sword, anger will think of something like the fall of the Queen. But do you dare to do such a cruel thing to such an old woman? It's really a decline in the world, and moral decline. The artifact long sword Achilles in Anger's hand was shining with golden light, as if a pillar of fire was tightly held in his hand. At a faster speed than the cursed warrior, he stabbed forward at the shortest distance. Due to the angle of the portal, this portal, which was not much bigger than the basin, corresponded to the cursed warrior's butt. As a result, Ange stabbed the cursed warrior from his to his waist with a sword, while the sword that was enough to stab Frigga to death was skewed a few inches and stuck on the left shoulder blade of Queen Asa. The strength value of the cursed warrior is amazing. Even if it is wrong, it is stabbed in a relatively hard part of the opponent's body, but under the absolute strength, it can be clearly seen that Frigga's left back shoulder was completely shattered, and the bone fragments mixed with flying flesh and blood splashed everywhere. No, as if destined, Brother Hammer arrived at a critical moment. Quake's hammer, the terrifying electric light that shot out, broke through the magic shield on Malekith's body, instantly blasting the right half of his face into charred black. Seeing that nothing could be done, the cursed warrior Algrim gave up entanglement with Thor and Ange, hugged Malekith with one hand, and jumped out from the balcony outside the side hall. The angry hammer swung the Meow hammer, trying to chase them down. Unfortunately, failed. The opponent's retreat was not muddled at all. He jumped directly on the back of a dark elf stealth fighter, and retreated to the cross space carrier in the sky in the blink of an eye. Seeing the enemy retreat like a tide, Thor began to rush to the old mother. Mother! Mother! How are you? Cough. I still can't die. Frigga coughed up blood. She glanced at the bald hung Kratos standing with her hands down, and saw Jane Foster holding onto the golden hairpin. Grab his son's arm, don't neglect the guests. Thor turned his head to look at Aang, showing a blunt smile. Of course not, Kratos and I have long been comrades in arms. Odin arrived with a large number of Asgardian guards belatedly. The scene in front of him made Odin breathe a sigh of relief, but after confirming the safety of the God Empress, he ordered very rudely, "Prison Miss Foster and Mr. Kratos separately." Thor exploded as soon as he heard it. He felt very angry and puzzled. He roared loudly, "Father God!" It was Kratos who saved the Queen Mother. Odin stared at Ange with his single eye that seemed to be able to see through the past and the future. The terrifying power that was as huge as the seven seas pouring sea water at the same time almost pushed Ange to his knees on the spot. No words. Ange crossed his arms and stared at Odin stubbornly, without any timidity. "I know he saved Frigg, but I won't just trust an Olympian wearing a full-body holster. Even if he saved my wife." Anger was so shocked by the God King's terrifying coercion that he was almost speechless. His teeth were chattering as well, but he still refused to bow his head. "I'm not interested in saving the wife of an arrogant Asgardian man either. I came here to ensure that the ether particle in your mouth does not fall into the hands of bastards. Tit for tat. Have no fear. There is no respect for a real God King." Ange's performance made Thor feel comfortable for a while. No. In fact, even Odin gave Ange a high look. "I won't apologize. Asgard is in an emergency period, take him down to rest, except that he is not allowed to leave, and he will try to satisfy him with everything he wants." Ange admitted in his heart that if he was in the position of Odin, he would do the same. An outsider who appeared at a critical time, because the timing was too coincidental, there was nothing wrong with treating him as a prisoner until his suspicion could not be cleared. As for being rude, you can make up for it afterwards. Odin made a decision. Thor could only smile wryly at anger. Ange nodded to Brother Hammer and left proudly. At this time, the Asgard was a mess, and the father and son of the God King were also devastated. No one has time to pay attention to Ange. Ange was not annoyed either. Knowing that there were 24 guards outside the closed room where he was, and that even his captain was not weaker than a Greek demigod, he leisurely began to taste the fine wine of Asgard. Just then, the door opened. A heroic woman in military uniform strode in. "Hi. Mr. Kratos, I'm Sif. Oh. The goddess of land and harvest." Ange's mouth slightly raised. Sif was surprised. "Are you talking about me in Nordic mythology on Earth?" "Yes." Sif shrugged. "I think, I have this so-called priesthood, probably because I played too crazy during a harvest festival. This story is really interesting. What about you? Kratos, what kind of character are you in Greek mythology?" "A slayer." Chapter 154 Fox and Fox are pads, 3 more. "I am using the power inherited from Zeus." Ange didn't say any more. It is wrong to say too much, and it is better not to say it than to cover it up with lies. Lying is very difficult for God. No, it should be said for any existence beyond the understanding of people on earth. Ange is used to this way of communication. The mixed world of Marvel and DC has come to the point where it is today, and Angle has something to do with it. Recently, Angie's cross-space search ability has reached its limit. This has nothing to do with the level of the teleportation ability. On the premise that the perception cannot be greatly improved, Anger realized that he probably cannot perceive the Paradise Island where Wonder Woman was originally located. There is not only space, but even time is not at the same latitude. When luck doesn't work, the only thing Angle can think of is to get the power of time and space from the world line of Doctor Strange. It's a pity that Master Guyi is not such a talkative existence. He wanted to make trouble at this point in time, and was shot to death by Guyi every minute. Wandering in place is a dead end. Only by being promoted to a star-level powerhouse can one have the opportunity to control one's own destiny. How can it be so easy to advance to the star level? So whether it is going to the Greek gods to make trouble, or running around the universe with Brother Hammer in the future, this is a risk. As long as the payoff is proportional to the risk, it's fine. Here, Angle's questions to Sif are basically answers. Sif really didn't hear any flaws. Because even the motivation she cares about the most, Anger followed suit. The ether particle is the reality gem, and there is a guy named Thanos in the universe who is spying on this thing. Since what Kratos is asking for doesn't conflict with Asgard, it's easy to say, okay. This is the end of the formulaic question, and it's time for you to experience the enthusiasm of Asgard. Sif went out for a stroll. In the next battle, Anger will not be able to deal with it. A 10-member band, a group of elf dancers, a 10-square-meter table full of delicious food, and a whole row of fine wines weighing more than Angie's weight. This. You saved Queen Frigga. We all thank you. Everyone loves her. This is the courtesy you deserve. Sif laughed, patted Ng's shoulder affectionately, and persuaded him to drink as soon as he came up. Alfheim under the rule of the Asgardians is the kingdom of elves, where beautiful elves of light really exist. These elves are about the height of a human, have fair skin, and have long, pointed ears. If Anger has any regrets, it is probably because there are 2 pairs of translucent dragonfly wings behind these light elves. A certain traveler secretly complained, if it is similar to the elves in World of Warcraft, I have to get a few back to warm the bed anyway, and the bird with wings is fine. The band is the dwarfs from Wordheim. These little guys, who are less than half the height of a person, are a good helper for creating the atmosphere. It's just that Ange, whose left and right eyelids are twitching wildly, wants to complain, because he feels like he has found the original job of the original owner of this body, being an excellent nightclub explorer blogger. However, it is probably a very rare treatment to dare to visit the shop of the Asa in Norse mythology. After drinking 5 bottles of Wonjin spirits, Sif was somewhat tipsy. Last time I went to Earth in a hurry. Are the taverns on Earth as lively as ours? Well, as a former little prince of nightclubs, I insist that nightclubs on Earth are more lively than this. Really? I don't believe it. Ange took out his smartphone and casually dug out a video of a nightclub. The explosive music, psychedelic lights, and people writhing their limbs frantically made Sif feel a little dazed. They look happy. It's very high. That woman named Jane, is that how Thor is fascinated? Sif was a little drunk, pointing to a girl with very little fabric on the screen. What does this girl say? It's like the big American girls who will appear when you search for words such as under the Great Depression, sweet ditto. This kind of dress is definitely too much for Sif. Sif dared to dress like this, fearing that Frigga would drive her away as soon as she woke up. Angie's facial muscles twitched unnaturally. May I tell you, is it because in Thor's eyes, Miss Jane is that rare type? She never promises to Thor, she dares to give Thor 2 big pockets. Do you dare? Sometimes, men just want to be rare and fresh. Can Ange speak these words? He cannot. Hi. I'm not interested in their affairs, don't bring me up. But, I've dated a lot of this kind of women before. How does it feel? Sif put her arm around Anger's neck abruptly. This action is actually a buddy and a test of someone's body. System prompt: Sif launched a pinch attack on the host unconsciously, and is judging the host's strength and constitution. The judgment is passed, and the host is immune to the pinch damage. Ange finally understood that Mao's right eyelid twitched, but if his physique is lower than 100 points, it is not guaranteed that the cervical spine will be split into 206 pieces immediately. Anger shrugged naturally, and flicked Sif away. It's not good. For me now, Earth women are too weak. They are like delicate porcelain that need to be cared for carefully. If I use a little force, they will break more bones. Here. That's it? Sif seemed to be out of breath, and poured himself a mouthful. I really don't know what's so good about that woman. Thor was fascinated by her, and Heimdall stared at her all day long. She will report to him on a regular basis. Sometimes love doesn't need a reason. Nge clinked a glass with her, and drank the 500 ml spirits with at least 50 degrees in one gulp. Whoa! I sacrificed so much for him, learning to be a good wife and mother. I waited for him for thousands of years, but he didn't think of me as a woman. Ange looked at Sif speechlessly. In fact, it is not without reason that Sif was regarded as a goddess by mortals in the age of mythology. She is powerful, she is a wingman when she is on the horse, and a good wife when she is off the horse. In all fairness, she looks pretty good. The biggest difference with Miss Jane is the difference in their face shape. Sif's face tends to be more square. In fact, it is best to keep long hair for this face shape, use wavy hairstyles, and use long bangs to cover the cheekbones and part of the jaw, so as not to expose the face lines. Although Sif has long hair, for the sake of fighting, she has a long and straight hairstyle, which exposes her forehead and facial lines, which makes her look too masculine and even a little old-fashioned. No wonder Thor only sees her as a buddy. Comparatively speaking, Miss Jane has a typical oval face, and that kind of feminine beauty is something that Sif cannot learn. Maybe before, maybe Sif was more or less probing, but now, she was really drunk and heartbroken. How about I teach you a song, which will make you feel better after singing it? The title of the song is Fox is a Pad. Chapter 155 Loki's Black History, one more. On the other hand, although the three warriors of Asgard were busy with post-war chores, Fandral, one of the three warriors, heard that Sif entertained the human warrior who saved Frigga, and it took him 3 hours to come out. Instinct felt a little wrong. Recently, the love triangle between Thor and Jane, and with Sif has long been raging in the upper echelons of Asgard. If there is no attack on Asgard, this will be the biggest gossip news of Asgard this year. As a good buddy who has fought side by side with Sif for thousands of years, he certainly hopes that Sif can become a real princess. He really didn't want to see such a thing that King May lost to the sky. But isn't Sif just trying to talk? Why did you toss for hours? Could it be that Thor is obsessed with Jane Foster like a ghost here, and Sif also has an accident over there? Feeling somewhat uneasy, Fandral finished his work and ran to the state guest house, only to hear a piece of music at the door. Fox, fox. It's a pad. Fox, fox. It's a pad. Fox, who her European beat is padded. Extremely magical song, easy to understand, and tricky. It's just that Fandral felt super painful when he heard it for a while. There is no doubt that this is the worst time someone has been hacked. As soon as he opened the door, he found that not only the musicians on the stage, but also the midgets in the band, and even Sif below were also excitedly toasting and singing together. What the is this? Are you Sif's friend? Exactly. She's drunk. Seeing Fandral, Angru was amnesty. I'm not drunk. Look, I can still drink. After saying that, Sif snatched Anger's glass and poured it down. Hello, Mr. Kratos, this, embarrassing you. Fandral hurriedly picked up the drunk Sif, but he was relieved. If Sif died drunk in the room with an alien human man, it would be unclear. Fortunately, the small banquet was not over when he arrived, and the musicians and dancers were all there. No matter how you say, it was a standard banquet. Fine. Fine. What happened today should be just a small episode. On the other hand, the aftermath of the attack on Asgard can be described as turbulent. The rebellion that the 9 great kingdoms had initially put down was like throwing another torch in a half-burned timber warehouse that had already been extinguished, and it immediately ignited again. Asgard's wide-area divine power shield generator was destroyed, directly causing Asgard to lose half of its defense power. Asgardians are very passive. To maintain dominance over the 9 worlds, the rebellion must be extinguished as soon as possible to silence all rebels. But once the elites of their own family go out, their hometown may not be safe. After all, the space mothership of the Dark Elves can hide from the clairvoyance of the gatekeeper Heimdall. And only 1,000 days to be a thief, how can there be 1,000 days to guard against a thief? For this reason, the father and son Odin and Thor had serious differences of opinion. Thor believes, since the Dark Elves want ether particles, we should use this as bait to set traps outside Asgard to lure Malekith out and eliminate him completely. Odin glanced at the son, who used to have only muscles in his head. In fact, he somewhat praised his son's growth in his heart, but he was a king and had his own considerations. In case you fail to catch Malekith, instead, what about being robbed of ether particles? Then what to do? The ether particles are placed in Asgard. If he dares to come, I will use tens of thousands of elite Asgardian soldiers to submerge him and his men. Thor's voice suddenly rose. Father, look at the messy civilian area outside. Set the battlefield in Asgard again. How many innocent people will pay the price for this? The glory of Asgard is not obtained by lip service. As an Asgardian, we must be prepared to pay the price for this glory at any time. We will defeat Malekith, even if we have to lose the last one blood of the Skardians. Thor stared, his eyes as big as a copper bell. What is the difference between you and Malekith? Odin roared decisively, the difference is I will be the winner. Odin chatted to death all of a sudden. Thor couldn't accept his father's decision at all, but he couldn't resist. Is the father wrong? It's hard to say this is wrong. What Odin wants is an absolute victory without risk, and then use Malekith's head to frighten all the rebels. Actually, at this point in time, it is not necessarily that Asgard is weak. It is just that the various races ruled by Asgard have recovered their vitality after tens of thousands of years of recuperation, and began to challenge Asgard's hegemony. This is a rebellion against the old order. So Odin is acting overbearing at this time. Thor's proposal is a typical domineering approach. He loves the people like a son, and he is more willing to bear the risks by himself in order to reduce the risks of his people. Neither father and son's choice can be said to be wrong. It's just that Thor's approach is more personal and heroic, and brings uncertainty, which is not liked by Odin, that's all. King, this kind of existence has always been very assertive. A king without his own opinion is just a puppet. It just so happens that Odin and his son are very independent. That night, when Thor had a private meeting with Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard, he expressed his opinion. Fandral frowned. The Rainbow Bridge is closed, and the Rubik's Cube is locked in the treasure house. We have no way out. Sif suddenly said, we have. If it's Kratos. Thor interrupted her, no, there's no need for Kratos to suffer my father's wrath. This is not hospitality. He has helped us a lot. The dwarf Vastag, one of the 3 warriors of Asgard, suddenly became excited. Wait, aren't you talking about Loki? Everyone in the audience was blown away, and they said the same sentence with their expressions. No way, Thor, how dare you believe that Loki bastard? Thor made a downward movement of his hands. Listen to me calmly. First of all, Loki loves his mother very much, and his heart will not be untouched by her mother's injury. Secondly, I have an insurance. I will show you something first. After finishing speaking, Thor mysteriously took out a tablet computer. At any rate, he is a who has been to the Earth twice. Although he is somewhat unfamiliar, Thor still successfully turned on the machine, and clicked on the short video that Tony helped him place in a prominent position on the touch screen of the tablet. What was played on the 10-inch monitor was the exciting duel on the top floor of the Stark Tower during the Battle of New York. That is the classic scene of bald Kratos beating Loki violently. Not a punch. Not two punches. It's the storm chain fist plus the windmill. This kind of inhumane beating, even Thor, the big brother who hates Loki so much, has never done it so thoroughly. Kratos did just that. Not once, but twice. Sif and the three warriors were immediately excited when they saw it. Chapter 156. Oh me twice, two more. No matter how you look at it, Kratos' Iron Fist has a little personal emotion. Most people on Earth hate Loki for attracting alien enemies, right? Wow! Fandral whistled very frivolously. The other two warriors also showed exaggerated expressions. Thor, who was groaning, didn't even notice that Sif's face was flushed with ecstasy. Thousands of years ago, Sif had long golden hair. At that time, she was not a Valkyrie, but a beauty of Asgard who was famous for her appearance. However, the naughty Loki secretly cut off Sif's long golden hair while Sif was asleep, making Sif cry in anger. After that, Loki was forced by the gods to do something to compensate Sif. Loki could only dedicate the golden hair obtained from the dwarf to Sif, and soon after Sif wore it, because Loki painted it darkened by the mysterious potion. So Sif has long black hair. Not only that, Sif feels very sad because her long hair has become black. The relationship between her and Loki was thus concluded. So, if you want to bring the two closer, the best way is to let them fight the same enemy. At this moment, Thor didn't feel anything. He said triumphantly, I asked my good buddy on Earth, Tony Stark, to record it for me. It happened to be his home. Sif asked slightly tremblingly, Loki is afraid of Kratos. A mouse is like a cat. Thor laughed and spread his hands. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that I am Loki's big brother anyway, I personally really want to drink with Kratos. It's okay, I greeted him for you. Sif's beautiful eyes kept flickering. The three warriors booed at the same time. Now we have to find a chance to drink a barrel of wine with him. Note that the unit is barrel. To be reasonable, there is no one in Asgard who doesn't hate Loki. Even before Loki betrayed Asgard, the of pranks was already a true hates ghosts. Not to mention that Loki first took the ice giant Wang Laofei into Asgard to make troubles, and then took the Chitauri to Midgard, that is, Earth. The two consecutive behaviors are typical 25-year-olds. Loki was not cut to pieces, it was purely because of the kindness of Odin, Frigga, and Thor. Seeing the battle scene between Quaya and Loki, Sif and the others agree with Thor's point of view. Quaya is really Loki. Okay. I'll go tell Kratos. Sif took the initiative to take on the task. Then. I need you to help me with these things. Thor's voice was suppressed, and he not only said to these four cronies, but also dragged Heimdall into the water. In fact, even the gatekeeper of Asgard, Heimdall, who has always been known for his impartiality, was convinced. The five of them could not betray Odin, but for the future Lord of Asgard, for their best friends, and for the thousands of people in Asgard, they were willing to bear Odin's wrath. A plan was launched. Slightly different from history, Thor obtained permission from Odin to release Aang before acting. Father. The Queen Mother's injury has stabilized. Although she may need to sleep for a long time, we Asgardians should not imprison our benefactor for no reason. Odin pondered for a while, and agreed, then asked him to leave first. After a month, I will personally invite him to a banquet and allow him to choose a treasure from the highest level of my treasury. The so-called top floor is the place where the last collection is placed. Even so, this also means that Odin will send a collection equivalent to an artifact to Ange. Thank you for your generosity. Torsh saluted. It's for your mother. The dignified Queen Asa deserves this price. When Sif came to Anger to read Odin's will, Anger was somewhat surprised. Old man Odin is really not stingy this time. Thank you, His Majesty the God King, for me. I will. Sif immediately said the plan that did not surprise the Traversers. I agree. We have a common position in dealing with ether particles. It's just that I don't know where Loki's so-called secret exit is, and I can't promise to arrive immediately. Yeah, Thor thinks he and Loki can take care of everything. You're just our insurance. Just when Ange thought the matter was settled, and planned to run to the Rainbow Bridge, and open the door under Heimdall's supervision, Sif suddenly came up and said, because of Odin's order, we can't leave Asgard, please help us. We're bullish on Thor. Don't let Loki kill him. After the matter is done, I owe you 2 favors. Twice. Ange was slightly taken aback. Yes. You beat Loki once in New York before. Ange rarely said a witty remark. If I beat Loki countless times, wouldn't it mean that you would never be able to pay it back for the rest of your life? Sif was a little embarrassed. She really hadn't thought about something so far away. Her expression was very exciting. First, she was overjoyed instinctively, and then felt it was inappropriate, and then she felt that the statement was quite inappropriate even if Thor the guy is going to marry Jane Foster, but before that, she is Frigg's designated princess, and the other party's statement is a bit ambiguous. Sif said with a straight face, the favor of an Asgardian Valkyrie is very valuable. Ange pouted, no. Thor owes me favors very easily. When thinking of Thor's foolishness, Sif is desperate. This guy is really easy to owe others. Ange waved his hand and stopped teasing Sif. My hometown has just been demolished, and it is in turmoil. It is really inappropriate to tease people at this time. Ange left gracefully, under the watchful eye of the gatekeeper god Heimdall. He opened the portal to go back by himself. As soon as he returned to his villa on an outlying island, he saw that there were not many girls in the lobby. Ange only saw Helen. The number 1 beauty in Greece looked up at him timidly. The 2 Miss Lance and Miss Kyle are practicing in the basement, and Miss Prince is out on business. Her Majesty Penthesilea went for a drive. And more, the recent frequent alien invasions have stimulated the nerves of all people on Earth. Ordinary people are helpless and can only count on the state apparatus to protect themselves. People with superhero potential have an instinctive desire to improve themselves. Originally, Black and White Canary and Catwoman were mortal heroes throughout their lives. Now that Ange is feeding the Red Soul, their physical fitness has been greatly improved, and they naturally work hard. They do not have their own system, and the improvement of physical fitness requires a lot of actual combat to grasp the upper and lower limits of their strength. Ange estimates that they are at least close to the level of the US team now. As for how far they will go in the future, it depends on their fate. Ange returned to his study room out of boredom, and just as he sat down, he found 2 rows of teeth protruding from the darkness under the table. Fula. Ange was not surprised. He suddenly remembered a very classic saying, when you can call her name just by looking at her teeth, you know that you will not go to heaven. Yes. This is a reusable Paradise Experience card. Chapter 157 Differences in Mentality, 3 more. Asgard, this time it's really difficult for Brother Hammer. Brother Hammer used to be a man who would only get A when he was in trouble. Anyway, he can do whatever he wants. It wasn't until he was cleaned up by his father Odin, stripped of his divine power, and came to Earth to experience the feeling of an ordinary person, that he began to learn to use his brain. This time, his performance was a little bit hard. It's just that honest people cheating is the most difficult thing to guard against. Loki, who has been cheating people all his life, never thought about his stupid brother and his backhand. The fact that the old mother Frigga was seriously injured did hit Loki's pain point, and this was one of the few humanity in his body that stimulated him. Brother Hammer revealed his plan to use ether particles to lure Malekith out and kill him, and Loki agreed without much hesitation. It's one thing to just agree to help, but another to tease your best brother in the process. Seeing Thor hiding from the guards, Loki became interested. He used his illusion to first transform into a patrolling Asgardian general, and then provocatively changed Thor's appearance into Sif. "Oh man, you look so beautiful in women's clothing. I thought you were going to use your brute force to carve a path and get me out. Enough is enough, Loki, even if I am like this, I can still treat you badly. Oh? How about I become your new friend?" After that, Loki turned into Captain America and imitated Captain America's accent. Who knows, Brother Hammer, who has always been at the bottom in terms of bickering, launched a lore, "I prefer the way you become Kratos." In terms of how to breastfeed Loki, Brother Hammer has become professional. On the face of Captain America that Loki turned into, the facial muscles stiffened instantly. This brings up Loki's sad past. Overshit. It was agreed not to use humanoid nuclear weapons. Seeing Loki slumped, Thor felt much better, and strengthened his confidence in that insurance. On the other side, Sif took advantage of the guards to deliver food to Miss Jane, and directly gave the guard a friendly iron fist, leaving Miss Jane stunned. "Jane, have you eaten yet?" "I'm not hungry." "Very good. Let's go now, Thor needs you." Jane Foster did not hesitate, she was very aware of the relationship between Brother Hammer and Sif. In terms of right and wrong, Sif will not cheat Thor. Knowledge she didn't know why Sif glanced at her chest, as if something sounded. This was a very short action. Before Jane could react, Sif said again, "This time I will use Loki. If Loki makes trouble, you can use that hairpin again." Jane had a question mark at first. As a high-achieving student, she realized it within a second. It was definitely Kratos and Thor who reached a consensus. She nodded vigorously. In the corridor of Asgard, she really saw the lover she was longing for, and the Loki who hated gods and ghosts. It must be admitted that it is not a good temper to be Thor. Miss Jane became angry when she saw Loki's charming and cynical face, and she rushed up to make a big match. With Loki's skill and reaction, how could he not avoid the slap? He dare not. In other words, he was betting that ordinary people in this area would not dare to really slap him. He bet wrong. Snapped. The clear and crisp slap on the face does not hurt much, but is extremely insulting. Loki looked at his good brother. As a cynical and ruffian god, Loki smiled hippily, showing the expression of being beaten but belatedly, and it took a full second before he uttered a soft cry, "Wow! However, I like her strength." "This is for New York," Miss Jane said viciously. Her fierceness and vigor fell into Brother Hammer's eyes, and she became a cute spot. It was such a woman with backbone and fearlessness of power that he admired. Sif. She is too submissive. It's just Brother Hammer's change, and the three people next to him didn't feel it. Just as Brother Hammer led Loki past, Sif suddenly grabbed Loki's shoulder with a forceful hand and said fiercely, "If you dare to betray Thor, I will kill you." Thousands of years old friends, Loki can be said to know Sif from the bottom up, and he is right about Sif. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. Loki tactfully, "Sif, nice to meet you," nonchalantly gave Sif a soft nail. It doesn't matter if it's Sif or the three warriors, if Loki really wants to be the second or fifth boy, they actually have nothing to do. If there is no Mr. Insurance, Kratos, Sif can only threaten Loki with impotence and rage, while praying that Loki will not make trouble. Thinking of that burly figure, Sif couldn't help but feel relieved, and couldn't help wondering what kind of face was under that leather case. There is no time for her to think too much. Because on the other hand, the just Heimdall is fulfilling his oath, he swore to report every disloyal person to Odin. He called Odin to the Rainbow Bridge and reported the traitor. Yes, it was himself. He knew Thor's plan, but he didn't report it immediately. This is for righteousness. He obviously thinks that Thor's plan is better. But he couldn't allow himself to betray Odin, so while helping the prince, he also reported himself. By the way, Odin was led away from Asgard. No way. The guy who abides by his duties has such an awkward and cute personality. Thanks to the cover of Heimdall, Sif, and the three warriors of Asgard, Thor drove the Dark Elves into Asgard's spaceship, and then used this thing as a cover to attract most of the pursuers sent by his father. He drove a small Asgardian landing craft that looked like a dragon boat, and used Loki's secret passage to kill Hepi's lair in one go. The dark planet, the lightless sky. The ground is full of yellow sand, as well as countless ruins composed of the wreckage of the Dark Elf space mothership. Those cross-shaped motherships that are more than 10 stories high are inserted in the sand like this, like wordless tombstones. They leak light and let the wind pass through, allowing the gravel to pass through the holes in the mothership. This fully demonstrates how tragic the terrifying battle between Asgard and the Dark Elves was. Even as brave as Thor, seeing this scene is a bit emotional. Now he is the only combat power that can be used on the surface, plus an unreliable Loki. Despite his apprehension, Thor still mustered up his courage. In order to let the people of Asgard avoid the flames of war, this tactic of luring the enemy is indispensable. Thor firmly believed that those damned blackskins were like rats that smelled, and they would definitely crawl out of the damned gutter. Sure enough, when they came to a hill, they saw the huge cross-shaped mothership slowly descending from the sky. The dazzling red light in the center of the cross was like an evil eye, staring at him. Chapter 158 9 Worlds Lianju. In front of them, Malekith landed with the cursed warrior and a large group of dark elf dogs. Thor and Loki looked at each other, and acted according to send. Then it's time for Loki to play tricks with him. In order to be realistic, Brother Hammer didn't even tell Miss Jane about this scene. In front of all the audience at the scene, Loki stabbed Brother Hammer. Seriously, Hammer really likes his stupid, smart brother Loki. True * stabs both sides of the brother. Once at Stark Tower in New York, and now again. Don't care what the reason is. This is a knife after another, it really hurts. Brother Hammer screamed and rolled down the steep slope. While he was still calling for Thor's hammer, his right arm was chopped off by Loki. Of course, this is illusion. The two brothers staged a scene of brother-in-law killing, and they really fooled Malagisi and his second boss. After all, when Algrim sneaked into the prison of Asgard, Loki was a bitter man locked in the prison. Loki is indeed the enemy of Asgard. The pair of dog-blood brothers successfully tricked Malekith into extracting the ether particle from Miss Jane's body, but something went wrong when Brother Hammer tried to destroy this thing with thunder. His thunderbolt is indeed amazingly powerful, but it is far from enough to destroy one of the Infinity Gems' reality gem. Their performance naturally ushered in the revenge of the Dark Elves. At this critical moment, of course it is to call for rescue. Miss Jeon stared at the violent dizziness after being sucked out of the reality gem, and pressed the golden hairpin. Just when Brother Hammer thought that Ange was going to win again like last time, suddenly there was a rushing sound from the huge dark elf mothership, and the flashing light that symbolized warning kept flashing. Half of Malekith's face was originally scorched black, and the remaining half was as black as the bottom of a pot. His eyes widened, and his face was full of anger that could not be concealed. You still have a second hand? This question, in fact, Loki also wanted to ask. Brother Hammer's silly smile sometimes hurts people even more. Just buy an insurance. If you are deceived by a smart person, you may feel that you deserve it. But if you are deceived by a fool, you will feel that your IQ has been insulted. Anji's attack this time was really quick as lightning. Actually, he came early in the morning. The space coordinates he gave to Miss Jane were indeed triggered for the first time, but after being triggered once, there is no need to twist and start again. As long as the magic power inside is not exhausted, it is like a wide-area cosmic transmitter, constantly sending space signals encrypted by the God Killer system to the entire universe. Now that Hippie's lair has been found, Angers will of course give priority to grabbing the spaceship. It's not that the Kryptonian spaceships don't have the ability to travel across space, but after all, this thing was originally designed as a landing craft. As a result, the distance of each space jump is very short, and it can't jump out of the solar system once. This led Aang to come up with the idea of a black leather mothership. Taking advantage of Brother Hammer and Loki's drama to seduce Hippie's first and second in command, Anger took the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Hippie's mothership. Facing the attacking enemy, the Dark Elf guards reacted unhurriedly. Dozens of soldiers wearing strange white masks all emitted a buzzing sound from the laser guns in their hands. The dark port of the gangway seemed to suddenly produce countless red spikes, stabbing at the small team of raiders in front of them. However, these laser beams are like hitting an invisible golden mirror. A golden curtain wall expands on Wonder Woman's golden shield, reflecting at least half of the laser beams from the original path. The rainstorm-like attack ushered in a rainstorm-like rebound. At least 1/3 of the Dark Elf guards were shot, and the sieved corpses fell limply to the ground like a broken doll. One of the Blackskins raised his right arm high, trying to throw a small black hole gravitational bomb. Unexpectedly, another Golden Woman threw a spear over 100 meters and directly nailed his right arm to the landing ramp. In fact, this directly led to bad luck for him and all the Blackskins within a diameter of at least 10 meters around him. The powerful suction force of different space directly shredded their bodies, sucking everything around them into the small black hole. The Dark Elves were stunned by the sudden attack, the ones in front kept retreating, and the Dark Elves behind wanted to rush out to support them. Hundreds of people huddled together at the landing hatch of the mothership, and suddenly became a mess. It was only for a moment the situation quickly changed as Furao charged. Finally, she doesn't have to experience the backward breeding method in her eyes every day, and Fulla shows her strength as a fighting Kryptonian. Although the Queen and Wonder Woman are powerful, they still can't fly. Fulla can really fly. She crashed into the Dark Elves like a cannonball. Wearing a traditional Kryptonian black battlesuit, she turned into a wave of erratic black light. Everything that was touched by her fists and feet was blown away. In all fairness, the Dark Elves were a powerful race that could fight the Asgardians back then. Its average strength is really not bad. In hand-to-hand combat, they are slightly inferior to Asgardian soldiers. Aside from cursed warriors, they are stronger with ranged weapons. But what they met was a Kryptonian warrior whose physical fitness was far superior to theirs. Where the wind of Fulla's fist went, there was the sound of bones shattering. If Aang hadn't repeatedly emphasized the need to seize the ship and let Fulla restrain her strength, otherwise the flying corpses of the black-skinned soldiers would definitely knock big holes out of the mothership. Following Fulla is the assault team composed of Wonder Woman, Penthesilea, Canary Sisters, Catwoman, Katana, and Huntress. This team completely entered the mothership in the blink of an eye. The black-skinned monitors in the mothership have tried to lower the protective baffle to separate the lower cabin from the upper control room. The sad thing is that without the cursed warrior, the black leather partition can't stop Fulla's destructive power like a female Tyrannosaurus. Hiss. Boom. The 20 cm thick alloy partition wall baffle was forcibly pierced by Fulla, and it was torn apart as easily as tearing paper. Immediately, several vigorous female figures swarmed in, and there was another burst of killing without any suspense. On the ground, Malkitha's face was ashen, because he and his subordinates were blocked by a burly bald man. Thor had an unconcealable embarrassment on his face, but he still asked, "Why did you attack the mothership of the Dark Elves first?" Aang pointed to the sky, he said in a rough voice, If we don't stop Malekith here, he will go to Earth to play his 9 worlds. Brother Hammer raised his head, only then did he discover in astonishment that many huge circular portals with a diameter of several kilometers appeared in the sky. He is no stranger to the scene across these portals. 9 kingdoms. Brother Hammer's voice seemed to be dreaming. I know, Malekith, that bastard, wants to pollute the 9 realms with ether particles at the moment when the 9 great worlds overlap, turning them all into a world of darkness. Chapter 159 Badingjaniu. This is what makes Brother Hammer happy. Most of the time, he is a fool, but at critical moments, he is unambiguous, and he can understand even very complicated places. You understand? It is best if you understand. You don't understand, how could I, Ange, Auntie are the mothership of spicy chicken shreds in public? I wanted to say to his ship a long time ago, Prime Minister, I understand. Ah. Angie's heart is drooling here. Over there, Brother Hammer saw Angie's expression suddenly changed. It was the look of fanatically treating him as a confidant. In order to protect his own people, he would not hesitate to resist the enemy outside the earth. What a noble sentiment, Kratos. It was exactly as I thought. We are good buddies who share the same philosophy. Hi. Kratos. You are late. You should have just helped me destroy ether particles. Brother Hammer greeted Ange heartily. Really? Why do I feel like I'm here at the right time? Anger teased, while sweeping his sharp eyes toward Loki, who was standing there next to him. Loki's hair stood on end on the spot, and the long-lost memory of humiliation naturally came to his mind wait, I'm technically with that this time, right? At this moment, 233 tricks emerged in Loki's mind. I don't know what's wrong, Loki is a little sour at the same time. How did my good brother get acquainted with a group of fierce people so easily? Looking at the interaction between Hammer and Ange, it was actually the black side who was most stimulated. Small human beings. How dare you stop the great revival of the Dark Elves? Spicy Chicken roared angrily. He pointed at him, and immediately dozens of black skins around him raised their laser guns. I want Bayou. It was very abrupt. A black figure burst out from an open hatch above the black cross, turned into a black lightning, and suddenly crashed down. Boom. The huge impact is no different from a 203mm cannonball. Flesh and blood splattered, gravel flew. After the smoke and dust dissipated slightly, what remained in place was only a shallow circle of fuzzy flesh and blood, and an exaggerated pit with a depth of 2 meters and a diameter of more than 30 meters. In the middle of the pit was Fulla in a fighting pose. Brother Hammer's eyes lit up, and he asked Angie very familiarly, where is the fierce girl? Ange stared at the spicy shredded chicken, and replied casually, new. Fulla's face muscles twitched slightly, a strange blush appeared, but she didn't refute after all. It's not that she hasn't tried to resist, but every time she resists, she will be suppressed more powerfully. She has had enough of that horrible and primitive punishment. Compared with that, she is more willing to vent her power on the battlefield. Ange pointed at the spicy shredded chicken. Fulla, this is yours. Malekith became angry when he heard this. Don't underestimate me. With a wave of his arms, ether particles suddenly sprang out from his back like a tide, like a tumbling water wave, and like a ball of arc-shaped flames, spread its wings and rolled towards Ange and Fulla at the same time. Past. He wanted to use the power of this fetish to take down the 2 people who entered in disorder in one fell swoop. It's just that the frenzy has not yet approached, and Fulla has already made an S-shaped maneuver to avoid the tide. She doesn't like to play illusions like Loki, and every movement of her is extremely fierce. There are no bells and whistles, just rushing up is a punch. Boom. This punch was terrifyingly violent. Seeing the ferocious approach of the fierce girl in front of him, Spicy Chicken Silk changed the shape of the ether particles at the last moment, turning them into a hemispherical shield in front of him. As a result, guess what happened? Krypton's female adjutant punched the ether particle from a hemispherical shape into a concave character, and even the huge impact force sent the spicy chicken shreds flying dozens of meters away. Of course, Fulla didn't feel better either. The huge whip turned into red particles hit her hard. Fulla did not retreat but advanced, and continued to rush forward against the tide of ether particles, chasing and killing spicy chicken shreds. Ouch! The female adjutant of Krypton is very tolerant, verified by Eng himself. On the other side, Brother Hammer, Luo Jijiang, and the three joined forces to deal with the cursed warrior. The battle started simultaneously. As the Master See who does his part, Brother Hammer has always been the first to charge. No matter how many times Nge fought side by side with him, it was the same feeling to attack high blood and thick blood is to do whatever you want. Brother Hammer's existence is too dazzling, and others cannot ignore his existence. Ah! Brother Hammer jumped up high, and the short-handled meow meow hammer was surrounded by thunder, and he smashed the hammer on the horned helmet of the cursed warrior like a rainbow. A hammer flew over, and a hammer flew over. How domineering he roared 1 second, and how miserable he was in the next second. The style of painting that looks like a table tennis attack is really exaggerated. Eng conservatively estimated that Brother Hammer's strength value was about a few hundred points greater, but the cursed warrior turned into by the black-skinned second in command had at least twice the strength value of Brother Hammer. That kind of sad rebound feeling when an egg hits a rock, Loki's teeth hurt just seeing it. This is also the tragedy of a powerful fighter. When the most proud power is crushed by the enemy, he will be very passive. Don't forget, Thor, who has not yet completed his transformation, is God of Hammer, not God of Thunder. Originally, Algrim wanted to tear down a large stone pillar and hit Brother Hammer hard. Don't forget, there is also Eng. Just as the cursed warrior lifted up the boulder, at least 1,000 tons, Engi's sword ghost killed it. Phew. The knife light itself will not have temperature. Engi's knife just added a ray of sunshine to this dark planet. The golden light that should have been extremely bright was covered by the flame element deliberately attached by someone, and even suppressed most of the heavy murderous aura on the knife, so that Algrim didn't react immediately. No. It should be said that curse fighters are not afraid of getting hurt. Thick blood is its biggest feature. Anyway, curse fighters will die after burning their lives and souls, and they don't care if they are injured or not. Fighting to get injured, and then try to kill as many and stronger opponents as possible within a limited time, this is the right way. Algrim knew that the knife was coming from behind him, but he didn't dodge it. The result of the knife was settled the moment the blade touched his right bicep. In his imagination, his muscles, strong and solid as hot rocks, could block the knife very well. At least they would jam the opponent's blade, so that he would have enough time to change his injuries. ER's little bug. Who knew that this knife was like cutting butter, and cut obliquely along the muscle lines of his arm. It not only cut open his entire biceps, but also turned the blade perfectly when it reached the elbow joint, along the line of the elbow. The cartilage was gouged out. Such a smooth knife can be called the art of Badingenio level. P.S. I am working hard to make up for it, but recently there are more objectively broken things. When I don't make up every day, that's called bad performance _. Chapter 160 Loki, I just gave away the head, one more. Algrim didn't realize the enemy's cunning until his entire right forearm fell off. By the time he swept out with a backhand angrily, Nge had already retreated 10 meters away. The huge fist wind formed a sonic boom, but it was useless. The smoke and dust that rolled up represented his impotent rage. There is smoke, no injury. During this confrontation, Miss Jane in the distance was stunned, and she murmured, "The bodyguard angle Wayne found for me is so powerful." Algrim howled in pain, blood as bright as hot magma spewed out along his thick arms, Tick-tock swayed on the barren sand and gravel ground, every drop of red blood corroded fist-sized holes on the ground. Surprisingly, his left arm twitched violently, and he was able to mobilize the remaining muscles of his upper arm to contract crazily. The red slurry gushing out of the wound was instantly like cooling lava, sticking to the wound, and on his muscles. It even protrudes a vein of weird black blood vessels. At this time, Loki wanted to go up and steal the chicken. He saw the enemy's flaws. The cursed warrior who had just lost his right arm was theoretically undefended on his right side. Sadly, just as Loki stabbed through with his short dagger, Algrim came very abruptly just because of the Iron Mountain. Loki's dagger was pierced in, and the depth was probably less than 5 centimeters. For the huge and burly cursed warrior, it didn't even pierce the muscle tissue under his ribs. The severed arm was like a battering ram, and slammed into Loki's evil and handsome face mixed with cynicism. Ah! Loki flew upside down with blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Rocky! Coincidentally, Brother Hammer rushed back. He wanted to reach out his left hand to grab Rocky, but he missed it by a small margin, and let Rocky fly out and hit a big rock, making a tragic big word humanoid. Thor's cheek muscles twitched, and he, who has experienced many battles, immediately realized the weakness of the cursed warrior. He is extremely high in strength, physique, and even various resistances, and he is not afraid of blunt weapons, but he is not afraid of sharp weapons. Really not very intolerable. Obviously Thor's comprehensive strength is the strongest, but it is this Kratos who hits tons of damage. You come to the main attack. Thor yelled, and Anger immediately knew how to cooperate. What an honor. It turned out to be Thor who came to help me. Brother Hammer is not annoyed, in order to defeat the common enemy. He glanced at the next door, and saw that the black-armored fierce girl had held Malekith back, and saw that her center of gravity sank slightly, her body was leaning forward, and she had already assumed a posture ready to fight as if a head was about to explode. Female leopard. The next moment, she charged Malekith again. Failed. But she couldn't break into the protective circle of ether particles, and Malekith had no time to care about the battle situation here. Brother Hammer secretly praised in his heart, well done. As he refocused on the cursed warrior, who was bigger than himself, he started holding back his ultimate. Thunder God comes into the world. The sky with a bright moon and few stars could not attract thick thunder clouds, but after collecting the lightning energy within a radius of 10 miles, the power of Mjolnir's blow still cannot be underestimated. The violent thunder destroyed half of the surrounding plain in an instant, and everything within hundreds of meters screamed and groaned in the raging waves of thunder and lightning. Collapsed ground. The wilderness that was relatively flat just a moment ago was like a smashed rice cake. It was so shattered that it was full of shocking cracks, as if it had experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake with a very small scale. But such an exaggerated momentum is only used as a foil, can you believe it? Half of the heavy armor and horned helmet on Algrim's body had been shattered, and the red flames and high temperature that appeared on his body had resisted most of the lightning strikes. Don't look at the scorched black spots on his body, but compared to his extremely long health bar, it's really nothing. Originally Thor thought that Kratos would at least wait for the chain reaction of lightning to subside a little before charging. I really didn't expect that Kratos' lightning resistance was also ridiculously high. From the fact that the lightning wave reaches him and is automatically refracted away, Kratos has no less control over lightning, or wind elements, than some strong Asgardians who claim to be masters of thunder and lightning. He was almost touching the ground, flying past as if his body was parallel to the ground. Thor frowned slightly. This kind of knife technique that seemed to specialize in the next 3 lanes seemed extremely weird to him. It's a bit sloppy, but it works. Ange still aimed at the cursed warrior's obviously deficient right side, but this time the target was his right leg. A knife from back to front hit the hollow of Algrim's right leg fiercely. The golden saber aura collided with the lava aura lingering all over the opponent's body, and sparks burst out from the sky. The burly cursed warrior screamed in pain, but did not. He fell down because the knife was cut in half and got stuck. Just when Thor thought that Eng had to abandon the knife and run away, Anger yelled loudly, and slammed the back of the left-handed knife that had never been used, the back of the right-handed knife. When? Huge buzz. It's like hitting a machete with a sledgehammer, forcibly cutting the place that couldn't be split. His right leg was cut off at the knee, and the powerful cursed warrior finally let out a desperate wail. No matter how long the blood bar is, the limbs must be healthy. They are all adult sticks. No matter how long the blood bar is, it is just a sandbag. Thor was overjoyed in his heart, and was about to step forward to make up for the dead guy. At this moment, he saw his stupid good brother running up to make up for the knife. Don't. Thor's voice just hit the first note when it stuck. Loki saw that the cursed warrior's resistance to sharp weapons was low, and while the opponent had only one arm and one leg left, he directly launched a standard backstab. The sword passed through the chest on the spot. Originally, Loki was like Kratos. Once he got a hit, he immediately fled away, and nothing happened. But Loki is cheap. As if he wanted to grab the head, he slammed the sword horizontally and pulled it out, as if he wanted to completely destroy the cursed warrior's heart. For most of the enemies, in fact, reaching this point is already a complete kill. The vitality of a cursed warrior is stronger than that of ordinary people, and even beyond the imagination of most extraordinary people. It was just such a redundant movement of Loki. Algrim grabbed his body with a backhand, and then pressed Loki's body against the blade protruding from the cursed warrior's chest. In a sense, Algrim killed Loki himself with Loki's sword. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. As soon as the joy of victory appeared on Thor's face, the happy event immediately turned into a sad one. No, Thor rushed over frantically. At the same time, Anger couldn't see it. Rocky insisted on pretending to be his big brother, and I couldn't help it. Eng didn't care so much. He swung the last knife. Golden light flashed, and Algrim's big head, wearing a horned helmet, spun like this and flew high into the sky. Chapter 161 Allgate, 2 more. Head grabbing. See also head grabbing. Brother Hammer doesn't know much about Eng. If it wasn't for his treacherous younger brother's sudden death, he might be full of gratitude to Eng at this moment. But Brother Hammer is really not happy now. The culprit who injured their mother is dead, but it's worth it to lose a good brother? Brother Hammer rushed up and held Loki's increasingly cold body, trembling and not knowing what to say. It took him a long time to say, "I will tell my father about your bravery. I'm not for him." Loki said. His handsome face began to crack. He was never a real Asgardian. He was just a frost giant child picked up by Odin. Relying on it is through powerful magic that he retains his Asgardian form. After experiencing the incident of frost giant Wang Laofei, Loki still likes his human form. It's just that with his death, his body resembled a frost giant that disintegrated itself after death. To be reasonable, Loki looks very much like a poker king joker. Well, brother DEI, this is how your ID card and a copy of your ID card look like. Eng must admit that Loki deserves to be the movie king of Asgard, and that's how he deceived Thor and Odin. It makes sense, at least in terms of driving Odin out of power. Anger and Loki have the same goal, or interests. Although Odin maintained the balance of the 9 kingdoms, he maintained it with his powerful strength and dominance. Angman knew that the Ancient One might die soon, and he would not want to leave an Odin behind. Maybe if they invade the Earth and turn the Earth into Asgard's real territory, it will become Odin. This is the exit of the older generation of strong players, and there is really no need for Eng to change his fate to stop it. Looking at Brother Hammer, who was in pain and sorrow, and Miss Jane who was at a loss and didn't know whether to step forward to comfort Thor, Eng just said in a low voice, "I'll deal with Malekith first." At this time, the spicy chicken shreds had already fought with Fulla, Wonder Woman, and the Queen. It is true that the power of ether particle, reality gem, is quite terrifying, but the level of spicy chicken wire obviously needs to be improved. The crimson particle frenzy he summoned failed to drown the three ridiculously strong heroines. Fulla is a Kryptonian, and she is already resistant to fighting and beating. The other combination of aunt and niece is full of divinity. This divine power inherited from Olympus can well resist the erosion of reality. The reality stone is perhaps the most powerful of the infinity stones, but also the hardest to use. Using it, people can realize any dream. All scientific codes and natural laws are meaningless before it, because it can modify their laws at will. But it cannot be used alone. Without the assistance of other gemstones, it will realize the dream of the holder in a destroyed way. Its power depends on the holder. Obviously, Malekith is not a powerful enough user. He wholeheartedly thought that with ether particle, he could turn the whole universe into a dark world loved by the dark elves, but he had the mind of the Dark King Dormammu, but he didn't have the strength of Dormammu. When he took advantage of the Nine Realms Lianzu to drive reality to invade the Nine Realms, he was shocked to find that he couldn't handle the three women in front of him with his remaining strength. No. Impossible. Ether particle is invincible. Malekith violently waved his arms, rolling up crimson tornadoes, trying to kill the two women on the carriage. The horse given by Poseidon continued to neigh, breaking through the scarlet curtain in front of him with azure brilliance, galloping in the sky, and circling around him, while Wonder Woman kept shooting arrows full of divine power. Combined with Fulla's advance, Malekith actually felt a sense of sadness that two fists were no match for four hands. Seeing this, Anj became confident. Because, his strength has been strengthened at the epic level. Glance at the system pop-up window to see a striking reminder. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Algrim, the strong dark elf, cursed warrior form. After the purification and recovery of its polluted soul, the attributes of the host have increased to 333 points of strength, 381 points of endurance, and 162 points of will. Algrim burned all his remaining life and soul, raising his strength and endurance attributes to at least twice that of Thor. If Anger accepts all of this strength, he may not be able to directly surpass Thor. It's a pity that even the system cannot transform the cursed soul back without damage. The host's ability to control fire elements has been raised to LV42. The host's fire element skill, Lava Fist, has been upgraded to LV31. The host acquires fire element skills, Lava Armor, LV12. The host can accumulate fire elements on the surface of the skin, increasing the armor value by 200 points, with a medium probability of reducing the long-range damage suffered by the host, and any melee attackers who attack the host reflect 250 points of fire damage each time. Seeing this, Anger thought, isn't this the explosive reactive armor commonly used by modern tanks on Earth? This really hit the phrase pretending to be explosive will only hurt you. If the weaker girls in his family pounced on him when he was driving lava armor, they would become mature women in no time? No matter what, it is good to have new skills. There is no suspense. It was precisely by using Brother Hammer as a sandbag that Anj was able to kill this cursed warrior who was far superior to himself and was probably the most powerful curse warrior ever, and won this shocking gift bag. Until this moment, Anji's heart was beating wildly with extreme excitement. It stands to reason that Anj should be content with taking down the black-skinned space carrier and the strongest curse warrior. He will not let go of spicy shredded chicken. No reason, just want to see what skills the spicy chicken shreds will provide him. Is he greedy? Greed is over. Many times, greed is the driving force behind human progress. After a hard time coming, Anger will not let go of any spoils. It's like Anj returning to his villa, knowing that the first step is Europe and the United States, knowing that no matter which one he chooses, he can only scream all, but he still wants to say it from the bottom of his heart, I want it all. Perhaps, this is the charm of Allgate. Of course, on the bright side, Ange speaks righteously, and his arrogance soars to the sky. Attacking in the image of Lord Quay, he put down the most ruthless words. Malchus. I'll let you know now, whoever wants to destroy the earth, I'll cut him into pieces. Not to mention the girls around Ange, even Brother Hammer, who was sad next to him, and Miss Jane, who was a little dazed, their hearts were deeply touched at this moment. Right? Compared with mourning the death of his younger brother, Brother Hammer will also not forget his duty as the next king of Asgard, and he also stood up. Chapter 162 Strange Disappearance, 3 more. In fact, Spicy Chicken Silk has a hidden disease unknown to outsiders. He has a proof of explosive mentality recognized by authoritative organizations, the majority of time traveler audiences. Things were going well at first, but when encountering Ange, the DC Marvel double-certified old 6-time champion, he not only killed him, but also robbed him of the starship that he regarded as his old nest. I will destroy you first. Only when you really face Malekith, you will experience that this guy has ether particle, which is much stronger than in the movie. He instigates every bombardment of the particle tide, like a 100-meter tall terrifying giant wielding a 40-meter-long knife, slashing across the land, leaving terrifying deep marks 1 or 2 meters deep at every turn. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 women are not the type whose feet don't touch the ground, their movements would be slowed down by the more and more complicated terrain. Originally, the terrifying red tide composed of ether particles was like a tornado, coupled with flying sand and rocks. The visibility on this small plane became extremely low. The next moment, the wave of particles shining with scarlet light suddenly turned, and all of them poured towards Ange. The dense feeling was too exaggerated, and Ange felt as if someone poured all the Lanzo ramen noodles as much as a standard swimming pool on his head. Well, it's still a super spicy version, with ominous crimson eyes. Then there was a flash of fire. While avoiding the largest number of particle beams with high-speed dodge, Ange concentrated the power of Lava Fist on the 2 knives. From a distance, Ange seemed to be holding an airtight and invincible Hot Wheel. Abruptly the surging red tide of particles was blocked in front of the body. Death is not enough to atone for your sins, Malekith roared in a very forceful manner. Ange glanced at his mouth and sneered, then I'll just kill you. Die laughing. The winner will always sit on the court-martial. Only the loser will go to the dock. Countless crimson particle columns pierced from Malekith's body in the direction of Ange. These particle columns should have easily pierced Ange. Reluctantly, Anger saw Malekith's weakness. This guy's dynamic vision was relatively weak. Being able to drive the reality gem by himself, the strength of Spicy Chicken Silk cannot be said to be weak, at least in terms of intelligence and willpower. He is absolutely frighteningly high. It's a pity that he is not a pure mage, and lacks the ability to perceive and apply elements. He clearly possesses the reality gem that can shape, simulate, and destroy all things at will, but he is reckless and uses it as a simple octopus tentacles. You have the ability to play 9 realms, so why can't you create a few black holes to destroy Thor and the others, or use the power of space to chop them into scorpions? Ange doesn't know illusions, he just uses ordinary tactical actions such as emergency stop and change of direction, S-shaped maneuvers, plus nearly 200 points of agility, directly playing Malekith. Don't look at the countless crimson tentacles blasting at Ange, the blow effect of each step behind is the best background. At this moment, the collective attack of Thor and the other 3 women made Malekith flustered. Get out. The crimson particle frenzy is no longer a one-way attack, but most of it is a tornado surrounding Malekith's body, and there is almost no gap to drill into within a radius of 100 meters. Brother Hammer brought his arrogance to the extreme. This guy's offensive line is always straight. The dog straight man is a real hammer. Boom. He swung his beloved meow meow hammer like an electric fan, bursting out a terrifying thunder, and jumped right at the head. Huh. The particle beam released by the spicy chicken shreds was like a large cluster of vines, hitting his body in an instant. Under normal circumstances, the hurricane's ether particles alone are enough to easily shoot an enemy at the level of War Machine into a sieve. Who is Kotair? The righteous god of Asgard. His skin is thick and fleshy, definitely surpassing Achilles' body of the Styx. Don't look at Brother Hammer's muffled snort. The attack of a dozen clusters of particle streams is not enough to cause him any fatal injuries. Not to mention the thick armor forged with divine power that couldn't be broken, even his face was only scratched by his cheeks. Those small wounds were less than half a centimeter deep, and only 2 or 3 centimeters long. And GE suspected that it would be enough to just stick a band-aid on him. Sure enough, thick-skinned people can do whatever they want. But it was enough for the hot spicy chicken shreds to make Brother Chewie flustered and embarrassed. Seeing the opportunity, Ange went around to the right rear of Mala Chicken Silk, and fired like a cannonball. At the same time, the other 3 women also unreservedly attacked Brother Chicken Silk from different angles. Spicy Chicken Silk had to control the particle flow of the largest cluster to hit Brother Flyweight first, and then turn to force Ange away. Just at this time, Wonder Woman's breakthrough came again. She plummeted from the flying chariot, huddled behind the Aegis, and forcibly pierced through the tornado surrounding Malekith, only missing 2 meters before reaching his face. It's a pity that it fell short in the end and was beaten into the air again. The continuous attacks round after round made Malekith extremely annoyed, but it was a pity that it was not that simple for him to regain the initiative in the siege. 5 enemies, none of them are ordinary. One skin is thicker than the other one, not to mention instant kill when hit, not even spitting blood, which can be called scraping. Spicy shredded chicken is crazy. At this time when there should be an accident, the accident really came. Taking advantage of Malajizzi's distraction from dealing with NGE, Brother Hammer hit the TNY flying hammer, which ruthlessly stuck on Malajizzi's face. Originally, NGE thought that this wave was stable, but who knew that the next second Brother Hammer rushed up to make up the knife. He actually disappeared into the chest of Spicy Chicken Silk with the hammer. It's not that this dark elf boss has such a great mind, but that the weird space fault came out. When he played 9 realms, he inevitably stacked the space doors connecting the 9 realms, which caused instability in the surrounding space. Brother Hammer's jump just now obviously didn't know which world in the 9 realms he jumped into, and he might not be able to come back for a while. After a short period of stupefaction between the 2 parties, Malekith immediately turned to Ange. "I'll kill you first. Can you do it?" At first, the 3 girls next to her thought it was just a routine talk, but who knew that Ange would be caught by a big scarlet particle hand in the next second. "Ha ha ha. I've caught you." Malekith expanded the range of the scarlet tornado excitedly, but made a small opening. He knew the relationship between the 3 women and Ange from the shock of their faces. He decided. Put this hateful bald guy who captured his subordinates and even his lair to public execution. Just as the berserk giant hand of ether particles brought Angra in front of him, Ange disappeared very abruptly. Chapter 163, One Sword Light Cold 9 Worlds, One More. The space in front of him was like falling rocks hitting water, causing ripples, like mercury, but the wave-like space texture was quickly smoothed out, without even leaving a trace. What? After a brief astonishment, Malekith realized that the other party, like Thor, probably fell into a crack in space, and couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. Idiot. Which one of the dead universes in the corner? Frankly speaking, the spicy chicken shreds in history is really not such a superficial existence. But he was too depressed. He is like the great empire on Earth. When the Queen ascended the throne last time, the huge fleet stretched for several kilometers, with no end in sight. Unexpectedly, when the next king came to the throne, it would take several years for an aircraft carrier to be equipped with planes, and a frigate would be sent to deter a certain Eastern power. This is the grounded phoenix is not as good as the chicken, right? In the past, Malekith almost unified the 9 countries, and his huge space fleet covered the sky, but now they all crashed and covered the ground. Even the last dog leg was killed by Aang and his girl, and his ship was anti-red face to face. He is a ghost if he is not angry. Although it is strange that Thor and Kratos have left, the reduction in the number of enemies is real. Next, he only needs to deal with those 3 fierce girls. To his surprise, the 3 of them didn't take advantage of the fire. Just as he was about to spray something, he finally noticed the difference between the 2 disappeared. Thor fell into it passively, while Kratos entered it on his own initiative. Only the black hole gravitational grenade suddenly hanging on the belt of Malekith's buttocks, shining with a strange light. No dash. The Dark Elf Lord's perception is not very reliable, but the reaction is not bad at all. At the last moment, he managed to control the ether particle and slapped the black hole gravitational grenade hanging on the back of his waist forcibly tore off, and threw it into the distance. It's just that the movement is a little bit slower. With a flash of blood, Malekith's screams resounded throughout the world. Miss Jane in the distance was first surprised to see her lover disappear, and then watched helplessly as the incomparably vicious leader of the Dark Elves was killed by a right arm. Forcibly involved in the vortex, disappeared without a trace. And a striking fountain of blood spurted out from the wound on his shoulder. At this very moment, the Earth, who is not known how many light years away, in a certain bat cave in Gotham City, a black alien arm just appeared out of thin air, and fell in front of Master Bat with a snap. Uncle Bruce Wayne looked at this arm very painfully. For a moment, he almost thought that he had hit the window, but he saw the live news from London again. The strange scene of the 9 worlds overlapping over there attracted the attention. Helicopter news reporters broadcast live. The temptation of the military is also indispensable. Malekith here thought that Kratos had died far away and would not be able to return for a while, so he immediately realized that he was wrong. In just one breath, he was stabbed 8 times in the back. If it wasn't for him knowing that he was definitely not the one who attacked him, America's criminal police came here in minutes, and the cause of his death was determined to be 8 knives in the back suicide. Enduring the severe pain, this time Malekith brought back the power of more ether particles, and the destructive storm brought by the red tide of particles swept behind him. There was a loud explosion, and the hundreds of square meters of ground behind him seemed to have been blasted by a volley of large-caliber mortar companies, and it was instantly potholed and disfigured. Yet he still missed. Only the light of the knife, but no figure. In less than a second, the knife light came again. Malekith's poor perception ability made him not even realize that the knife light fell from his left shoulder. Another heart-piercing scream. This time his hand was not torn off by a space rift, but was cut off by Chi-Chi by the magic knife of Hector in Troy Twin Stars. He has the potential to become a human stick, no, a black leather stick. But as a boss who is still ranked high in the history of Marvel, his fierceness is unmatched. With all his arms lost, he still had the strength to fight back desperately. Others only saw as many crimson ether particles, as many as 10 standard swimming pools ejected from him, not only sprayed in all directions, but also many particle tides disappeared in midair as if for no reason. They did not disappear, but invaded every country in the 9 realms: Asgard, Earth, Jotunheim. Rainbow Bridge was in emergency, and the sirens in Shield were beeping. After seeing the ominous cloud of red tentacles and blood in the sky, all the existences in the world screamed in panic. Malekith was ruthless, not only filling all the gaps in the space around his body, he was absolutely determined to destroy the 9 realms together. At this time, Diana, Penthesilea, and Fulla charged once with all their strength in a car, but they didn't make it past. Even the tragedy of Troy was bombarded with potholes, which is a typical hardware failure. It doesn't have such a thick skin, and it can't bear the raging waves of ether particles at all. As a last resort, Penthesilea could only rein in the horse's reins, and turn the horse's head to swim. At this critical moment when the survival of the 9 kingdoms was on the line, Ange finally released his trump card Brother Hammer. Brother Hammer got lost, not lost. This guy is separated from his own hammer or personal hammer, and because of this, he lost the ability to fly. Thor can't fly without the hammer. When Ange found this guy based on the space coordinates that were secretly placed on him, he was queuing up to take the subway in London, just because he had to find a way to get to the place closest to the space portal. How dare you letter? If I don't come, how will you go back? Heimdall, no, Heimdall was temporarily suspended by my father, maybe I will stuff myself into a cannon and beat myself back. Ange was completely speechless, at least he opened a portal, please. Brother Hammer retrieved his hammer without hesitation, and continued to fight Malekith. It is true that Ange himself can lead the charge. But it feels like a waste to leave such a big hammer unused. Thus, there was a picture of Brother Hammer suddenly returning, and then charging against the particle frenzy. This scene is really spectacular. The monstrous crimson particles are like the flood discharge of the Three Gorges Dam, and tens of thousands of tons of terrifying fluid poured down. Brother Hammer resolutely, with the body of a god, braved this earth-shattering scarlet tide and went retrograde. 500 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 meters. 8 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Every step forward, Thor felt that the shocking impact he was enduring would be doubled. At first it was like lifting a small car, but by the end it felt like the entire Rocky Mountains were on top of him. However, it was worthwhile for him to carry forward tragically. Just in the last 3 meters, the big bald head following him finally flashed out. That incomparably bright golden light, even the existences in the 9 great kingdoms, can clearly see it through the several kilometers wide teleportation opening. One knife light chills the 9 worlds. The head fell to the ground and the world was quiet. Malekith death. Chapter 164. Adaptability, 2 more. The black head entwined with the strange white hair flew high, and it was clearly the last day of death, but Malekith was still faithfully fulfilling his duties as a villain. The ether cannot be destroyed by. Speaks the head hovering in the air. Ange didn't talk nonsense with him, and quickly threw Hector, which made Malekith's brain open. I can't solve the problem, can't I also solve the guy who caused the problem? Aang's voice was full of sarcasm. In front of a top 6th child, whether the opponent wants to open his mind, or split up, he can arrange it clearly and transparently, physically. Of course, the 6th child is not so easy to be. If one is not good, receiving the head becomes giving away the head. Brother Hammer being the MT in the front is of course the key. For the last knife, if Aang didn't have the elementary Styx body, plus lava armor, and his various resistances are not weak, the moment he dodged out, he would be human. It's gone. Without the power of Reality Gem, the violent wave of red particles dissipated faster than when it came. The portal that opened the 9 worlds also quickly closed. This catastrophe is finally over. At this time. Kratos, aren't you bald? Brother Hammer's expression at this time was very exciting. Aang was taken aback for a moment, only to realize that there was nothing wrong with his body, except that a small part of Kuei's leather case was broken. The left chest, left arm, left cheek, and the corner of the left forehead that he carried in front of him were all shattered under the impact of the mad flow of ether particles, revealing half of his face and a conspicuous bunch of black hair. Aang covered half of his face in pain. You are the bald man. I wish you to become fat, ugly, and bald in the future. Dealing with Han, you can't understand it by beating around the bush and cursing others. Only a straightforward counterattack can let him know your dissatisfaction. Anger retorted on the spot, but the polite Hammer immediately apologized. I don't know. Sorry. In the United States, not every superhero is Tony Stark or Steve Rogers, who can disclose his identity. If you don't keep your identity secret, you may lose your freedom. Miss Jane saw the end of the battle, Fart Dian Pidian ran over to help explain, which was regarded as helping Nge out of the siege. Oh. That's it? Brother Hammer acted as if I understood. Nge dared to bet 50 cents, this guy must not understand. Forget it, Miss Jane will talk to him later. It was just Nge's next move that made Brother Hammer a little nervous. Hoo. The wind howled, and the ether particles that had begun to dissipate gathered together again, and gathered in Nge's hands like a river entering the sea. The whole process took only 5 or 6 seconds, whether it was fast or slow. If another person does this action, Brother Hammer might just hit him in the face with a meow hammer. Nge didn't hide the slightest bit, and did all this very frankly. Reality Gem is very particular about the user's imagination and spatial thinking, and has very high requirements for the user's comprehensive quality. Guys with too low intelligence really can't play. Nge managed it very easily. Immediately, in front of everyone, the huge tide of ether particles calmed down, and finally turned into a very bright red gemstone. Here. Nge casually tossed it into Brother Hammer's hand. You, just give it to me. Brother Hammer was a little confused. Nge shrugged, otherwise. Earth has enough troubles, and I don't want to start a war with Asgard for no reason. Okay, I'll tell my father. Yes. Be careful, Collector, that guy is an agent of a dark devil. After finishing speaking, Nge turned around and left, and a word floated from a distance, I took the black spaceship as a trophy. Don't worry, it won't be used against Asgard. In Thor's eyes, a dark elf space mothership is nothing compared to the precious but extremely dangerous ether particle. Anger's free and easy attitude made Thor very fond of him. Hey. Dude, next time I will drink with you until I get drunk. Nge threw a backhand and threw a space coordinate transmitter to Thor. We'll talk about it after you've settled your father. Nge jumped onto the golden chariot and quickly drove into the cross-shaped black mothership. Looking at his leaving back and looking at the gold carving in his hand, Brother Chewie felt a little disappointed. Jane Foster went up and gently held his big hand. Fortunately, everything is over. It's over? No. Thor turned his head, showing a wry smile. I want to send Loki's body back for burial, and then make atonement to my father. Atonement. I have done so many things on my own, even though my original intention was to save Asgard from the flames of war, I still betrayed my father's royal order. If I really want to pursue it, I have committed treason. Miss Jane's face suddenly collapsed. No, you can't. Looking at the grief-stricken Jane, Thor's heart was broken, and he said helplessly, sorry, this is my duty. I can't avoid it. On the other side, the departing Wonder Woman noticed Thor's change. Nge couldn't help complaining, it's okay, this is an 8 o'clock soap opera, and no one can die. Compared with Hammer, Rocky, and Miss Jane's drama, Anger is more excited about the next spoils. The chariot flew into the open gate, and Nge immediately saw the Canary sisters waiting here, and then the dark elves who looked like silkworm babies and were tied into rice dumplings with spider silk came into view. Gwen did not break in at the same time as them. She sneaked into the bridge from another route and controlled the pilot in advance. Without saying a word, Nge slaughtered them with a knife. This scene made Gwen have a toothache. She doesn't like killing people very much, but the dark elves are not human. When she thinks of this, she is relieved. Not surprisingly, Nge got what he wanted. Combining the addition of spicy chicken shreds, Nge's current attributes become Constitution 381, Dexterity 168, Strength 333, Intelligence 88, Perception 126, Will 198. Different from the big gift package of Algrim, the attribute of spicy chicken shreds is really not strong. It only gave Eng a slight bonus in terms of intelligence, perception, and will, and the result is that Eng is now serious. The hexagonal legend: if you don't look at the high-level values, you will almost become a mentally handicapped muscular man. As for the skills, I first gave Dark Vision LV22 and Dark Resistance LV11, which are not very useful. The highlight is at the end. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained Adaptability LV30. This is the prompt that made Eng's heart beat 200 beats per minute. Instinctively, Eng realized that the string of question marks should be the 4 words infinite gems. Chapter 165. This is it? 3 more. Eng will never forget what happened to the 3 bosses who snapped their fingers with infinity gloves. As strong as Thanos, after snapping his fingers twice, half of his body was scorched and almost died. The Hulk with the highest physical strength in the unit universe snapped his fingers, and his right arm was burned and his body was severely injured. For the sake of the world, Tony put on the Infinity Gauntlet, snapped the finger that determined the fate of the world, and killed Thanos and his men, but the price was his life. Travelers have long concluded the rule: snapping the fingers determines the result according to the user's thoughts, and snapping the fingers requires a strong body and endurance to withstand the gamma-ray backlash of the infinite gems. Normally speaking, everyone who has used the Infinity Gem has to bear its backlash. Eng is definitely stuck with a bug. Strictly speaking, he didn't use Reality Gem just now, but cancelled the order that Reality Gem had started to execute. The idea of turning the 9 realms into a world of darkness was brought to fruition by Malekith using the Reality Stone. Eng killed the spicy chicken and robbed his soul, which in disguise allowed Eng to gain the experience of using Reality Gem at no cost. This is invaluable adaptability. It means that if Eng uses infinite gems in the future, he can get started at a lower price. This is too critical. In comparison, killing the black-piloted pilot and gaining control of the mothership is no longer the point. Of course, Gwen and the others were also curious about what Eng would do with the ship. Who knew? NGE started directly, and issued orders one by one, keeping the girls busy. Not long after, in front of Brother Hammer and Miss Jane, this huge dark elf mothership turned transparent again, and immediately blew wild sand all over the sky, and quickly rose to the sky. In less than a minute, it completely left Thor's perception range. Let's go back. What happened next in Asgardry was quite bloody. Not only did Loki not die, but he also made a fool of Odin. He used illusion to disguise himself as Odin and became the king of gods. On the restored throne, that Odin seemed majestic, and he killed Malekith, who caused trouble. He was once again the well-deserved lord of the 9 realms. At this moment, Thor really didn't realize that this majestic old father was actually his oversmart younger brother Loki pretending to be. Thor seriously informed Loki's death, and then said that he could not be the king of Asgard, but he was willing to continue to work hard for the Order of the 9 Realms. When Thor decided to abandon the throne, he received a blessing from his father. "Thank you, father." Thor turned away contentedly. It wasn't until he stepped out of the Asgard that the one on the throne showed his real body. Smug Loki smiled evilly. "No, I'm the one thanking you." As a result, Brother Hammer and Miss Jane were once again separated into 2 worlds. Jane Foster, who returned to Earth, didn't know how to face her good friend Eric, Assistant Daisy, and Assistant's assistant Ian. "I told him. I don't know what to say. He's going back to Asgard, but he's committed treason. I don't know anything about him now, whether his father has angered him, or how to punish him. I don't know anything." Miss Jeon was really helpless and mad. Reason told her that she had better find another man. But after dating a true god, it was difficult for her to adjust her mentality and descend into the mortal world again. This is a mess. At this moment, Miss Jane suddenly realized, wait. Did the surnamed Wayne say something? I left for more than a month and did nothing. I didn't even give a decent report to the benefactor. It seems inappropriate. Daisy rolled her eyes. You also know that you look like a liar who cheats money. Ian spoke up, this month's basic research funding has been paid to your account on time. It's $500,000, not a penny. Don't look at the sponsorship contract signed by Anger and Jane is very big. There is a difference, ordinary daily expenses of $500,000 per month, and research expenses required for special research. The latter requires Jane to submit a report and then approve it. Please. I was hit by something ether particle, and I almost died. Jane was a little crazy, damn. I have to say something. In front of her friends, she called Ange, Mr. Wayne, I'm sorry to be away for so long. I've been missing for a while because of a big event. On the other end of the video call, Ange was wearing a suit on his upper body, looking serious, but there seemed to be a high-tech helmet or the top of the mask shaking on his lower abdomen, only a small piece, and the camera couldn't see it clearly. It's okay, I heard what Kurto said about it, you did a good job. Next, it depends on your research direction. I'm busy, let's chat. After that, Anger cut off the video call involuntarily. I have passed the test. Miss Jeon asked the people around her uncertainly. Is right. Daisy was not sure either. Ange is actually really busy here. After obtaining the Dark Elf's cross-space mothership, he became obsessed with the research topic of maintenance and maintenance of alien spacecraft engines. After months of continuous testing, he was basically sure that the alien engine was really powerful. Alien spacecraft is not picky about fuel. It can absorb solar energy as energy, and it doesn't reject the Earth's special fuel for direct injection in the cylinder. As far as the engine on the Earth is concerned, if you do not pay attention to maintenance, letting a large amount of unclean fuel into the cylinder will easily cause carbon deposits, and it is even more likely to cause the carbon base of the engine to split. The alien ship is different. Not only can it slam the accelerator and accelerate to the limit in an instant, but it is also durable and clean as new. Ange felt a little fond of putting it down. On this day, when Ange was conducting another daily test on the alien engine, he suddenly received a signal from Asgard. In a wilderness in Ohio, USA, Ange, wearing a brand new Koi leather case, waited for the light of the Rainbow Bridge. A fit female figure and a burly male figure appeared from the seven-colored rainbow light at the same time. Yo, long time no see, Kratos. Looking at Sif, Ange was surprised, but not so surprised. After all, in the original history, Tormund ran away all over the world, Loki was in power, and only Sif and the three warriors of Asgard were able to deal with the remaining mess. Yes. Ange just finished answering casually, when Sif came up, opened the palm of his right hand, and put a box in his hand. Wait. This is ether particle. At this moment, Ange suddenly felt the goddess of fate playing tricks on him. Chapter 166 Borrowing Wine to Relieve Sorrow. Marvel and DC Universe are worlds where one mountain is higher than another. Even if it was Thor who seized his body when he crossed, there are many perverts above his strength. Ange can be the sixth child and play tricks in front of opponents at the same level, but he will never arrogantly think that mastering history is mastering the future. After all, he has a system, at best he has potential. It takes time, effort, and opportunity to transform potential into combat power. That's right, he did tell Thor that this thing cannot be handed over to the collector. He never thought that the Asgard executives would put this thing directly into his hands in the end. Others were a little confused. Aren't you going to give it to the collector? Why does it have to be him? Sif's eyes fluttered, looking at this human hero who protected Thor and successfully killed Malekith. She found it very funny, Since universal Rubik's Cube and ether particle, if it cannot be put together, Asgard must dispose of it and put it in a relatively safe place. Collector is just that he has a good reputation and is one of our investigation objects. Vorstag spoke, his buzzing voice was a bit like a drum. You and Thor fought against the Chitauri together, and you are a great hero on Earth. You also killed Malekith yourself, and put ether particle handed over to Thor. Although Thor is not here now, he agreed with the four of us before he left that you will keep the ether particle to ensure that it will not be abused. This is an infinite gem. Anj always thought that the Asgardians were arrogant and conceited, but now it seems that they are still kind of cute. As everyone knows, his startled reaction became sincere in the eyes of Sif and Vestag. Obviously Kratos really never thought of occupying the ether particle. Sif held Aang's hand with both hands and helped him close it. We all believe that only a great hero like Ni can ensure that it is not abused. Okay. I swear. Aanger's swear is sincere. After all, reality gem is as powerful as it is powerful, and not everyone can afford it. There is no power gem or space gem to help it supply energy. As long as the application range of this thing is a little wider than imagined, it can easily drain Anj dry. A mere half-god battery is really not enough for reality gem to squeeze for 3 seconds. If Anger abused it, Anger would not even use it. His sincere eyes in awe fell on the eyes of the two Asgardians, making them more confident. Okay, business is done. Don't you buy us a drink? Sif has a subtle expression on her face. Is this cunning? Is it an invitation? Or is it a temptation? Anj didn't know. Especially after Vestige said, "Hey, Kratos, don't try to send us away with ordinary wine. You don't want to lose the reputation of the gods of Olympus." This rough guy raised this reception to an outrageous height. Losing is not losing. To deal with the Asgardians, either use a fist the size of a jar, or use a barrel of the same size. Anj grinned, "Come with me." Leading the two of them across the portal, a group of people came to a large and bright basement. Where is this? If it weren't for the life and death friendship between Kratos and Thor, who fought side by side, Vestag would probably have picked up his big axe. Anj smiled mysteriously, "Please wait a moment." I saw him walk into a communicator by the door and say a few words into the video phone. Not long after, a handsome old butler in a black tuxedo appeared at the door of the basement. He bowed deeply to the two visitors with impeccable etiquette. "The identity of my young master is a very important secret. Please forgive me, two distinguished guests. According to the young master's proposal, I think it would be more appropriate to take the two of you directly to the wine cellar." Wine cellar? Vestag's eyes lit up when he heard it. Following the old housekeeper around, the group soon came to an extremely exaggerated wine cellar. This wine cellar is so big that it can fit a Boeing 767 airliner. As far as the eye can see, there are rows of large oak barrels in the distance that can put the whole person of Vestige in. Nearby are wine showrooms with different decoration styles. For example, the recent one, placed on the wooden grill wall, is hundreds of bottles of sealed glass bottles of wine. A little further away, there are bottles of crystal clear brandy. Further outside is vodka, storage room. The three of them, led by the butler, sat on the central high platform surrounded by an unknown number of wine cellars. This feeling is very wonderful, like a wine king is inspecting his territory, and the subjects in each territory offer their most precious wine as a tribute. My God! You're such a great place. Vestag made a happy sound like a mouse falling into a rice bowl. Even Sif shed tears of emotion from the corner of her mouth. When the two Asgardians went to the supermarket to sweep the goods, and brought more than a dozen bottles of different good wines to the dining table on the high platform, the first batch of appetizers had already been brought out by the old housekeeper in a small dining cart. A standing kitchen is able to meet the needs of the host and guests in the shortest possible time. Sif squinted her eyes halfway, looking at Anj curiously. She claims that no one knows what a banquet is like than the Asgardians, and she knows that these wines are not affordable for ordinary families. Although the style is different from that produced by Xiangong, the two tasted delicious food right away, and the wine was top quality wine. After drinking for 3 rounds, Sif's eyes were a bit blurred, and she hooked Angie's neck readily, happy. By the way, you know that we are uncomfortable when we encounter bad things, so you help us to drink away our sorrows. I don't know, but I can guess it by looking at your faces. Nge smiled and clinked glasses with Sif, and blew a large bottle of brandy directly. Borrowing wine to relieve sorrow is different from borrowing wine to relieve sorrow. Drinking too much, Sif also started talking. Odin has gone crazy recently. He has gone crazy for some reason, punished Heimdall, and masturbated a lot of people. At the main entrance of the mansion more than 10 meters above their heads, Master Bruce Wayne came back with a beautiful girl in each hand. Although the appearance and figure of these two girls are about 70% to 80% higher than that of the widow's sister, they are still rare and superb. Bruce was very happy tonight, but when he came back, he found that the old butler was not there. He was stunned. Where's Alfred? A maid said, Mr. Pennyworth is helping to greet Master Wayne's guests in the wine cellar. Master Bruce's facial muscles and right eyelid twitched wildly at the same time. All the good mood tonight was gone. As soon as the newly caught girl was settled, Bruce saw the old butler Alfred come out. Wait. How much of my collection did that drink? 3 bottles of Henry IV Grande Champagne Cognac are missing. After the old butler reported the number with a smile, the master felt that he had a little bit of myocardial infarction. Although the 8-figure check that the old housekeeper took out immediately comforted him somewhat, he still felt a sense of sadness. Is it a matter of money? This is my fate. Chapter 167 An Unexpected Encounter. The head is so heavy. Well, this dumpling feels good. It's just that, when Ange woke up, he realized something was wrong. Nima, why am I hugging Sif? Everyone's clothes are still there, but you just hug them, you don't have to wash them. Ah no, because of that idiot Movistag who hugged my thighs. Well, it can also be washed, into maroon. Ange finally woke up from the fragmented state, tried hard to search for the fragments of memory, and finally managed to remember that last night, someone suggested that they go to take a bath in the barrel together. Then the 3 idiots didn't drown in that 1,000-liter wine barrel. It can only be said that they are real demigods. Ange thought that his 300-point physique couldn't handle it, and he could imagine how crazy he was drinking last night. Noticing that the heartbeat of the girl in his arms began to speed up, and could only continue to pretend, he pushed Sif away according to his hangover feeling, and then hugged Vistag's head. Vomit. It tastes good, vomit, what the is this? All 3 of them woke up now. The 3 drunkards looked at each other's embarrassed prodigal son. They were collectively dazed at first, and then laughed wildly together. Ah! What are you like? Don't you also have this virtue? Don't laugh at anyone. After a lot of fuss, Ange called Alfred to prepare them for washing and changing clothes. The 2 refused and chose to go back directly. Ange first opened the portal and took them to a remote desert, and then called the Rainbow Bridge. Kratos. Thank you this time. I feel much better. Sif thanked sincerely. It's okay, if one day, Asgard can't get along, then come to Earth. Anger made a pun. Earth is my home, and my home is quite big. Sif froze for a moment, then smiled. Okay. The 2 Asgardians disappeared in a rainbow of light, and Ange returned to Wayne's old house. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered, I saw Master Bruce with a dark face like a bat, who was obviously not wearing a bat mask. Did you have a good time with your friends last night? No, hello. Before Ange lost consciousness, he clearly felt that his cheap father was showing his strength, and he just scolded and said something. Bruce's handsome face showed resentment and helplessness. It was he himself who gave up 18 years of education, and now he raised such a rebellious son. It can be said that he has brought it on himself. Man. When I was young, I didn't think that I would have retribution. Did you know that some wines have been stored for more than 200 years? The master suppressed his sullenness. It's just right to greet those old friends who are thousands of years old. Ange put his hands in his pockets, his face full of invincibility. Bruce was choked on the spot, and now Master Wei is in such a contradictory situation where he doesn't recognize his old man, but he can't beat his own traitor. Seeing that he had almost molested Ye Daddy, Ange smiled mysteriously. Don't worry. I still respect the old. I know what you like more. Master Bruce made a straight face. Those who defend justice will not be influenced by selfish desires. Really? Anger raised his brows. What if it's a complete Kryptonian landing ship? Master Bat petrified on the spot. He got a dilapidated version, and recently he has been painstakingly studying the materials of the Kryptonian spacecraft. But a broken spaceship, how can there be a complete version? Master even thought on the spot, if this mysterious disobedient person is willing to throw the boat so simply, does he have something better? However, the master cannot refuse such a great gift. So his expression is wonderful. Behind the father and son came the old butler's chuckle. Sensing the gazes from the two father and son, the old butler tried his best to raise his face. Master, I don't want to get involved in your family affairs. But it's been so long. Since it has been proved that the young master is not the villain you imagined, why don't you be frank? What time? Yes. Ange showed a bewildered, people, beaten, smile. My dear old man, why don't you accept Anglewain's kindness frankly? Ange turned his head and winked at the old butler. Alfred, give me an address, and I will deliver the things. Yes, master. The old butler bowed standardly. Bruce is very angry, but what can he say? My closest and most trusted old butler has chosen to be loyal to the Wayne family blood. A hero who he doesn't like but has great abilities ignores his opinion and goes his own way. Master felt that he was emptied, but not completely emptied. This is a bit lost. However, since Ange doesn't care about his wild father's high technology, he doesn't have to force himself to accept his wild father's set of justice without killing, and naturally he doesn't care about his wild father's feelings. Ange slapped his and ran away in a cool way. However, he didn't know how exaggerated the gust of wind was caused by the butterfly he was passing through. The metropolis of New York, now with someone taking the lead in injecting capital, many consortiums are spending money to rebuild. It seems to be alive again. Louise Lane returned to normal life, very careful despite her assurances from director of SHIELD and beyond that no spies were watching her. On this day, she had a rare date with Clark. That is, a very common shopping between male and female friends to be precise. She went shopping, and then asked the wooden man-like boyfriend to help unscrew the bag. After all, there is nothing in the mall that Clark is interested in. Even if he is an imposing Superman, but in reality he is a straight dog, there is no problem. In the past when shopping, Clark always kept his eyes fixed, but today he was actually staring at a woman. This is simply an unprecedented rarity. Louis has a little temper and feels that this is the biggest challenge for her as a girlfriend. Is that woman pretty? De Chow leaned over and whispered, it's not a question of whether it looks good or not. I once blasted her into a 200-foot-high chimney, then crashed into a fast food restaurant, and then had a big fight in a town. She even demolished it. 3 fighter jets, 4 gunships shot down. Louis has never been an idiot, and she knew who the other party was after the first half of the hearing. The Kryptonian who had fought Superman for 300 rounds and turned the world upside down. A Kryptonian invader who nearly destroyed the Earth is now buying clothes in a women's clothing store? Still not wearing a Kryptonian air mask? She wouldn't believe it if it was Louise. Her voice trembled slightly. "Clark, will you admit your mistake? Please, I won't forget the woman who threw my head 6 feet into the ground." Just at this time, Fulla, who was twisting her body left and right in front of the fitting mirror, saw Dachau in the distance from the mirror. She turned her head and showed an awkward yet polite smile. "Hi. Is she greeting us?" Big Superman was dumbfounded. "It seems, yes." Louise's voice sounded like a whisper. 3 minutes later, Fulla, carrying a large and small bag in her hand, walked up to Dachau and his wife in embarrassment, and whispered, "I don't want to start a war. Besides, I am Kratos's person now." "Ah!" the couple exclaimed softly. Chapter 168 Full Favorability. Kratos, this name now has a kind of magical power. If it were someone else, Dachau and Louise would not believe it, but Kratos. In their concept, as a superpower who can enter and exit anywhere in the world through the portal, he surrendered Fulla, which is really true, not unusual. Take a look at Fulla. She used to be dressed in a black battle suit, as if she was an eternal war machine. Now she is wearing a short black leather jacket, a white dress, and delicate heart-shaped diamond earrings and necklace. Can't see the smell from before. Who would have thought that such a beauty would almost destroy the earth with General Zod? Louis thought of something, suddenly a little nervous, lowered her voice. "Well, compared to this, I am more concerned about whether you have paid the bill just now." Fulla blinked. "What is payment?" Louis raised her forehead. Don't you know what payment is? The Earth is different from Krypton. Our supplies here are not distributed according to needs. We need something called currency in exchange for what we want. Kryptonians are set with various occupational identities before they are born. When they are engaged in their own work, all production materials and consumables are uniformly allocated by the ruler. Dachau looked at Fulla's handful of brand-name bags, and his heart was already bleeding. The honest Dachau is already mentally prepared for a hemorrhage, and he will help Fulla to advance the money first to avoid a big mess. What the couple didn't expect was that Fulla was stunned for a moment, and then took out a black gold credit card. Kratos said that I can take whatever I want directly, or ask the clerk to give advice. When they want to check out, give this card to the other party, and then sign my name at the signature place. At this moment, the expressions of the couple are wonderful. It's like the No. 003 fishing boat of the florist has more than 80,000 tons, and then there are 50,000 tons left. It's also like the official soundtrack of the 10,000 ton large drive is Let's Swing the Oars. Dare to love your high-speed rail without a backrest, and the 10,000 ton giant ship relies on oars, right? Dare to fall in love. A handsome young man who just graduated from college is on a blind date with a 60-year-old little fairy who is worth hundreds of millions, right? Outrageous. It's outrageous. Louis suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, and secretly elbowed Clark's left rib. "Look at me." Dachau was struggling. Clark, a law-abiding and good citizen, aside from his Superman identity, is just a reporter, a standard salary man. How can he get a black card that can spend unlimited money? Louis said, "Miss AO, if it's convenient, can you find a place to chat?" Fulla had a tangled face. "It's not too late, I'm afraid Kratos will be angry." The sharp-eyed Louise has the intuition of being a famous reporter, and she immediately realized, Fulla should be very afraid of Kratos, but why every time he is mentioned, Fulla secretly clamps her legs and rubs unconsciously? A group of 3 people came to the private room of a high-end cafe and sat down separately. "Excuse me, are you on Earth's side now?" Louise asked her most concerned question. "That's right." Fulla's face was distressed, and the sense of helplessness and contradiction completely fell into the eyes of the 2 people on the opposite side. "Oh, I was surrendered by Kratos in a certain way." Surrender? The word surprised Louise. Fulla had a bitter face, resting her cheeks, Her right hand seemed to be unconsciously stirring the small spoon in the coffee cup. I am a fighting Kryptonian. My only mission was to fight for Krypton. Losing to Kratos in the battle, I kept resisting, being knocked down, and resurrected, resisting, knocking down, and resurrecting again. Until I finally gave up and surrendered. It is obvious that the Superman couple misunderstood the meaning of resurrection and thought it was some kind of treatment. However, Dacheo, who has learned a lot of Kryptonian consultations from his father, knows very well that the only thing that can convince a fighting Kryptonian is his fist. Fula was able to wake up. Dachau secretly breathed a sigh of relief. General Zod was killed by you, Al. I lost the last chance to revive my home planet. I don't know what I should do, what else I can do. Now Kratos asks me to atone for my sins and help defend the Earth. And prohibition I use superhuman powers, harm humans at will, and let me learn the human way of life, and get along with other superheroes on the Earth as much as possible. Fula spread her hands. Lewis hesitated for a moment, but still asked, in addition to the superior-subordinate relationship between you and Kratos, there is also. Fula was a little distressed at not knowing what to use to describe that primitive reproductive behavior. She glanced at the two people interlocking their fingers on the table, and used an inappropriate metaphor. Probably, it's similar to you. And is there anything to ask? No more. Louise said first. Dacheo showed a gentle smile, and he stretched out his right hand. It's okay, we stopped you, firstly because of curiosity, secondly, I really don't want to fight with my remaining compatriots. If possible, I hope we can become friends. Friend. Fula was quite awkward, and with reluctance, she shook hands with Dacheo lightly, and finally she couldn't sit still. I'm leaving first. I still have a lot of things to buy. After saying that, she ran away in a hurry. Obviously she was not used to this kind of communication between fellow villagers. What do you think? Dachau asked his girlfriend. It doesn't look like acting. She is not good at hiding her emotions. I have too many doubts about Fula's change of sides. Received a positive reply from his girlfriend. Dachau breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Anyway, I'm glad that my compatriots are still alive, and I'm even happier that I don't need to fight to the death with my compatriots. I am grateful to Kratos from the bottom of my heart. Dachau is a very kind-hearted man. Rao is as vicious and brutal as General Zod. If he hadn't tried to shoot innocent children with retnazer in front of Dachau, Dachau would not have killed innocent children in the end. In fact, when Zod was killed, Dachau burst into tears on the spot. There are compatriots on one side, and his favorite Earthlings on the other, and Dachau, who is not human, is sandwiched in the middle. After the second New York attack, he couldn't sleep well for many nights. Endless pain ate away at his kind heart. A compatriot and former enemy Tiao loyal minister, this made Dachau's heart suddenly see the blue sky through the clouds and mists, and I don't know how much healed. As a female reporter with a high IQ, Louise has a natural keen sense of shady scenes and the truth, and she instinctively feels that there are many tricks. But she was on Dachau's side after all. Since Fula didn't say anything, Louise was more willing to believe it. This is the so-called fact. Just like that, a complete accident unintentionally made Ange gain a lot of favorability with Dacheo. Chapter 169 Blocking by Public Opinion. Ange heard about this when he was researching Fula's new Victoria's Secret suit. After hearing this, Ange was stunned for a while before asking Fula to review the game word by word. Fula timidly, did I do something wrong? No. You did a good job. Angus smiled. In this life, the battle of Batman versus Superman, I'm afraid it won't be a fight. Based on the relationship between Angie, Bat Daddy, and Dachau, it is really difficult for a certain golden retriever to win the fire. Ange laughed just thinking about it. Tonight, it was rare for Ange to be gentle. Who knew that Fula actually said, here, "Master, you can actually use a little more force. Really deserves to be in Europe and the United States." Eng remembered that there was a stock before, and now it can be changed. A real man should be an alien. Days passed by, and when Eng was bored, he finally received the news that a certain neurosurgeon had a car accident. Ahem. It's not that Eng is gloating, but for the future Doctor Strange, Stephen Strange, this is the beginning of his new life. Hadn't been flying off a cliff in a car accident, Mr. Strange might have been a vampire like Doctor all his life. Conceit, smugness, disobedience, all the bad habits that old American elites often have, he has all of them. Because of his car accident, his hands were disabled due to surgery, so he had to go to the doctor due to illness, and finally went to Karmataj in Nepal to start his second career as a Dharma master. Unfortunately, according to history, Stephen will have to toss for a while before visiting the ancient god. Eng just received the news again, and the golden retriever who slammed into the fire appeared. In the past, Eng would have been troubled by two major events starting at the same time, and would even lose sight of the other. Now it's different. Knowing that this is the fusion universe of Marvel and DC, Angle has long been ready to be a time management master. On the one hand, Anger sent a black canary to sponsor Dr. Stephen, who was in despair. Of course, this was not out of malice, and it had nothing to do with good intentions. It was purely to let him know that in his life, scientific the end is metaphysics. Question: studying medicine can't save. Ahem. Anyway, modern medicine on the earth cannot cure his hands. Eng selectively ignored that he could manipulate the energy obtained from the witch to provide the human body with recovery ability, and even forgot what spider serum, lizard factor, and other things he could provide that could repair nerves. Anyway, he is secretly doing good deeds to make Stephen Strange despair, so hurry up and become a judge. On the other hand, also because of the intervention of a certain traveler, Dacheo's arena environment is very different from the history. Historically, the battle between Dacheo and Zed was shattering, killing thousands of people in New York. You know, China is a country that allows trains to pass through buildings, while Laomei is a country that allows airplanes to pass through buildings. Because of a plane crossing, the Angry Eagle Sauce launched the war in Afghanistan. The death of these thousands of people, coupled with the guidance of public opinion, at least 10 million people directed their anger at Dachau. This made Superman feel helpless and painful. After all, it was the destruction and death that his compatriots brought to the people on Earth. Responding to his call, he attended a trial-style hearing like a prisoner. But in this fusion world, the battle between Dacheo and Zed caused a bit drizzle. Don't look at Dachau from New York to Gotham, and then back to New York. The places where he fought with Zed and his gang were mostly ruins that had been destroyed by the Chitauri before, which made the loss of human life and property in this battle nothing compared to the First New York War. If Zed came first and the Chitauri followed, it is estimated that the public opinion environment that Dachau would have to face would be much worse. After the reverse. Well, the only thing that can suppress a headline is another headline. I'm really not satirizing a teacher who hasn't been able to grab the headlines for thousands of years. If you have to say who is under the most severe pressure in this continuous storm, it may be director Nick Fury. It was Nick who advocated the research and development of Cosmic Rubik's Cube, Space Gem. Well, something happened to the Rubik's Cube, which attracted two groups of aliens. We are ready to accept war from a higher civilization. Whether the Earth is ready or not, this matter is full of debate among the senior leaders of the United States. Obviously, Nick and SHIELD are going to fight the pressure game. In such a turmoil, Miss Louise Lane easily discovered the problem. She found her boyfriend. Honey, someone seems to be hyping up remarks that are not good for Superman. Is it serious? How should I put it? It's very complicated. Some people seem to want to hype, but another powerful force is clearing up related remarks. Both sides are the kind of top-level giants who have spent a lot of money and manpower to duel in secret. It's just that the side that favors Superman seems to have the upper hand. De Chow frowned. Who is helping me? Lewis sighed, I don't know. I'm just a little reporter. Unbeknownst to them, Lex Luthor is throwing a fit. As the son of the founder of the top Chable Luthor group, although Lex is smart, his personality is very complicated. With both wealth and status, he can already be regarded as a top elite standing at the pinnacle of human society. However, such a man has always believed that the existence of superhuman beings is the greatest threat to human survival. No matter how many good deeds Superman has, he can't change his original misinterpretation of Superman. He always believes that Superman has an ulterior purpose. As a result, Luthor kept using his intelligence, social status, and interpersonal relationships to oppose Superman. Only this time he met his opponent. What's the matter? Can't the draft be released? Lex was very angry. His secretary had a bitter face. Yes, we had made an agreement with the major TV stations, but the related programs and interviews were cancelled by the higher UPS. Could it be that President Ellis is doing something secretly? The secretary whispered. Lex is extremely smart. No. Mr. President won't be so idle, and he doesn't have this ability. The person who opposes me will only be the Chable. It is similar to the Luthor group. No, it is still above the Luthor group. As the rich second generation, his family background is quite good. It's a pity that he is only the second generation, and there is a clear gap with the helm of traditional giants. He immediately thought of the key point. Just then, there was a sudden bang. A sharp arrow shot through the bulletproof glass of his house, and the arrow flew past his neck. P.S. In the past 2 days, the author has a cold. Chapter 170 Real Business War. Lex Luthor was cut in the neck by an arrow. The bright red blood soaked through his pure white suit, making him look extremely terrifying. He was somewhat frightened, and he took 3 steps back and sat down on a chair. Everything happened so suddenly, it took a full second for his beautiful Asian secretary and bodyguard codenamed Benevolence to react. She swooped over, blocked the outward direction with her body, took out a handkerchief and pressed Lex's neck with one hand, and made an emergency call with the other. For a while, Lex's villa was in chaos. 2 hours later, a certain military hospital. Lex Luthor was lying peacefully on the hospital bed, with almost no trace of blood on his already fair face. Looking at his female secretary Benevolence, Lex's pale lips parted. Say it, no matter how bad the news is, I can accept it. Benevolence, she flicked her drooping bangs, but she didn't look well. It was obvious that she had neglected her duty this time. This attack is completely unreasonable. Your home is made of 44mm 5-layer bulletproof glass, let alone a 7.62mm sniper rifle, which can even resist long-range sniper attacks from Barrett's M95 anti-material rifle. But his bulletproof glass was shot. Benevolence, she stopped talking, and she showed the pictures of the scene on her laptop. Right? It was such a glass that was shot and exploded by an arrow. A hole the size of a small apple appeared in the glass. We slowed down the surveillance video to the extreme, and in the last frame we could barely see what should be an arrow-shaped object, and the damage it caused was extremely strange. Only Mr. Luthor's neck was scratched, and the aorta was not even injured. We couldn't find the warhead or any fragments at the scene afterwards. After a long silence, Lex screamed, "Do you want to say that I was attacked by a superhuman with arrows?" "Not sure, maybe something like a shotgun Fletcher." When Lex got excited, the stitched wound on his neck was oozing blood again. At this time, what was broadcast on the TV in the ward was the speech of a congresswoman named Finch. She was making a speech, declaring that Superman, and even all the extraordinary heroes who participated in the Battle of New York would come out and be questioned, interrogated. Ask. It is true that President Ellis passed the Provisional Rating of Extraordinary Act, but passing the bill does not mean that all opposing voices have been eliminated. Everyone knows that the bill itself is quite fragile. When an evil transcendent does something that seriously hurts the feelings of the people, the bill can be repealed at any time. The validity period of the bill itself is only 2 years, and now more than half a year has passed, and it is almost time to discuss renewal or abolition. Lex won't forget that he did. In some desert the other day, he set a trap and caused a massacre that looked like it was Superman. This incident caused an uproar in the United States. Just last night, he hit it off with Congressman Finch and launched a wave of public opinion whose main target was Superman, but in fact it was to condemn the superhuman. In fact, the statement is a bit similar to the point of view of Nick, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. We can't count on the kindness and morality of those monsters who surpass mortals. We must have the ability to kill Superman, and even all the gods on this blue star. So when he showed Senator Finch a kryptonite, showing how it debilitated the cells in General Zod's body, they hatched a plan. Of course, the congressman's idea is even more brilliant, and it's basically nothing more than controlling Dechow, who is better at speaking, and killing Dechow if he can't. Lex, there is no doubt that his approach is more vicious. 100 kilometers away from the military base, Ange was in his villa, watching Luther in the ward from a distance through a small portal. Catwoman was also watching the live broadcast with anger. She stretched out her graceful body on the chaise longue, resting her cheek with her left hand. Is this the kid? Ange took a sip of Binquillo, smiled and said his calculation. Well, his strategy is not bad. He hides in the dark, lets the counselors with noble status run as pawns, controls Superman with Superman's morality, and then plans to force Superman to kill Superman by controlling his relatives. Another famous superhero, Batman. Oh, maybe this is just the beginning. The best way is to use the hands of Dechow to kill all the superheroes on the Earth, and finally kill Dechow with kryptonite. Perfect closed loop. Ange didn't mention a certain mysterious monster called Destruction Day, because it didn't fit the calculation. In fact, Lex would at least come pretty close to success without him as a time traveler. It's a pity that he met such a cunning dragon. Catwoman spat at Ange. There is a cunning called a fox. However, the fox itself is not very lethal. A more advanced version is naturally a sinister black dragon or something. Are you complimenting me? I despise you. Even if her body softens at the touch, Catwoman's mouth is still hard. Ange smiled and accepted Catwoman's compliment to him. This young Master Luther is very smart, but unfortunately his biggest problem is that he is used to thinking in the mode of business warfare. The business war in the movie, the black-bellied President PK Master Duogen sent a Tony Stark-level super hacker to spend an untold amount of time invading the computer system of the other company, collecting all the unfavorable evidence of the enemy, dispatched a widow-level female spy, infiltrate into enemy companies, be seduced by beauty, hack into computers in the closed-loop system. High-End Points directly staged the Business Empire trilogy. Realistic business wars, directly poisoning the chairman of a listed company, leading a team to rush into the opponent's unit to grab the official seal, instructing his subordinates to unplug the network cable of the opponent's company. Even if the security guards caught him, he had to calmly show a polite yet awkward smile. Outrageous. That's how outrageous it is. In fact, it is right to think about it. High-end competition can also be simple. You can physically destroy your opponent, so why bother? Will humans apologize to the ant's relatives for the ant that was accidentally trampled to death by his shoe? Everyone speaks reason and law, because the state machinery behind morality and law can restrain each other. Yes, physical elimination is rarely played among chaebol. Because you can play assassination or something, the other party can also play. It's like the old American political circles acquiesced in not being able to liquidate former presidents. Once this is done, it will open Pandora's box, endlessly. but when one party has a combat power far beyond the old American state machine, and upholds the idea of as long as I am immoral, the other party cannot use morality to restrain me, Lex Luthor's behavior becomes very ridiculous. I could only hear Lex cursing viciously, while trembling slightly, "Aren't you afraid of becoming an enemy of the United States?" Transcendent. Chapter 171 Good Citizen Kratos. Ange looked at the impotent and furious Luthor from afar, and gave a bad mouthful. "You want to behave right now? You want to kill my wild father, so why should I tell you the rules?" Catwoman trembled. "What will he do? His only chance is to seek stronger force. We will soon know what his whole cards are." Ange shot Lex an arrow, telling him that he had only one way to go, by force. But what was the last path of Lex Luthor? A certain traverser knows it all. So Luthor can only be a loser. At least on the second day, Lex was still struggling. He didn't sleep well last night, he was very sensitive and woke up easily. Sure enough, as soon as his secretary Benevolence rang his wards, he pressed the switch to let people in. Miss Secretary said seriously, "Boss. It's not good, our research on General Zod was exposed." Lex hurriedly turned on the TV, and sure enough, on the TV screen, a crowd of protesters gathered in front of the Lex building named after him, and they shouted slogans. "No biochemical research. Check out the Lex Group. We've had enough, stop making lizardmen and other demons out." Most of the screen is a very noisy crowd holding a sign, and the other half is a TV host reading a script. This is an exclusive report from renowned journalist Lois Lane that the Lex Corporation is conducting forbidden experiments with the corpse of General Zod, the Kryptonian who made a big fuss about the Earth, and there is evidence that Lex Luthor Mr. personally participated in this plan, and intends to breed this corpse into a super monster capable of destroying half of the United States. The next TV screen was supposed to be Lex Luthor's top secret, but in the video, not only did Lex ask Senator Finch to visit the kryptonite, but he also went to the laboratory where General Zod's body was located. Picture. Anyone can clearly see that Zod is no longer a corpse, but has turned into a thing like a cocoon, and there are obviously biological tissues agitating inside. Even if these pictures are fake, it is enough for Lex to drink a pot. But he himself knows better than anyone else that all of this is true. He can't stand the investigation more than anyone else. At this time, Benevolence whispered, "Ange Wayne, who is best at shorting stocks with scandals, has entered the market to short our company's stocks." This further triggered a sharp drop in Luthor Group's stock price. At this moment, Lex's face is like his family's stock, with a beauty that only leaves green and white in the world. After being stunned for half a minute, he frantically dialed the phone number of one of his subordinates. He had already found out the identity of Desariel through secret channels. According to the plan, his men will sneak attack D'Chau's hometown while D'Chau is at work, and kidnap Superman's old mother Martha. "Hey, boss. What's up? How's the plan?" "We're almost there." Before he could finish speaking, suddenly Benevolence showed fear on his face. "Boss. The people monitoring Clark Kent found him lost." Lex had an ominous premonition on the spot. In less than half a minute, the facts proved that what is called blessing is unparalleled, and misfortune never comes singly. Before he hung up the phone with his subordinates, he suddenly heard an exclamation from the other side of the phone, "Ah! Superman!" Immediately after that, there was a rustling sound from the opposite side of the microphone, and a few seconds later, an angry male voice came, "Lex Luthor. You are too much. As the saying goes, the family is not as bad as the disaster." Lex was so indiscreet that he tried to blackmail Superman by kidnapping Superman's old mother. This kind of practice, even pure as D'Chau, can't stand it. After Lex hung up the phone in a hurry, his first reaction was, "Who the betrayed me? Ange, exactly next. Since Ange has given information to D'Chau's girl, why didn't he disclose the kidnapping? Selling Lex and GE really didn't have any psychological burden. Here, Lex ran away in a hurry, preparing to go to the place where generals had salted fish. Over there, I happened to hear the news program on TV, and Fulla, who had been silently serving Ange before, jumped up. Her face was livid. "Master, can you please tell me about this Lex Luthor in detail?" The former Kryptonian female adjutant was already out of anger at this moment, and her seemingly weak body was shaking violently. Ange showed a smile on his face. "Yes." One after the other, there was an informed person who had received Angle's money and soon broke the news to the TV station. Senator Finch received black money from Lex Luthor, on the surface to plead for the people, but in fact it was Lex who wanted to trap Superman to die, and then kill Superman to make a super monster, and finally overthrow the government and rule the earth. Before this kind of material was changed, it would only be a joke, and no one would believe it. But at the moment when half of the entire Luthor group was nailed to the pillar of shame, this kind of outrageous lie became a real possibility. This time, the officials of the White House couldn't sit still anymore, and began to order people to go to the Lex group to see if Zed's body was treated specially. Ange didn't wrong Lex, the mud dropped his crotch, and the whole crotch of this little boy is really Siang, so he can stand the investigation. At the beginning when the executives couldn't get through to Lex, out of sensitivity to the crisis, they immediately turned around and notified Nick Fury. Because of professional sensitivity, Nick immediately ordered half of the Avengers to assemble, and at the same time dispatched the special forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. The top-ranking Chable Lex group, the speed of collapse is only one word: fast. The sudden turn of events made even the wolves of Wall Street who were short-selling with anger dumbfounded. Because the one rushing over to the Lex group is not a howling police car with lights on, but they are the Quinjet fleet of S.H.I.E.L.D., even the National Guard with Hummers and armored vehicles are only qualified to do odd jobs and block the outside. Trivia. At this point in the situation, someone continued to make trouble. Yo! Great Batman! The good citizen Kratos reported to you that Lex Luthor wanted to kidnap Superman's old mother, so as to blackmail Superman and let him kill you. When Kratos' bald head was shown on the video call, Master Bruce had the urge to kill his relatives righteously. On business, Bruce is always business. He put on the Bathood silently, and from this second on, he was Batman, the bringer of justice, not the wild father of the dog thief Aang. I saw Luthor's men go to the small farm of Superman's parents. In Gotham, and even New York, the surveillance in many places has been secretly invaded by Batman. In fact, he and Tony are a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, and the two have played a lot of secret intrusion monitoring. Chapter 172. A step late? Just in time. One more. It's just that two high-tech superheroes have a tacit understanding. Gotham is Batman's territory, and New York is Iron Man's. In the monitoring program on the other party's site, if they find traces of the other party's intrusion, they will silently exit. Recently, D'Chao, who has been at the center of public opinion, has always been the focus of Batman's attention. As soon as D'Chao attacked a seemingly ordinary truck, Batman immediately received the information. By saying that, he admitted that he knew Lex was up to something. This is easy to handle. Ange transmitted a translation and continued, Lex Luthor is doing a forbidden experiment of the Kryptonian Council. I don't know if he will succeed, but we have to prepare for the worst. After learning Kryptonian information from the historical archives of crashed scout ships, Lex used General Zed's body to transform a Kryptonian monster, an experiment that was discovered by Kryptonian before its demise. Prohibited by Parliament. Luthor intends to use his own blood to hatch it with egg bag. You know, his original plan was to provoke a fight between Batman and Superman, and use this to kill the winner between the two. The reason why a conspiracy is because once the conspiracy is exposed, its power will be greatly reduced. Before Lex had time to launch his plot, he messed up everything for a certain traverser, The only thing he could do was to single out. Right? He singled out all the superheroes in New York and Gotham. Just when a bunch of Quinjet fighter jets from SHIELD surrounded Lex's oval-shaped laboratory, shouting for Lex to come out and talk, an exaggerated red and blue figure, at a speed n times the speed of sound, viciously killed in. Boom. No matter how strong the fortification is, under the attack power of Superman that surpasses the Earth, it is just a tofu dregs, and it will be torn apart when it hits. Seeing Superman rushing in, Nick, who was a little confused, had no choice but to order the people from SHIELD to slow down. Nick asked General Swanwick on the phone, "Is the relationship between Superman and General Zod so good?" "Well, it's a bit hard to say, but when Superman killed Zod, he did appear to be in pain." Oh. Nick interpreted this as feeling bad about killing a fellow man. Unbeknownst to the authorities, Superman beat up Lex's men who tried to kidnap his wife, but didn't kill him. Someone sent Huntress and Katana to make up. In this life, when Superman is fighting for justice, the shimmering light emitted by the body can distort the light. Most people can see it, but they can't remember what Superman looks like. Optical equipment can't see his true face clearly, but Superman himself is a big colander. You have revealed that you know Lois Lane very well. How can the authorities not stare at Lois? Rather than saying that the authorities did not attack D'Chow's old mother, it is better to say that they did not dare. Later, President Ellis secretly suppressed the matter. Of course, all this is destined to be drowned in a series of secret meetings and pie transactions. At this point all eyes are on the big hole Superman crashes into. D'Chow looked angrily at the fair-haired boy with split hairs in front of him, and asked each word with the most fiery words, "Lex Luthor. Why are you threatening my family? Superman. Do you know what you're doing? You're acting like a god." "I'm not a god." D'Chow took a step forward. "Yes. You are not a god. Many people regard you as an almighty and good god. What they think is their business." D'Chow took another step forward. "No. Their thoughts are very important. If there is an almighty God in this world, why didn't God save me when I was suffering? So the almighty God is definitely not the best, and he also has a position. And it is to uncover your hypocritical veil and tear you down from the throne held up by foolish people." "You're talking nonsense." D'Chow looked past the thin Lex and landed on the big callus behind him. Through the translucent membrane, a humanoid monster can be seen trembling. Above the cocoon, there are several giant cables, which are injecting surging power into them. The computer system next to it is broadcasting the countdown in a female voice. "There are still 40 seconds until activation." D'Chow said coldly, "You lost." These words are not out of blind self-confidence, but the long-term accumulated trust in Kratos. It was Kratos who broke the news, and D'Chow absolutely believed that Kratos would handle all this secretly. Almost in response to D'Chow's words, Director Nick, who was outside, decisively ordered, "Pull up. Turn off the power." Deng. 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 Except for the industrial-grade searchlights of the National Guard with their own batteries and the lights of the Quinjet fighter jets, the entire area was suddenly plunged into darkness. This move simply drove Lex crazy. According to his plan, the monster must be injected with the most powerful energy in the final stage in order to maximize its combat power. What now? This is the legendary inch-stop challenge. Lex is feeling terrible. "No, how can you destroy this great masterpiece of mine?" He raised his gauze-wrapped right hand high. "It's my blood relative." Outside, Director Nick, who was using military-grade wiretapping equipment to eavesdrop on the conversation between D'Chow and Lex, smiled disdainfully. "It happens every time. Do you really think our electricity is for you to hatch monsters? There are too many incidents where the electricity of the whole city is suddenly sucked away, and then monsters are bred, and it is almost becoming a routine. The old era can be traced back to the creation of Captain America. Recently, it is some kind of electro-optical man. Shield is not mentally retarded, right? Lex, are you feeling bad? You are uncomfortable. We couldn't be happier. Tony, who was hovering in the sky, discovered Troy's tragedy on Iron Man's monitor. 3 people in a car pierced the night sky and rushed over majestically. Out of tacit understanding, the Quinjet fighter jets in the sky gave up an airspace. Tony even went up to him. Hi. Kratos, it seems that you are late. Superman has already entered, and we probably have nothing to do with it. Ange, wearing a leather case, smiled badly, a step too late. No, I think we came just in time. Almost Anger's voice fell, and Agent Hill on the front line yelled loudly in the communication loop, not good. A high-energy reaction was detected. Nick quickly ordered, everyone avoid. His order was fairly timely. Because in the giant cocoon inside, the monster that looked like an orc finally woke up. Ha ha ha. As expected of my blood relatives, it has extremely powerful vitality, and the only purpose of its birth is to destroy you, Superman. Lex laughed wildly, even if you are a real god, you have to do it today. Fall. It belongs to you. Destroy. Destroy. Son. Smiling and laughing, this terrifying monster with a height of 7 or 8 meters suddenly swung its huge fist indiscriminately at its blood relative. Lex, people are stupid. Just at this critical moment, the kind-hearted Dachau pushed forward by himself, supporting the opponent's big fist the size of a millstone with both hands. In the next blink of an eye, Dachau was blown away. Chapter 173, Day of Destruction, 2. When Dachau went in to find Lex Luthor, Chief Nick looked at the Angle trio in mid-air, and was a little entangled. Nick is the most unpredictable of the characters of the Kratos trio. They are not superheroes like Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man, who obviously belong to the good camp. On weekdays, when there are robbery and murder cases in Gotham and New York, even if they rob a bank, the 3 rarely come out, and Wonder Woman occasionally comes out to catch someone. Gangster. Especially Kratos, the typical catch the big and let go of the small. Kratos simply ignored S.H.I.E.L.D. This is not very good for S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the entire upper class of America. After all, the world's top combat power is not in his hands, and the old and beautiful high-ranking officials feel weak every day. He seems to be a bird of Tony, but no, Tony flew over to talk to him. Boss, do you want me to contact you? The widow asked Nick. Focus on the task at hand first. Before he finished speaking, Dachau was blasted out. This surprised many people. You know, Dachau is the recognized ceiling among superheroes on the Earth. With his extremely strong body, the eye-ray that can destroy a building in an instant, and his ability to fly at supersonic speed, he is almost invincible. His momentary defeat made Nick order with a toothache, attention all Avengers, the highest alert. No one noticed that in the laboratory where Dachau was blasted out just now, Lex Luthor was laughing heartily. Yes. That's right. That's it. Come on, Doomsday. Ha ha ha. General Zod, you can't think of it? Even if you die, you will become my slave. As the saying goes, extreme joy begets sorrow. Just when this handsome blonde guy was laughing ostentatiously, showing his arrogance and insanity by applauding, etc., suddenly his feet were empty. A portal appeared silently under his feet. He fell in naturally. A sudden fall of more than 2 meters may kill an unprepared ordinary person. Lex is lucky and unlucky. He was not killed by the fall, but suffered from pain all over his body. Before he got up in embarrassment, a slender woman in black combat uniform suddenly appeared in front of him. He certainly wouldn't forget the costumes these Kryptonians wore when they invaded Earth. When he saw the other party, he opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Ah! The scream stopped abruptly in the middle of it. Like a screaming chicken, he was strangled by the opponent with one hand, and he was raised high. Lex Luthor, what the did you say just now? I'll give you another chance to organize your words. Fuhrau's eyes, which can really emit laser light, are burning like a raging fire. You, these self-proclaimed gods, don't even think about, wow. Fulla didn't listen to him, and exerted a little force with her fingers. This handsome blonde guy's jaw was in a mess, and the mandible alone was shattered into 3 digits. His tongue was also pulled out on the spot. Woohoo! Lex really wanted to die like this, so he wouldn't have to suffer any more. Unfortunately, death is already a luxury for him. Fulla put his head in an alien device, which is a medical capsule that the Dark Elves use to repair the bodies of their compatriots. Here, he will be well medicated in order to undergo more torture. Desecrated the corpse, kidnapped the grandmother and threatened to chow. Even if he was such a vile guy, Batman would still send him to the madhouse. Ange will send him to a living hell. This is the biggest difference between the wild father and the illegitimate child. Fulla looked at the struggling and desperate Lex, and after letting out a long sigh of relief, there was a subtle sense of contradiction on her face. If she had been a helpless surrender to Ange before, now she has such an inexplicable gratitude in her feelings that should be filled with hatred. She looked at Sister Canary next to the medical cabin. To deal with the Doomsday battle, Rao Canary sisters and Catwoman already have twice the physique of ordinary people, and they still can't participate. They can only do what they can. 2 sisters, please watch this bastard. Fulla added. This surprised the 2 sisters. Dana nodded generously. Don't worry, Sister Fulla, he can't run away. Fulla felt a little strange, so she nodded to show her approval. On the other side, in the vicinity of Lex's previous laboratory, the world has already been turned upside down. Boom! There was a loud bang. The square, which was bigger than a basketball court, was overturned in succession. The solid ground that used to be easy to drive a tank on, now seems to be a pile of finely divided tofu, just because Destruction Day punched the Chow to the ground under. Damn it, this is the city center. Nick's unique black accent exploded in the Avengers communication circuit. K-Fulian's existing manpower is simply unable to deal with the big monster Doomsday. Before coming here, although Nick had a relatively clear judgment on the seriousness of the situation, based on the calculation of 1.5 times the combat power of General Zod, when he saw that the person who smashed into the sky was a man who was nearly 10 meters tall and looked very like an orc when he was a humanoid monster, he still couldn't help scolding his mother. With Thor and the Hulk absent, the Avengers will lack the most critical MT. No, Iron Man ventured closer to that guy. Biobiabiu fired a few missiles and repulsive rays, and as a result, the other party pulled up a 5-ton statue and pasted it on Tony's face. Tony dodged by relying on instinct. The 30-story building behind him had a bad luck. When a statue fell, the 2 floors of the building were exploded, shaking the ground for a while, and the exclamation and screams of innocent people resounded throughout the building. Kratos! What are you doing? Tony yelled loudly while throwing a headset to Anger. Ange is a bit pained. He knew early on that Doomsday was awesome. No matter which version of history, Doomsday is a big killer that surpasses the elite Kryptonians. It's just strength and weakness, it's really relative. How much stronger it is, you have to fight it to know. In order to deal with Doomsday, Anger of course prepared a small green spear, but it was prepared by him, and it must not be as good as that prepared by others. If one is not handled properly, there will always be people who want to harm me. Superman version. The Dacheo fame that I have finally brushed up may be about to disappear. Ange put on the headset speechlessly, and there was a voice that he was familiar with. Hello. Mr. Kratos, I am Nick Fury, Director of SHIELD. Now Gotham City and even the entire United States need your cooperation, sir. You say. Is it possible for us to change the battlefield? The threat to the people here is too great. Let me try. Chapter 174 Strong Gather, 3 more. As soon as Eng finished speaking, he saw that Dachau who flew out was hit by Doomsday again, and Dachau was laid on the ground on the spot. It's hard to die, some uninvited guests appeared in the sky. Reporter. And what a reporter. Even if SHIELD is working, there are always people who are not afraid of death holding high the banner of freedom of the press is above everything else, rushing into the official encirclement to make trouble, trying to get first-hand news. If not, they paid for it. Destruction Day jumped 200 meters to a building. With his left hand, he broke off the giant antenna mast with a thickness of 1 meter like breaking a match, and threw it away. A news helicopter that was not afraid of death was blown up on the spot, and a gorgeous and terrifying fireball exploded in midair. Looking at the rapidly zooming in antenna mast in the camera lens, the audience in front of the TV shrank their necks in fright at the same time. Thanks to the appearance of the victim, the reporters who were shouting freedom of the press on the public radio channel a second ago immediately tucked their tails, shouting the name of God in their hearts, and rolled as fast as they could. This contrast made Angus grit his teeth. It is not a lie to try and die. Eng spoke unceremoniously into the headset, cover us and distract that monster. Nick did not hesitate, everyone. Maximum firepower. 10-second burst. He gave an order, and Iron Man, Hawkeye, Captain America, Widow, and all the SHIELD Quinjet fighter pilots on the scene bombarded Doomsday with their fiercest firepower at the same time. Missiles, machine guns, and lasers bombarded that huge and strange body. Boom boom boom. Change the enemy, even if nothing happens, you will be bombarded with red-hot flames in a trance. After all, you don't need fire damage, but physical impact? However, roar. Day of Destruction was just purely irritated. The explosives invented by humans can't hurt it at all. In the tumbling sky of flames and clouds, the clouds boiled like porridge, and a golden spot suddenly appeared in the center of the flames, like a golden red iron coming out of the stove, emitting an even more exaggerated light. It's just that its light should be deliberately restrained, just opening up a small channel in the shockwave of the explosion, and even only swaying a circle of ripples when it rushed through. There was a soft pop. Day of Destruction. It wasn't until there was a violent pulling sensation on the neck that I noticed the change on the top of the head. Golden shadow. It was a golden carriage galloping in the sky. Through the lens of the camera on the helicopter several kilometers away, the audience in front of the TV could not help but exclaim after seeing the highly magnified picture. It's Kratos. It's the chariot of God. The strange and strong man who suddenly appeared finally affected the battlefield. Not to mention the audience, even the National Guard soldiers responsible for clearing the field raised their heads and stared at the carriage across the night sky. Counting the audience, at this moment at least hundreds of millions of people watched Wonder Woman use the lasso of Mantra to grab destroyed Day by the neck, dragging this terrifying beast of destruction away. Destruction Day let out a deafening roar while struggling desperately. Following the shiny golden lasso, a huge force was transmitted there, even with Wonder Woman's astonishing arm strength. Hold on. Eng held onto the armrest of the carriage with one hand, and with the other hand went around Diana's lower abdomen to help pull on the noose. The same huge force came, and Diana could obviously feel that her burden was greatly reduced. She glanced back at Nge in surprise. Your strength is no less than mine. No wonder Wonder Woman was surprised. She is a serious combat type descendant, the daughter of Zeus. Regardless of her Godslayer status, she is also a top existence among the demigods based on her absolute combat power. Of course she knew that Eng was already a demigod. Don't forget, she had practiced with Aang for a long time. It's not wrong to say that it was a unilateral beating. Kanga's growth rate is too outrageous. How long has it been? Eng smiled awkwardly. Last time I got a little power from the cursed warrior. Wonder Woman gave Ange a blank look, as if she was blaming him. Didn't she risk taking some curse power that she shouldn't have? It's a pity that I don't have that time now. Rao combined the strength of the two of them, and the resistance from the lasso became more and more violent. Ange gritted his teeth and tied the other end of the lasso of Mantra to the tragedy of Troy. This time, they used 2.5 magical horses, together with the divine power of Penthesilea and Diana, to forcibly tear away the monster. The power of Destruction Day is too outrageous. This monster is worthy of being able to completely suppress the existence of Dacheo with pure violence on the physical level. With the power of the divine artifact carriage, it is still unable to suppress its power. Even though he had no place to bear force in midair, Destroyed Day threw a huge lateral roll, pulled the carriage crookedly, and flew an extremely awkward curve in midair. No more. Remove the rope. Anger said loudly. At first, Diana wanted to hold on a little longer, but when she glanced down, she realized that the monster had been completely taken away from Gotham City. Gotham City is a huge outlying island. When you leave the urban area, the population density drops significantly. Not to mention that the area below is the ruins of the Chittori War, and the reconstruction work has not yet started. She didn't hold on any longer. As soon as she loosened her hand, the lasso of Mantra, which was shining golden a second ago, suddenly shrank into a small snake, and Day of Destruction couldn't hold it back even if it wanted to. The monster missed and fell magnificently on the ruins. Bang! The 40-story building, which had already collapsed in half, couldn't even keep the remaining half. It was smashed to pieces on the spot and collapsed. The drag just now was far from powerful enough to pose a real threat to this Kryptonian monster, but the severe burning pain from the lasso, as well as the unhappiness of being controlled, made Destroyer Day hate and grid the Scar people. How long has it been since it fell and knocked over the building? 7 seconds. 8 seconds. The monster that recovered immediately flew out like a cannonball, aimed at the rear of the chariot and rushed towards it. At this moment, a red and blue ray of light extended from the direction of Gotham City, and hit the monster's port side, left rib, like a torpedo in an instant, knocking the monster into the air. Dachao is back. Originally, if Dachao took this blow, he would be injured to some extent. Unexpectedly, when the millstone-sized fist of Doomsday landed, another figure flew from the sky and kicked it away viciously. Boom! 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 Its huge figure crashed through the ruins of 2 buildings before stopping. Dacheo was a little surprised, but not so surprised to look at the woman in front of him who is of good figure but wearing a strange oval metal mask. Instinctively, he knew that the other party was Fura's star. It's just, where did you see this dress? Chapter 175. The same move cannot be used twice. Wait. Is this female robot so strong? Not far away, Hawkeye, who was driving a Quinjet fighter, was a little dumbfounded. As a SHIELD agent, Hawkeye can browse a series of files with a less high-level security level. He has seen the robot sisters who appeared in the Empire State Building incident. It's just in the files. The team doesn't know whether there are real humanoid robots, and the combat performance is not so exaggerated. She theoretically flew out just now, but it flew out of an abandoned building very strangely. It is not yet clear whether it is flying or some kind of exaggerated jumping of body functions. But next, her actions made people who didn't know first rule out that she was a Kryptonian. There is no Kryptonians flying and direct movements, but the attacking movements are more martial arts. This fits the character design of the robot sisters very well, that is, the power of fists and feet is 100 million points stronger. Boom! With a flying kick, she staggered Destruction Day's body on the spot. You know, the air-to-surface missiles of a group of Quinjet fighters and Iron Man just didn't shake it at all. In any case, the more superheroes fighting powerful monsters, the better. In the sky, Hawkeye, who drove the fighter a little away from the main battlefield, said to Nick helplessly, "Boss, this doesn't look like an enemy we can deal with." Nick was not discouraged. "Gentlemen and ladies, think about what we can do." On the contrary, the widow had an idea. Didn't the previous news say that the Lex group had developed a weapon against Kryptonians? If this is also a monster from Krypton, maybe it will work. At this moment, Agent Hill suddenly inserted into the communication. Member Finch said she would report Lex Luthor, and she said she knew where the Kryptonian weapon was. Nick said decisively, "Okay, Hawkeye, Black Widow, you two are responsible for this." Clear. At this time, the battle in the ruins on the other side of Gotham City has reached a fever pitch. Destruction Day went completely crazy. It blasted an extremely violent punch. That was a punch far beyond the peak of the extraordinary on Earth. There is no specially drawn light and shadow effect, because this fist represents the ultimate violence. Facing the swooping Superman, the power of Doomsday punched a 40-story abandoned building with at least 1,000 square meters per floor in an instant. Countless masonry, steel bars, and stones shattered into pieces the size of a human thumb, as if what it smashed was not a building, but a huge wave. Superman failed to pass through this wild storm that represented destruction, and was blown backwards by this extreme destructive force. It brought a shockwave that spread to several square kilometers, making people realize why it was named Destruction Day. Not to mention the kind of small town with only a few thousand people, this kind of punch can easily blow up a skyscraper, and it may only take a few minutes to destroy Gotham City. Chao was sent flying, and Fulla was affected and bounced out. Only Ange hid behind Wonder Woman, who was half squatting with her shield up, barely avoiding a blow. But in the next round, it was this giant beast that pounced on Wonder Woman. Before the two of them could turn around, the fist the size of a millstone had already hit. The circular aegis radiated divine power extremely dutifully, trying to resist this absolute violence with the power of a god, and the golden shield shone brightly. After a stalemate for about a second, the golden light disintegrated after a violent shock, and then the terrifying impact comparable to a small tactical nuclear bomb was transmitted to Wonder Woman through the shield. She arched her body to the extreme. However, her demigod body could bear it, and the ground under her feet bloomed like fireworks. Having lost her focus, she was immediately sent flying high like a mortar. Ange didn't care about Wonder Woman, who fell heavily into the distance. He knew she would be able to bear it, and taking advantage of the opportunity she finally created, Ange rushed forward and stabbed Destroyer Day in the lower abdomen. Drink dash. A big bald head came down like a of thunder. He was surrounded by lightning and let out a roar that shook the sky, as if he saw an enemy who had been lost for many years. He rushed towards his enemy without hesitation. How shocking this scene is. No one knows why he is so desperate. It doesn't look like he is participating in the siege of this monster at all, but he is a monster himself, trying his best to fight for the last chance of survival. A roar that seemed to tear apart the night exploded on the golden dagger. A large group of lightning sputtered from the abdomen of Destroyer Day, and the densely converged lightning arc twisted at high speed, like a gas-cutting gun for cutting metal, and a hot white gold substance bloomed on the contact surface between the blade and the skin. This is the combination of thunder and lightning combined with the power of lava. In fact, after just 1/10 of a second of the confrontation, as the light of the knife swept across, a large piece of flesh and blood in the abdomen of Destruction Day turned into fly ash. It's done. More than one person let out a cry of joy. No. It's done. Also lost. The wound seemed huge, and it was more than enough to put Angie's body in. You could even see blood splattering from the viscera wriggling in the abdominal cavity. But Ange knew that this was far from enough. Destroyed Day. The biggest feature is that the same move cannot be used twice on it. It cannot be killed with one blow, and if the same trick is used again, it will have a terrible resistance beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It hardly eats this damage anymore. Of course Ange knew its weakness, but having accumulated strength from so many powerful enemies, Ange wanted to try anyway, whether he could really defeat, or severely injure the super monster whose absolute strength surpassed that of Dachao. Missing a blow, Anger immediately dodges and makes two 90-degree changes without slowing down. Sure enough, in the next moment, a hand as huge as a door panel came over, passing by less than 5 centimeters from Ange's back. Ange can clearly feel the power contained in the huge wind, even through the leather case. No. Don't fight recklessly. Anger flashed out of the attack range of Doomsday, and did not forget to remind his teammates. Fulla, who jumped up in the next second, was in trouble. She was rubbed on the shoulder by Doomsday, and flew out on the spot like a cannonball, smashing through 2 buildings. During this period, Wonder Woman took refuge again, and this time Doomsday punched the ground hard. Boom. Too exaggerated. It is true that this is a ruin. Before the problem, this was the dock area, and the entire coast was covered with solid cement. When the monster punched down, the ground cracked open. It was 1 meter wide at first, and then the terrible crack expanded rapidly, extending all the way to the sea. Then a large amount of seawater poured in along the ever-expanding cracks. Looking from a distance, it turned out that this large pier area created by artificial reclamation has completely subsided. No. It can't be left on Earth. Dachau and director Nick almost made the same decision. Chapter 176 3 Spears. Kratos, can you take this monster out of the atmosphere? Nick said to Aang in the headset. No. I can't do it. Superman should be able to do it. Aang was very self-aware, and turned his head to shout at Dachau, throw this guy out of the atmosphere, and the authorities will send it a big firework. Dachau in this life was in much better condition when facing Destruction Day. He didn't poke Master Bat with the shiny green Kryptonian spear first. When facing a strong enemy, Aang, Fulla, and Heroine helped him take turns to share the damage. Dachau was originally the ceiling of the thick-skin world, and he is famous for his resistance to beatings. Regardless of the fact that he has suffered several heavy blows, he is still in at least 80% of his condition. Besides, it's really not a problem that he can recover blood after basking in the sun. As soon as Nge said, he immediately followed suit. It's just that there was a series of flamboyant cooperation before that. Penthesilea first drove over with a flash spray. The golden cart smashed down with the glow of divinity, and it looked like it was going to die with the enemy. Day of Destruction. Just as he swung his little fist to beat it, just 100 meters away, the carriage made a beautiful drifting turn, and flew away in a staggered manner following the violent fist wind. Wonder Woman also carried the Aegis and launched a charge, attracting the monster's attention in the second direction. No matter when, the big golden shield is always the most eye-catching existence. The real killing move is underground. Under Ange's instruction, Fulla swiftly entered a sewer at the port pier, and launched a surprise attack on Destroyer Day from the ground. Boom! An unbelievably beautiful upturned kick, while showing off Fullam's slender legs, it also kicked the 2-meter-thick concrete floor. In the eyes of mortals, the extremely hard cement is no different from crunchy biscuits in the face of the exaggerated destructive power of the Kryptonians. You monster is called Doomsday. No matter it is baby or baby, there is always one that suits you. Just as Ange, who had just dealt tons of damage, rushed over to attract the monster's last ounce of attention, Dachau arrived like lightning. Dachau's battle, once he stopped fighting, every attack he made was so unbelievable. With a throwing action, he easily killed at a speed of Mach 10. After holding the monster Doomsday, he was in full swing and easily turned on the acceleration. Soar into the sky like a rocket. When he flies out of the atmosphere, whether it is greater than Mach 23 times of the first cosmic speed, Anger no longer knows. This kind of work that can easily get rid of the gravity of the Earth just by flying with the body, Anger really can't learn it. Looking at the back of the blue cloak and red trousers going away, and tears of envy flowed from the corner of his mouth. The only thing that is certain is that Lao Mei's big bomber followed him to the sky. Passing through the stratosphere, even though Dachau was still accelerating, Doomsday, who had adapted to the exaggerated impact, began to resist non-stop, and he swung his huge fist at Dachau. The terrifying destructive power that was enough to easily sink a Nimitz aircraft carrier fell on Dachau's ridiculously strong body, and just sent Dachau flying 100 meters in the void where he had nowhere to focus. Seeing that the nuclear bomb containing terrifying and destructive power is getting closer under the action of the propeller, no matter how powerful the missile is, if it cannot hit directly, it is impossible to destroy Doomsday. Dachau became ruthless, and he did something that would be unimaginable even if he were replaced by other superheroes. He flew to the back of Destruction Day's neck, which was too thick for a person to hug, and stuck the monster tightly, temporarily immobilizing it. Then the nuclear missile hits accurately. Whew! People under the sky looked up at the sky, and were surprised to see that the night sky that should have been pitch black, suddenly turned orange-red. This 100,000 ton equivalent big bomb is definitely far inferior to the 50-million ton TNT equivalent Tsarist nuclear bomb detonated by Mao Zedong in history. But this is already a strategic nuclear bomb in the standard sense of the standing nuclear arsenal. The huge shock wave caused by the explosion covered tens of square kilometers of sky. In addition, it is an air burst, so this fireball can be seen even from a distance of 1,000 kilometers. The tumbling flames fell like hell, and the clouds over Gotham and New York City could clearly feel the pressure of the clouds due to the impact of the huge explosion. The tumbling fire cloud feels like it will press down on the roofs of those skyscrapers in the next moment, destroying these two tortured cities again. Did it succeed? Nick Fury and General Swanwick whispered at the same time. Propulsion number 1, nuclear bomb, hits the target. Agent Hill broadcast the real-time situation. But something unbelievable happened to all those who followed this scene. Not good. It's back. Agent Hill looked at the index on the radar and exclaimed in disbelief. The terrible monster parted the still fiery clouds, passed through the atmosphere with invincible momentum, and descended on the Earth again. More than one camera observed the terrifying fire wave it set off when it fell on an island next to Gotham City. Obviously he was hit by a big mushroom, but instead of its vitality fading away, it felt an overwhelming force filling his body, and the violent impulse to kill dominated this moment of destruction day. Its body began to crackle from the inside out, and bone spikes thicker than human legs pierced the muscle layer from its broad shoulders, back, elbows, etc., growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Out. Subsequently, exaggerated high-energy reactions flooded this small island of only 2 square kilometers. The huge flame light ball mixed with orange-red lightning easily turned all the man-made buildings on the island into dust. Oh, hell. Is this something that humans can fight against? Tony didn't even dare to fly too close, and he let Iron Man hover over a kilometer away. Give him enough time, maybe he can build an anti-Doomsday steel armor. On-site duel, he is really powerless. Where's Superman? Nick asked. Agent Hill quickly looked through the data just now. He seems to be hovering in outer space and has no response. It's really a dog. A big bomb that can be called blasphemy was sent to the sky. The real master did not die, but beat the Superman with the highest combat power on his side. Instead of this, it's better to rely on the extraordinary to resolve the battle by themselves. Nick is a little sulking. He knows very well that without Superman, the highest combat power now becomes the Kratos trio. At this moment, news came from 2 directions at the same time. Found the Batfighter and is rapidly approaching Kratos. You said it was a coincidence. At this moment, Widow's sister and Hawkeye also arrived in Quinjet fighter jets. Both sides shouted at the same time, I have a spear made of kryptonite, you should be able to kill that Kryptonian monster with this. Weo. Weo. One south and one north, Two spears with shiny green tips shot towards them, and they were captured by Wonder Woman and Penthesilea respectively. Under the attention of everyone, Kratos touched him from behind, and also took out a long gun with a green tip. Coincidentally, I have one too. Fulla, who was not far away, was completely speechless when she saw the Greek trio holding three shining Kryptonian spears. Did you do it on purpose, or did it happen on purpose? Chapter 177 Piercing. Of course, Fulla knew that Aang had kryptonite, and she was often dealt with by this thing when she first resisted. Kryptonians hate this thing, really hate it. Now it seems that Kryptonians are not real dogs, but your Aang is the real dog. Specialized against Kryptonians, right? Not one, not two, but three. Fulla sighed secretly, her figure disappeared into the darkness without a sound. She's not here for now. Kryptonians cannot touch kryptonite, even if it is just close to it, it will be very uncomfortable, let alone touching it, the cells in the whole body will quickly weaken and disintegrate. Fulla didn't know. Tony, who was watching the show in the sky, bared his teeth, and under the mask of Iron Man was an embarrassed face that could not be seen by outsiders. Batman and Iron Man, in this regard, can be called the same thing, and they are both good at playing against. How could Tony not have what Batlord has? A shiny green kryptonite is hidden in the hidden magazine on Iron Man's right arm. As long as Tony gives an order, the thing will pop out and turn into a pile driver, pounding the Kryptonian's face hard. Tony certainly knows the strength of Iron Man. Since Aang is at the front, he is at most a backup. No, the trio started to charge. This style of painting is very Greek. The Queen holding the rein with her left hand and holding a spear in her right hand, Kratos with a sword in her left hand and a spear in her right hand, and Wonder Woman with a shield in her left hand and a spear in her right hand. The combination of these three made the two high-tech heroes on the scene suddenly feel ashamed. They boast that technology has defeated powerful enemies from all realms, and they look at such a kind of my lord. The times have changed back again, and the sense of absurd trance arises spontaneously. But what can they do? For someone else, maybe they quietly built a set of anti-Kratos armor in the first place. One is Aang's wild father, and the other is Aang's buddy. In fact, they have already calculated. The senior executives of the United States are embarrassed. The relationship between the two parties is like the relationship between the female anchor of the talent, FA, art, SAO, department and the number one old man. Yes, anger is the number one old man. Perhaps the high-level executives of the United States have hoped for other ways, but sometimes it is so hard. The more they want to put their eggs in different baskets, the more the new baskets will overturn. From the Osborne group at the beginning, to the Hammer group, to the latest Lex. It seems that the old Wayne group and the Stark group are more secure. Whether it is S.H.I.E.L.D. or the White House, they also want to cultivate their own direct descendants. It's a pity that War Machine and Captain America, who are regarded as the most loyal, seem to be unable to play on such an outrageous battlefield. Originally, Dachao was the best to control. It's a pity that Dachao, who has just been hit by a nuclear bomb, is still floating in the Earth's synchronous orbit. If anyone has the ability to see Dachao's corpse with an optical telescope more than 10 kilometers away from the explosion zone, he will find that Dachao's current situation looks quite miserable. Of course, as a Kryptonian who shines brightly when given some sunshine, Dachao can be revived with full blood after only a while in the sun. Knowing that Dachao's assault with a kryptonite spear was a self-destructing truck, Aang didn't wait for Dachao, the Greek trio's assault. As soon as the horsewhip was lowered, the carriage exploded with a sonic boom. Roar. Destruction Day. At the same time, exaggerated scarlet eye ridges spewed out from the mouth and nose. Amidst the wild buzzing sound, the thick laser eyes swept over, first cutting a skyscraper ruin obliquely in half as easily as cutting butter, and then chasing after Troy's tragedy that had already begun to evade like a shadow superior. Amid all the attention, when the laser hit the Greek trio from the side of the car, many people sweated for Kratos and the others. Humph. With a soft scold, Wonder Woman crossed her hands in front of her chest, and the shining sacred light that bloomed from the artifact Silver Guardian bracelet actually surpassed her Vulcan shield in terms of protective area. The next moment, the chariot shook violently, and its side body suddenly emitted a violent golden light, which merged with the brilliance of the Guardian silver bracelet. The completely different powers of the two sides competed passionately in mid-air, and the final result was that a bright light like explosive fireworks suddenly exploded in the night sky. In the chaotic energy turbulence, the neighing of the horse is still loud and shocking. When the golden chariot broke out again, SHIELD confirmed that the protective shield jointly built by the chariot and Wonder Woman really withstood the direct hit of Doomsday. What the shot doesn't stop, and it comes again. This monster's laser is here again. No. They're too passive. Tony was in a hurry. He took great risks and rushed over at high speed from another angle, firing a few pen missiles at the monster. Of course he knew that the missile with this power could not hurt the monster, as long as he could attract its attention a little, he would succeed. Interestingly, Batmaster went with him. Attacking together, there is also a Batfighter. The attacks of large-caliber machine guns and pen missiles really off Doomsday. This monster dominated by fighting instinct actually gave up on chasing the three most threatening angers, and turned its eyes to the two mortals instead. Hero. Ange was really touched when he saw his wild father working so hard. Think about it differently. When Aang has the physical fitness and equipment of Bat Daddy, he will never dare to mess with Doomsday. No, Batman was driving a fighter plane, and his judgment on the attack of Retinoid was only a little bit off, and the Bat fighter exploded on the spot. Fleeting. Ah no, Anger saw that the ejection device was activated. Bat-Dad shot a claw gun at the edge of a ruined building, and he swung out. Since the Wild Father is not dead, of course Eng will not waste the efforts of the two mortal heroes, taking advantage of the monster's opportunity to divert attention, and kill it in one fell swoop. The first one to attack was Penthesilea. She took advantage of the high speed of the chariot, and before the monster could react, she used a spear as a battle axe, and slashed fiercely on its thick, bony back full of bone spurs. One shot. The skin and flesh that had never been broken by a single nuclear bomb were cut open like a sharp knife cutting a cake. A terrifying wound half a meter deep appeared. Ow! Destruction Day let out a scream that shook the world, and subconsciously raised his head to look at the horse-drawn chariot. This is just the beginning. Aang made a beautiful pass by the chariot the moment the chariot passed by. The chariot passed by from the right, while he quietly descended from the left. He seemed to have calculated all the reactions of the monster. When it turned around due to the pain, it looked like a fool to outsiders, and took the initiative to send its back wound to Kratos. A green ray of light extended from the ancient-style spear in his hand, piercing Destruction Day completely in an instant. Chapter 178 Let's defend the Earth together. The huge impact force easily sent Destroyed Day flying. In fact, it wasn't that Engi's power value was so exaggerated, but that the weakness brought by kryptonite instantly weakened its power. One is unstable. Its huge body crashed down, as if Kratos had nailed it to the ground with a spear. Destruction Day suddenly, there was a ferocious howl mixed with pain. The crimson electric light in its body became astonishingly bright, as if its body was no longer a body of flesh and blood, but a giant stone man wrapped in a large amount of hot magma. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that its body seems to be starting to collapse. But this monster deserves to be the most famous boss in the history of DC. Even though it was so seriously injured, it didn't die immediately. Instead, it was aroused fiercely, and with a backhand blow, a piece of thorn enough to break gold and jade popped out from the palm of its hand. A terrifying bone spur came and poked at Aang head-on. This blow was extremely swift, and its speed even easily surpassed the speed of sound. Only by facing this blow directly, can Ange realize how terrifying this blow is in history. It was this blow that successfully killed De Chao. To be honest, Anger might not be able to handle this trick just by himself. Fortunately, the girl in his family is fierce enough. And me. Diana's long hair fluttered, like a lioness with her head turned on in hunting mode. She killed like lightning, and cut between the bone spur and Ange very accurately. Doin'. Wonder Woman took all the power out of this move. Even with the power of the divine shield, it still couldn't counteract all the power transmitted from the shield surface. It looks like the heroine is like a baseball, throwing it fiercely, but she hits a monster home run. She is faster than the speed she rushed over, and is blasted to the ruins in the distance by a bone spur from Destroyer Day in the building. About a second later, a terrifying depression covering several floors exploded in that direction. It is at this time. The tall and burly Destroyer Day suddenly found that the ground under his arm moved slightly, and lightning and flames from nowhere gathered under him in a vortex shape at the same time. Before it could react, there was a loud boom, and a green beam of light shot straight into the sky. The huge impact pierced through it in an instant, and even the several-ton body also flew up into the air. It was as if a strange green lamppost had been pierced out of the ground, hanging Doomsday on the street lamp at once. Second Kryptonite Spear. When did it come to Kratos? Only the extraordinary with the strongest eyesight can see. The moment Wonder Woman was blown away, she secretly threw the spear to Kratos behind her. And Kratos also seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and dealt Destruction Day the second heavy blow. That's right, the monster hasn't died on the spot. While roaring, it shot laser beams in all directions. So as not to die, it beat Iron Man down. Seeing that Tony was about to crash, the hawk-eyed Quinjet fighter rushed to him. Tony, here I come. Captain America's spiral frisbee, shield, sketched a beautiful arc in midair, which was grabbed by Tony at the last moment, and then the whole person even dragged the battle armor to the tail compartment of the Quinjet fighter door. Over there, the destruction of Destruction Day did not last long. The third Kryptonite spear has arrived. It was a chariot thrust with very Greek characteristics. After making a small circle outside, the tragedy of Troy turned his horse's head and charged again, and the spear pierced straight into the outrageously large head of Doomsday. This blow finally completely stopped its movements. Death Anger roared, holding the handles of the other two spears that had been pierced into Destroyer Day's body with both hands, and pulled them left and right with all his strength. The next moment, time seemed to stand still. In the tumbling red clouds and lightning, there seemed to be a faint sigh. Fula stared blankly at all this from a distance, and she instinctively felt that this was the sigh of the soul of her most beloved General Zod. In less than 2 breaths, the terrifying energy in Doomsday that almost destroyed Gotham City and even the entire east coast of the United States was released from that huge body in the form of countless twisted red thunder snakes. Along with tearing its body to pieces, it turned into a red dust storm all over the sky, and finally became a turbulent energy flow that gradually subsided, gradually dissipating in the world. Then everyone on the battlefield saw the half-naked bald man in the red mist, holding 2 green spears that saved Gotham and even the entire Earth. That's the world's great hero Kratos. NORAD, the White House, SHIELD. All those who could observe the results of the battle in the first place through optical image observation instinctively gave out continuous cheers. Afterwards, when a fearless news helicopter boldly approached the battlefield where there was no more thunder and explosions, and saw Quaye standing in the field with a high-power camera, people all over the world erupted. Ha ha ha! That monster is dead. Long live Kratos! Long live the Earth! The cheers of hundreds of millions of people shook the entire Earth. Then, somewhat dramatically, a blue and red figure descended from the sky at a speed of several Machs, and then hovered in midair. De Chao, dignified resurrection. Superman looked at the subdued battlefield and felt the aftertaste of energy in the middle of the battlefield. With his extraordinary eyesight, it is not difficult to see the fate of Doomsday. Looking at the 3 green spears, he was a little dazed. As smart as he is, of course he knows what this thing is used for. He doesn't care. In order to protect the Earth, before he came, he was even mentally prepared that if he could find the kryptonite spear, he would personally raise the spear and launch a death charge against the monster. Now it seems that Kratos has got everything done. Dachau suddenly smiled wryly. Did I miss something? No. Thank you for helping us test out its weaknesses. Ange was very calm. It's just that Dachau made a move that surprised Ange. He actually rushed forward and gave Ange a big bear hug. Hey. I'm still holding a kryptonite spear. Having said that, Ange dropped the spear like a hot potato before Dachau rushed forward. Dachau didn't answer Ange directly, but said, I don't have many friends. But from now on, you count as one. This is an extremely high evaluation. Dachau is kind, but due to his different physical fitness and the secret of his identity as a Superman, he rarely has close friends. The former Louise was counted as one, but she has been upgraded to a girlfriend. Ange is one of those who can really be recognized by Dachau in his dual identities. It's okay, let's defend the Earth together in the future. This scene falls in the eyes of other superheroes, and most of them have inexplicable resonance. The storm subsided, and this incident was considered to be over. Chapter 179 Demising, King Kui. Dachau did not sacrifice himself, and used a kryptonite spear to attack, and was finally sure of success with a bone spur from Doomsday, and escaped a sudden death. Even if he knew that the coffin behind Dachau couldn't be held down, he was resurrected, and he was going to attend the funeral of an acquaintance, and Ge could still avoid it. This thing is so sad. Ange let go of his senses, felt the gazes around him, and suddenly he could understand the little entanglements in the hearts of those Avengers who hadn't done anything. Too much soy sauce. The gap between heroes is sometimes determined by talent. Of course, anger is not interested in improving the strength of heroes like Hawkeye. Ange didn't know either. At this moment, the White House and the military were entangled. The Chable of their own family is not a good person, and it's fine to conduct dark experiments to pit themselves. The key is that heroes like Kratos are always needed to clean up the mess. Where do they put their official face? Especially when the data was sent, the big mushroom egg just didn't blow up Doomsday, but almost killed Dachau, which made the superiors quite entangled. Don't rely on these superheroes, opponents who are ineffective. Even nuclear bombs are enough to destroy the Earth. Lean on them. In case one day there is a great beauty, Lord Kui. Then they will be miserable. They did not make a mistake. When Nick Fury proposed in the headset that I hope Mr. Kratos will leave a contact channel, Angle responded flatly, I will take action when I think it is necessary. This is another rejection of the official solicitation. But what about the White House? The last time someone showed off the unparalleled teleportation technique, they even infiltrated the North American Aerospace Defense Command. Do you dare to force Kratos? This kind of bitterness. Who knows? Family. This is nothing. Then the name of Wall Street's top sniper Angie Wayne was once again deified by Wall Street. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, Angle took advantage of these traditional chables to go crazy, shorted their stocks each time, and made a lot of money back. The Wall Street wolves who follow him to eat meat are very happy. Even Tony, who is not very interested in money, sneaked short with Ang this time, and made 2 small goals. Some people make money, and some people lose money. Crazy Lex Luthor lost the company founded by his father, but his whereabouts are still unknown, with a huge wanted warrant, even the king of poker pie. Don't forget, the premise of short selling is that someone lends stocks to stock market snipers like Ang. Usually some big funds, or big banks. This time, it was First Republic Bank who was taken advantage of. As the top-ranked large bank in the United States, various investments are naturally indispensable after absorbing savings. It stands to reason that it's no problem for you, Anj, to borrow our stocks to speculate in stocks, but you can't just return the junk stocks to me every time you make money and wait for the stock price to plummet, right? Anji's short-selling methods are simply evil. From Osborne, to Hammer, to Lex, all the stocks of companies that have gone bankrupt have become waste paper. Anger still fully leveraged to borrow stocks to go short. This has become First Republic Bank being the one who followed the losses. The huge losses involved here paved the way for its future bankruptcy. After this time, Anj has been blacklisted by all major banks and institutions that provide short-selling services. I don't know how many managers scolded their mothers and cursed the surname Wayne. In any case, as a mortal, Anji Wayne's reputation on Wall Street is really in full swing, and he is regarded as a stock god. Any stock god, before he falls completely, will be regarded as an idol by all those who desire to get rich. By the way, Anj, who made a lot of money by taking advantage of the Lex Group's rush to the street, joined in at the right time, announcing that he would participate in the bidding for the reconstruction of the destroyed Gotham port. This is tantamount to injecting a boost to Gotham and New York, which are rushing to the street. No one knows that Lex Luthor, who is on the wanted list, is being imprisoned in the dark cell of Anji's outlying island villa at this moment. It can be called the top 10 torture tools in the Qing dynasty, and they are being used on him in turn. For another person, this guy is absolutely dead, just like Ling Kai's execution. No matter how clever the executioner is, he can't ensure that the prisoner can live for 3 days and 3 nights. Anj is a smart therapist. To be precise, the energy he got from which back then actually has the ability to heal. Anj has never had a chance to use it, and now is a good time to try it. Anyway, it wasn't him who died. The result is that the former Middle Point Golden Retriever coach forced Lex to become the worst sandbag. Fulla won't die if he punches down, but it's not uncommon to have 206 extra bones on his body. After a while, Anj cured him again. This thing is like in a shooting game, deliberately killing the enemy next to the opponent's medical soldier, and then wait for the enemy to be rescued, then kill and save again. Anyway, the system keeps prompting, "Congratulations host, your healing level has risen to. Kill me. Kill me, you evil gods." Even if the wound can heal, the bones can grow back, and even the lost body fluids are forcibly replaced. The memory of Lex's pain is not false. When he got to the back, even though no one part of his body was injured, the terrible phantom pain still made him scream incessantly. Maybe the Lex who was imprisoned by Batman in the Arkham Asylum in history was not crazy. Definitely the Lex of this life. Fulla crazily vented her hatred with an angry iron fist. Just typing, she suddenly felt boring. "Have you vented enough?" Anj looked at her calmly. "Well, he's just a clown after all. General Zod didn't die at the hands of this kind of person, he just died because of his own obsession." Without turning her head, Fura snapped her hand and easily twisted Lex's arm. Neck, easier than strangling a chick. Anj took away the pitifully small drop of red soul that came out of that guy, and used the flame control to throw a fire, burning Lex Luthor to ashes in one go. "Master, can you let me be quiet?" "Yes." Anj replied casually. What he did was to buy people's hearts. The only thing he didn't expect was that the effect was so good. Half an hour later, the adjutant lady came over and said that there seemed to be something wrong with the engine of her Kryptonian spacecraft. After the maintenance worker Anj went online, he found something was wrong. The engine of the mothership is running well. After inserting the key, the engine easily speeds up from 0 to 100 miles per hour. If there is any problem, the engine lubricant seems to be a little too much. But that's not a problem. As the saying goes, a newly assembled computer needs to be burned in, and it takes time to verify whether a graphics card is a mining card. Anj made a lot of chicken dishes, and made the other party eat a lot of chicken, but he didn't find any problems. Anj knew that this Kryptonian mothership truly belonged to him. Chapter 180 New York Temple. Another Gotham battle is over. The debate about superheroes and poor official abilities has never stopped since the emergence of superheroes. Various so-called bricks and media reports on this aspect can be described as flocking. No way, people are in the traffic industry, and media that don't know how to eat traffic will starve to death. This is not the era when the self-media will be king in the future, it will be a hotspot at that time, and 3-digit homogenized short videos will pop up with a random search. Anj did not expect that someone on the internet launched a superhero poll who is the king of superheroes. Originally, arguing about which superhero is stronger is a topic that people who eat melons like to talk about. Everyone has their favorite hero, and everyone hopes that their own hero is the strongest. This is especially true in this country where all citizens shoot out. Some people even stand up for their own jiggy, fight with neighbors and even passers-by, and fire guns at each other to show respect. Kang saw that this topic became popular as soon as it came out, and immediately felt something unusual. Obviously Kratos is the king of heroes. He has a very strong combat power, can jump 100 meters, and can easily clean up all kinds of monsters. He also has the help of Wonder Woman and Chariot Woman, Pentasalasia. No, the pair of robot sisters should also be his subordinates. Does a huntress and a katana count? Counting on, he has a good relationship with Superman, Iron Man, and Batman. Hey, he is enough to protect the United States, and the White House is just soy sauce. All kinds of comments seem to be praising Anj, but in fact he knows that this is praise and kill, not to mention the following ones. There are too many fools among the public, and they can be easily fooled. When most people subconsciously believe that Kratos, who is not under the control of the White House, is better than the official one, then even if President Ellis wants to speak for superheroes, he will be besieged by the upper elite. Creating social rifts, causing all classes to fall into divisions, and checking and balancing all parties, so that they cannot threaten the rule of the upper elites on the country. Elevate Kratos to the status of a king, then there will naturally be anti-heroes who dislike Kratos to challenge him. As long as Anj can't deal with all the challengers and become the well-deserved king of heroes, then the mastermind behind the scenes will be considered a success. To put it bluntly, it is the ancient way of checks and balances. When Penthesilea issued a similar warning, Nge smiled confidently, since they want me to be the hero king, then I will be that hero king. After killing Destruction Day, even though the soul of this Kryptonian monster was filthy to death, it still provided Anj with objective attribute bonuses, raising his strength to 556 points and his constitution to a ridiculous 762 points in one go. Comes with a extreme regeneration of limbs skill. In addition to this, it is a unique Eye of Destruction skill. Eye of Destruction, the host can shoot out the elemental power in the body through the strengthened Krypton Eye, producing fire attribute damage equivalent to 300% damage of the host's ordinary elemental magic. There isn't much introduction, but seeing the outrageous magnification, Anger knows why Kryptonians like to play the trick of glaring at who is pregnant. This kind of attack damage is really high. If there is no final note, continuous use, Eye of Destruction, will greatly increase the chance of blindness. Then this skill is perfect. In other words, even if you are blind, is it true blindness to use Kryptonian photosynthesis to restore body functions? Anyway, with the contribution of Destroyer Day, Anj has now officially stepped into the ranks of top demigods. The only small entanglement is that his mother's partiality seems to be getting more and more serious. Strength and physique are extremely high, and other basic attributes are almost unchanged. As far as Faye is concerned, the biggest change is that his element pool has been expanded. Now it has an upper limit of 4090 points, and it is mainly fire and wind elements. However, Ange soon stopped bothering about it. No reason, just a piece of news. Dr. Stephen Strange seems to have gone mad, and instead of seeking medical salvation, he turned to theology. The news that Stephen's children's shoes bought a ticket to Nepal was immediately put on Anger's desk by Black Canary. He recruited 2 Amazons. Get ready, we may have to face a group of special enemies who know space magic. Pentacelia's eyes lit up. Is this the enemy you are waiting for? Yes. Wonder Woman sighed slightly. Sometimes, I really don't know whether it was right or wrong to lend you the power of Godslayer at the beginning. I am very relieved to see you grow into a real demigod step by step, but on the other hand, I am also afraid that your crazy pursuit of power will destroy yourself. Penthesilea akimbo, indeed, I have also seen many mortals who pursue power, and they are finally ruined by their own desires. Ange, you'd better make sure whether you can bear this power. Ange was taken aback for a moment. He knew that the 2 women cared about him. The so-called my fate is up to me, this kind of thing can only happen to the real protagonist of a world. If there is no God-killer system, Ange will definitely sleep, and live like this as a rich second generation who eats and waits to die. He has a system, his own efforts, and the history in his memory. In that case, why not give it a go? He held the hands of the 2 women and sighed softly. The earth is already very dangerous. Whether it is me or you, there is nowhere to escape. To destroy such a thing is not to find an ark to ensure that you and the only ones who can protect us are ourselves. After pondering for a while, Diana nodded. You are right. It is better to control fate in your own hands. She had a premonition in the dark that when Ange solved the wave of enemies against Kamataj, it would be the time for her and her aunt to return to Paradise Island and face the threat of God of War Ares together with the clan. On the other side, Stephen Strange, who had no idea that he had become a pathfinder, set foot on the land of Nepal with anxiety. He was miserable, but not completely miserable. The nerves in his hands were destroyed, and he will never be a neurosurgeon again in this life. But in this life, because he received the mysterious funding from NGE, he may not be so down and out. Under the guidance of fate, he still successfully entered Karmataj and worshipped under the Master of Ancient One. At the same time, in order to prove his support for New York, Shen Hoang bought a building. That building is just across from a quaint building, which is known as a private museum. Wonder Woman knew that Ange must be prepared for every major event, so she cast a puzzled look. No one told you that Karmataj has a branch, which happens to be New York Temple. Chapter 181 Kratos' Territory. New York again. Diana raised her beautiful eyebrows. It should be said that New York happens to be one of them. Ange raised his right hand, and a half-meter diameter globe shaped by flame elements appeared out of thin air above his palm. Although the outline of the earth was not clearly seen with the flame as the carrier, she still noticed the same symbol appearing in 3 places: New York, London, Hong Kong. Black Canary saw the key at a glance. Anger nodded. Since the age of mythology, the gods of Olympus have disappeared, and the Aesirs only regard the earth as their nominal territory and rarely intervene. During this period, the earth did not enter a state of disorder and chaos. It is Kamataj who protects the earth. Hearing this, all the girls couldn't help paying respect to the astonishing Master Guyi. Ange continued, Kamataj does not interfere in the battles in the world. The mage group led by Master Ancient One is only responsible for preventing the invasion of other creatures in the multiverse and expelling a group of powerful enemies from outside the solar system. Catwoman was surprised. Then, monsters from the age of mythology. You can understand them as alien creatures. They were just hunted down and expelled, very clean. Catwoman raised her eyebrows and said nothing. Diana pointed to the 3 symbols. is the temple you mentioned the fulcrum of the shield protecting the earth? Yes. Anger added, the idea and source of power between us and Kamataj are quite wrong. So I don't know how to contact Master Ancient One. In the final analysis, the way of the Godslayer is Zeus's line, and Kamataj will not give the Greek gods any face. If you can keep the water in the well and not violate the water in the river, you will burn high incense. Don't expect any cooperation. Maybe, but definitely not with the Ancient One who is about to retire from the stage of history. Eng has always hated operations that are too troublesome. Many steps mean too easy to make mistakes. He prefers to call himself a tactical master, referred to as the sixth. Actually, by now, he already wanted to unfurl the Justice League flag in advance. It's a pity that he himself is not so righteous. Maybe it will be more decent to change his name to Defenders Alliance. Eng came to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, overlooking the small New York temple that was only 5 stories high. We can ignore the matter of Kamataj. It happened in New York, and we can intervene reasonably. Eng didn't know that his typical ambush behavior had already been analyzed by SHIELD. An analysis conference on Kratos is being held in SHIELD. To put it bluntly, it is to study how to win someone into the group. Participants include Nick Fury, Agent Hill, Hawkeye, Natasha, Captain America, and Tony. Agent Hill started with the opening remarks, "We will not evaluate the code of conduct of Kratos and his followers for the time being. This is where heroes such as him, Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man have appeared. On a world map, Superman has the widest range of activities, followed by Kratos, and then Batman and Spider-Man, the typical one-man one-city guardians." The Big Beauty Hill continued, "Kratos' main activities are Gotham and New York. We have every reason to believe that his home is between these 2 cities." Tony curled his lips. "I am obliged to remind you that New York, Gotham and the surrounding satellite cities have a total of 25 million people. If you plan to do a census, you should put a detector on each person to check who is the right person." Kratos. Agent Hill manipulated the computer to project the shining golden quayette. Nick said lightly, "This is the reason for gathering everyone. Tony, is it possible for you to make a scout, scan the energy fluctuations on him, and find him? Just like when you and Dr. Banner found Loki's scepter same. Don't worry, I just want to have a good face-to-face talk with him." Tony complained in his heart, "I have his phone number and his home address." On the bright side, Tony was expressionless. "My scanner has determined that it is an energy fluctuation that cannot be detected with my current level of technology." Captain America frowned and added, "That's more like a psychic power." The widow tilted her head, "The power of faith in mythology." Captain America snapped their fingers, "Yes, that's how it feels." Nick was speechless. "Then do you think he is a god or a descendant of God who has lived from the age of mythology to the present?" All the Avengers shook their heads collectively. Captain America said, "No, I feel that his way of thinking and speaking is more advanced than mine." Tony quipped, "Finding out that an oldie isn't a real oldie." Captain America rolled his eyes. "Is there a chance to ask him for a bone age verification to see who is the real antique?" Hill reminded, "The physical fitness of aliens may not be suitable for human growth laws." After all, what she typed out was the data of General Zod. Although the lunatic Lex made Zod into Doomsday, a large amount of research data such as Zod's autopsy was originally shared with the military. Now it's all on display. Discussed for a while and seemed to freeze. Nick sighed, "Another angle." Hill immediately printed another 8K ultra-high-definition photo on the projection screen. "That is the tragedy of Troy. Nick, the style of this thing is obvious. Learn Tony, well, Greek chariots. Typical." Hill projected more information. "According to our analysis, considering its ability to fly into the sky, a large number of targets have been eliminated. In the end, we only left a small number of targets Apollo's chariot, the goddess of hunting, the chariots of Artemis, and the chariots of Achilles in the Trojan War. Tony manipulated the computer with his hand and swiped the screen. First, rule out Apollo, that's not the power of the sun. I didn't feel a hyperthermia reaction. The widow focused, is it Artemis? The driver and that Wonder Woman have the characteristics of a hunting goddess. She kind of hit a point. Amazons do have beliefs about Artemis. Then why not 3 huntresses? Kratos instead? Captain America asked back. Couldn't Kratos be Achilles? Hawkeye said suddenly. Clint, do you think Achilles is a bald man? The widow complained. This is the most confusing place. The result is good. After researching for a long time, they didn't find anything. Like someone's preferences. Finally, Tony complained, maybe that guy likes beauties. You see, his driver, Wonder Woman, and the legendary robot sisters are all beauties. Nick suddenly felt a little bit pained. I am a man, so he hung up my communication that time. Everyone can't help but focus on the widow's sister. It's me again. The widow's sister was a little annoyed. Chapter 182 Interference. The widow was a little speechless, and she looked at Director Nick, and she knew that this matter was none other than her. As an agent whose combat strength is only at the mortal level, she can't do much in the realm of the extraordinary. She is good at dancing with long sleeves, so she can do some communication work, which is already within her capabilities. The Avengers didn't pay much attention to this. Compared with the relatively neutral Kratos team who is willing to contribute to the fight against evil, there are too many guys who need their attention. Agent Hill released another video, which was a black body monster like a humanoid monster that fell into a crude oil barrel and fished out. This is an unknown existence that just appeared, and we temporarily named it Venom. Right? The Avengers have more troubles to face. On the other side, in the mansion outside Karmitage's New York temple, Ange is in a luxuriously decorated suite, personally interpreting what it means to have nothing to do today. Just listen to a little song. After all, my house is not a hook bar, of course the name needs to be changed. Originally, the Canary sisters had beautiful European and American voices, while Helen had the ability to imitate any voice. If necessary, Helen could imitate the voices of the Canary sisters in all areas and sing a trio of sisters. Ange just watched and listened to the live singing and dancing, and at the same time felt how Fulla made the hydro massage pool rippling. By the way, spread the perception, and sense the opposite temple in a passive way. The days of waiting are so fulfilling and boring. Finally. Almost at the same time, the eyes of Angus, Wonder Woman, and Penthesilea all lit up. Here we come. The 3 voices said in no particular order. The neighborhood of the New York Temple was not affected by the last Great War in New York. On the street, there are still people coming and going, and there is a lot of traffic. Only the truly strong will find that the surrounding space has undergone strange changes. The opposite building still looks like the same building. Under the high-intensity perception, every part of the building has undergone subtle changes. Tiles, exterior decoration, hanging lamps, windows, all the parts are pieced together in the perception in an illogical and irregular way to form a tentatively named building. A group of guys in orange-red robes who looked a bit like monks were stopped by a mysterious man who hid his face in the hood. Stop. A group of you are surrounded by me alone. This feeling is pretty ridiculous. Indeed. Because of the existence of a group of people surrounding the enemy, her name is the Supreme Mage Ancient One. She was confronting the group of traitors who had sneaked into Karmitage. When she was about to say something, she was shocked to find that the mirror space she created had been invaded by another force. The so-called mirror image space is a temporary space created by mages using the power of the worlds between reality and other parallel planes. It belongs to an unstable space crack. All damages in mirror space will not affect the main world. She built it to settle accounts with her good apprentice Cassius. Who thought there would be outsiders intruding? The purple-blue portal aperture represents a force completely different from Kamatage. When she saw the Greek-style trio walking across the door, she naturally recognized them immediately. Grandmaster Guyi said in a deep voice, "This is Kamatage's internal affairs. I hope everyone in the Olympus Pantheon can understand what I am talking about." Anj, who was wearing a leather case, raised his mouth, "I understand. But I'm here to remind Master Ancient One. Ever since Loki used the universal Rubik's Cube to tear apart the space above New York, the space here has become unstable. It's stable. Don't go too far, even if it's your family's internal affairs. Don't blame us for taking action if it gets worse." Huh. Gu's eyes sharpened, and a strange green light shone on the golden eyeball-shaped ornament on her chest. Her gaze suddenly became extremely far-reaching, and it actually surpassed the limit of time at this moment. Just the next moment, there was obvious surprise in her voice. Anji's heart skipped a beat, and he probably knew why. Guyi, who was used to peeking at the past and future with the power of the time stone in the eye of Agamotto, probably couldn't see the route of his time traveler. For Guyi, this was definitely an unexpected shock. Kamatage's mage, in order to maintain the stability of the long river of time, has been avoiding difficult situations such as time and space paradox, so sometimes he will decide whether to take action according to the situation. Anger is just betting. He wants to see whether Ancient One values Domamua, the Dark King behind Cassius more, or he is the one who has a good reputation but is likely to be the culprit of disrupting time and space. Hero was shot to death. Cassius and his henchmen over there also didn't know what Anj was coming for, so the three parties froze like this. Of course, anger deliberately cast most of his murderous intent on Cassius. Sure enough, Guyi made her own decision. She slowly took off her orange hood, revealing her recognizable big bald head. As the so-called bald head does not embarrass the bald head. Guyi's decision is obviously beneficial to anger. "Mr. Kratos, don't bother your help, I can handle it." Anj predicted Guyi's prediction. "Very good. For the sake of the master, I will not interfere. But if I see these guys messing around in New York for the second time, don't blame me for taking action." "Good." Guyi and the traitor Cassius looked at the trio who re-entered the portal and left. As if they heard the starting gun, they immediately began to fight. Backing back to the suite opposite the New York temple, Penthesilea muttered a little dissatisfied, "Are we leaving like this? For a truly strong person, you need to be in awe enough. At her peak, she can tear the nemesis at will. To be able to tear apart the true god, how terrifying this strength must be." The queen instinctively shrank her neck first, and the psychological shadow brought by the goddess of Nemesis was really infinite. Wonder Woman's beautiful red lips twitched, and she instinctively wanted to ask if Master Ancient One would help her solve the god of war Ares she was facing in her hometown. At this time, she sensitively grasped the key words, "at the peak." Yes. She is dying. I can feel that her soul has been severely eroded by the forces of darkness. If I am not mistaken, it is impossible for her with a strong personality to allow herself to degenerate into a demon. She will commit the unforgivable. She ended her fault before. She is holding on now, but it is because she has not yet found a candidate for the next Supreme Mage. Anj changed the subject. "I will be able to solve this matter smoothly when the new Supreme Mage comes to power." Chapter 183 Mirror Space Technique. Wait, do you know who the next Supreme Mage is? The heroine once again turned into the blind monk who captured Huadian. The eyes of Black Canary next to him lit up. Could it be that Mr. Stephen Strange? Anj smiled and patted Black Canary's conscience. "Yo, it's not in vain that you and I have been together for so long. You have made progress." Anj continued his front row VIP tour while speaking with conscience. For the Canary sisters and the others, there is an ordinary city scene in front of them, exactly the same as before. For a truly strong person, even for a person like Fulla whose perception is not outstanding. The scene in front of him looks dilapidated, distorted, and weird, but it is even more outrageous than the grotesque dreams that can only be seen in dreams. The irregular but assembled mirrors touched their heartstrings. If they can integrate the broken pieces in the field of vision like Aang's Godslayer system, they will see howling buildings fall from the sky, and the earth turns into a millstone, constantly moving toward those orange-yellow clothed people. Monks run over. The field of vision is constantly upside down and repeated. The ground at one moment will become the sky in the next second, and the facade of high-rise buildings suddenly becomes the only place to stand. The footholds are uneven everywhere, and if you don't pay attention, you will step into the abyss and be crushed by the cracks in the space. A Cassius follower fell out, and from the outside of the mirror space, it looked like an orange-red fireball hitting the roof of a building. Only Aang can see clearly that it is actually a human being separated by hundreds or thousands of smaller space cracks. If anyone can probe into those spaces that are probably smaller than the eye of a needle, they will be able to find those flesh and blood that have turned into unknown nature. The battle in the space is gorgeous and cruel. The battle between Master Ancient One and the traitor ended when Cassius found an opportunity to forcibly open a portal and ran away with some of his followers. Everything in the mirror space began to recover strangely. This scene is very similar to the legendary Broken Mirror reunion. The houses and even the city, which were turned upside down not long ago, returned to the original ground plane. The broken exterior walls returned with mirror images piece by piece, returning to its proper position like a jigsaw puzzle. The scattered shards and broken pieces in the vision, the structure began to recover as if going back in time, and returned to the original with the footsteps of Guyi's departure. If there is anything that has changed, it is that there are a few more corpses on the empty street. Guyi was about to leave when he suddenly found that Kratos had gone and returned just now, standing 5 meters in front of her. Guyi. Aang, don't get excited, I'm just like you, I just want to protect this earth. If it is said that the original Gu was somewhat wary of Nge, but after she saw what Nge did through the future, she had already made a decision. Traveler who travels through time and space. Don't play it off. It's better than the world being swallowed by darkness, isn't it? Master Guyi didn't answer, and walked past Aang like a wind. Aang bared his teeth, feeling as if he was in a trance after a catastrophe, but also grateful. Humming a harvest song, Aang cast his gaze on the few Cassius followers who were killed by the Ancient One. One of them counts as one, and they were all Karmatage mages trained by Master Ancient One himself. Perhaps their strength cannot be considered to be on the stage in a real strong showdown. Absorbing their red souls couldn't bring any basic attribute bonus to Aang. Don't forget, they all know teleportation. To be honest, anger has been greedy for them for a long time. Chiliu. Like smoking Yunnan rice noodles, Aang felt the bonus brought by these wonderful red souls. Congratulations to the host for picking up the soul of Cassius follower XXXX, the soul is being purified. These 5 people have brought the following boost to the host. The host's teleportation technique has been upgraded to LV36. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Karmatage space skill, Mirror Space. The host can use magic power to temporarily open up a 500 cubic meter mirror space. Before receiving 10,000 points of space damage, this space will not collapse and will not have any impact on the real plane. Maintaining this space requires 3 points of elemental energy per second. Different from a certain mage apprentice named Stephen, at least at this moment, the strength of these Cassius followers is definitely a qualified Karmatage mage. The increase they brought is very fragrant. Aang picked out a small golden object that looked like a knuckle tiger from one of the mage's hands. If it wasn't split, it would be a one-piece finger caught. He put it on his index finger and middle finger. A mysterious feeling immediately connected his soul with Godslayer system. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the broken suspension ring. The host's space magic ability is being tested. the test has passed, and it has been restored to a high-quality suspension ring. It can greatly enhance the host's ability to sense parallel spaces. The element induction power increases by 30 levels. Picked up the treasure. Without this thing, the difficulty of Angie's hand rubbing the portal directly increased by an unknown number of levels. Without the help of the system, even if he could really conquer the witch and become a teacher, he would have to study for many years to learn it. Now it's all effortless. Ange set fire to these corpses, and used teleportation to return to his room. Diana looked at the suspended ring in Angie's hand, and asked tentatively, "Is it done?" Nge smiled. "The hanging ring is the treasure of the guardian of the Karmitage temple. This hanging ring was polluted, so Master Guyi just blew it up casually. She didn't expect that I can repair it. With it, my space magic ability can be enhanced by 2 levels. That. Not enough, I guess I have to kill that Cassius." Diana froze for a moment, then smiled. If she had just met Nge, she would have been worried about gains and losses, but after being together for so long, she knew very well that when it comes to head grabbing, this guy is really professional. As a 6th child, you first need to have enough patience. Since it is determined that the New York temple is the key, there is no need to go all the way to the bitter Nepal. That crappy place, in addition to the many people and gods, the key is that you can't find a more beautiful 6-star hotel there. Ange, who was used to a good life, was somewhat unbearable. He didn't even dare to drive the Dark Elf's mothership there. That bit of invisibility can be hidden from others, but definitely not from Guyi's perception. One is not good, Mrs. Gu is not pleasing to his eyes, and it is not good to blow his elf mothership down. Time passed day by day. The sky over New York once again produced violent spatial fluctuations. Chapter 184 Volley. The long river of fate is still flowing. Anger didn't know if it was a cycle, or a bad closed loop of time and space. At least in his perception and memory, the calendar did not turn backwards, and the guardian mages of Kamitage's temple did not come to trouble him. Which is a good thing. Almost at the same time, the Greek trio who had let go of their perception felt an evil dark force appearing in the small house opposite. This is absolutely unthinkable in the old days. The space became unstable. I don't know how much magic power crossed the space, came to the opposite building, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This is not a real disappearance, but a transfer of space. Soon, a very novel green energy appeared in the New York temple. A handsome man with a nervous expression, wearing a very retro dark blue robe and a strange red cloak, opened the gate of the New York temple. He rushed out first, followed by a man in a samurai suit. Black Mage. Stephen Strange. Black Canary suddenly called out the name of the master in front of him. Ange snapped his fingers, and everyone immediately entered a state of combat readiness. He stepped out of the jacuzzi with big strides, and with every step he took, a large number of water droplets on his body instantly turned into water vapor due to the sudden high temperature on the surface of his body. Sister Canary handed over the parts of Kuei's leather case, and helped Ange put the leather case on at a speed that can be described as dazzling in the eyes of ordinary people. Everything was ready. Ange seemed to push it casually, and the scene of the suite in front of him was like a piece of broken glass, split into countless irregular thin pieces, and then sunken outward, and built a passage within a second. Stepping in, the opposite is New York, not New York. They have already entered the mirror space constructed by Dr. Strange. Everything that happened in front of my eyes subverted the cognition of ordinary people. New York in the horizon is simply a clumsy joke made by some first-class game manufacturers to buy bugs and get games. The sky and the earth were split apart irregularly and rotated arbitrarily. Overhead is the earth, and a car is driving with its wheels upside down against the road on the zenith. On the right, there is another section of texture, which looks like pedestrians are walking on another section of sidewalk perpendicular to the ground without knowing it, or they are talking on their mobile phones, or they are passing by in a hurry. Only some buildings and objects close to the central area of the field of vision can give anger and the girls a more realistic sensory feedback. Be careful, you will be swallowed by the space crack in the mirror space. Anger mainly said it to Catwoman, Canary Sisters, and Gwen. To be honest, he can come in without bringing them who are a bit weaker. They persisted. After being strengthened by the Red Soul, they have 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people, and they must practice. Angie's group of unexpected intruders annoyed Cassius, who was chasing Doctor Strange. Who are you? Guardians of the Earth. Angie's words made Doctor Strange, who was busy running, startled for a moment, and then elated. At this point in time, Stephen Strange has just been recognized by the Eye of Agamotto. He is considered a talented mage genius. Even Master Guyi recognized him as the next supreme mage. It happened that things were developing too fast, and Mr. Doctor Strange hadn't changed his mind yet. Even though he has the ability to control the most powerful treasure in the world, Time Stone, he still thinks that he is just an ordinary person seeking to heal his hands. At the moment of gaining such great power, he also refused to participate in the Templars' war against the Dark Lord Dormammu. As a result, when Kratos, the world-recognized hero, came out, he actually had a thought in his heart: if I'm saved, I'll leave it to Kratos. If the mage Modu next to him knew what he was thinking, he would probably spit on him. What time is it? People are killing you, and you still want to avoid the battle? For a hero, this kind of performance is undoubtedly unqualified. For a mortal, this idea is quite normal. In any case, the joining of Nge and his group undoubtedly helped Stephen and Modu a lot. This fusion world is subtly different from the original history after all. Cassius, who has absorbed the power from the dark world of Dormammu, has brought as many as 20 followers. Regardless of their attire, it's easy to feel overwhelmed just by looking at their faces. A pair of eye sockets were pitch black, and the corners of the eyes were severely cracked, similar to crow's feet, and each crack shone with a strange scarlet light. This kind of honor, if it were Nge who was a face control person, even if he was chosen a million times, he would not choose to become such a cultivator of immortals. A Cassie follower rushed towards Catwoman. He made a hooting sound like a low growl of a wild animal, and his withered fingers tightly clasped an almost completely transparent weapon. This kind of thing is very difficult to defend, because it is difficult for the attack to judge its length and width. Especially when it swung it suddenly emitted a cluster of transparent light blades that resembled flying knives. Humph! White Canary snorted coldly, pushed forward with her right palm, and the surrounding air was suddenly compressed, forming an area that even the elements could not escape in an instant. Palm, the trick of attacking the enemy with the palm wind, but from the perspective of the elements, it is to block the enemy's attack with the wind element. Boom! Strange sound. Obviously, this master cultivator was also surprised that his attack was broken. Before he came back to his senses, a woman in a black leather jacket and a strange cat ear decoration rushed over. Her movements are swift, like a cheetah flying. No, it should be said to be Gagaga's enhanced version of the feline animal. The exaggerated speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour, no matter how you look at her, she doesn't look like a human being. Even when the 5 fingers of her right hand slashed across the air, she made a chilling scream, pulling 5 cold streams of light in the void. Ah! A golden light shield lit up on the left shoulder of the immortal cultivator, but it was a pity that the light shield broke within half a second under the claw strike. The next moment, 5 terrible wounds with deep visible bones suddenly appeared on his left upper arm. Catwoman passed by, but there was no trace of blood on her slender fingers. She has practiced this hand-split empty claw. Ange blinked and thought to himself, let Selena do acupressure for him when I have time. The collective charge of all the girls here put down a third of the immortal cultivators in a single encounter. Cassius yelled, stupid mortal! You are against the great Dark Lord Dormammu. Chapter 185 Ancient One's Apology. Dormammu. This guy used to be a simple mage, and after entering the dark space, he abandoned his body and became a Dark Lord. Invincible in the dark dimension. In terms of strength, he is at least as good as Odin in his peak period, and he is a standard father-level boss. Under certain circumstances, it is not uncommon to reach the level of a single universe. Eng really wanted to face Dormammu, and he would probably be crushed to death by the opponent's finger. However, Eng is out of his mind, so how could he face Dormammu in a daze? Cassius saw the big bald man in front of him smiling disdainfully. Dormammu? The guy who dares to devour the entire earth, doesn't he think that he will be backlashed by all the strong people on the earth? Eng's mouth rose wildly. I don't need to deal with Dormammu. Yes. It's not me, but Doctor Strange who wants to give Domam a hand. I gave Steven so much money, the doctor must be on top at the critical moment. Eng's words have another meaning in the ears of others. Unfathomable. Doctor Strange and Mordo were stunned. Especially in Doctor Strange's heart, because he didn't know that the one who topped the vat was himself. He naively felt a strong sense of gratitude. Really deserves to be the peerless powerhouse who protects the earth. It's hard to blame Steven. After all, Kratos has a brilliant record and has never lost a single game since his debut, from the Lizard Man, Electron, to the New York War to Tyr Leviathan, and the bombardment Doomsday not long ago. For a strong man who can kill those powerful enemies one by one, no one knows where his real limit is. Not to mention Kratos' men, right in front of them, chopped melons and vegetables to kill those Cassius men. Yo. Cassie yo. Kratos, took care of you personally, are you moved? Don't dare to move. Don't dare to move. Cassius was so angry that his lips were trembling, but he still stared at Kratos, allowing his girls to slaughter his own men. This performance has well explained the difference in strength between the two. Cassius croaked out of composure. He raised his left hand and began to cast spells as if he had broken a can. The next moment, the world turned upside down. Seriously, this trick has been tried and tested by ordinary people. After all, ordinary people can't fly, they can only scream and fall freely from the void. Even Wonder Woman had to board Penthesilea's god-level chariot, and she also brought Canary and other companions by the way. Only the two in the middle of the battlefield remained motionless. Cassius thought Kratos would follow. But no. This bald man is like a bat, hanging upside down with his head on the ground and his feet facing the sky and the earth. The surrounding changing space and the suddenly approaching mirror space seem to have nothing to do with him. No, it's not that it doesn't matter, but a voice beyond ordinary people is constantly bursting. That's the crackling sound when the space compresses the mirror space. It's just that there is a lack of air in that place, and beings without spatial abilities will not hear those voices. It fell into Cassius' ears, that is, thousands of pulverizers started at the same time, and the space cracks kept squeezing, colliding, and even destroying each other. That terrifying sound was like a big mushroom bomb exploding in front of him. In the eyes of outsiders, the high-rise buildings that were originally turned into giant gears collapsed a little abruptly. It just seemed that the bald man just folded his arms and stared at Cassius coldly. I don't know when, Kratos's eyes have turned into a diamond-like ice color, without any impurities, as if to attract people's minds into it. Cassius' face lost all color in an instant. No, it's impossible, your control over the mirrored space is still superior to mine. Manipulating time, if it is only a single thread, it is a series of operations such as fast-forwarding or rewinding in one circle. Manipulating space is much more difficult. Multi-layer spaces combined together, it is not a simple 3D three-dimensional combination, and many places will be like nesting dolls, or even overlapped. Manipulating such a space, even if it is a mirror space evolved from a space crack and simplified by a magic formula, is definitely a very brain-intensive operation. Normal people's brains will become confused if they look at two different spaces at the same time, let alone other things. Regardless of the collision of mirror spaces. This kind of calculation is like adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing with two digits, and suddenly it is a compound operation with dozens of digits. This calculation power can definitely make a normal-minded person collapse on the spot and burn into an idiot. Cassius used his own brain to manipulate the space, while Aang used the system. Travelers don't know what level the computing power of the system is, but the times are different, and the computing power is incomparable. This is like the computing power of the destroyer computer Skynet in the classic movie Future Soldier. It seemed that the computing power was incomparable back then, but who would have thought that the computing power level after many years would be equivalent to a piece of paper? The computing power of a commercial graphics card? One uses the human brain and the other uses the system, which caused Cassius to be completely suppressed by Aang in the space field. Not to mention crushing Aang to death with the mirror space. At this moment, he is so hard that he can't even use the suspension ring to open a portal to escape. Because in the mental space, Aang has borrowed the system to connect to Cassie's mental space, and began to transmit a large amount of messy spatial data streams, disrupting his brain in reverse. Onlookers only saw that the approaching high-rise buildings receded quickly, and the square in front of them became wider and wider. Doctor Strange and Mordo's eyes widened in disbelief. In their view, only the ancient master could have such an ability to subvert space. Aang, who was hanging upside down in mid-air, volleyed and approached Cassius step by step. The current situation of this Dormammu's loyal dog is not only bad, it is simply a mess. After all, Cassius is a mage first, and then the so-called melee mage. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, how could he defeat the demigod Aang? Just as Aang was pressing closer, the surrounding scene suddenly changed again. Bang bang kong dang dang. The earth under everyone's feet has changed again. It seems that what everyone is stepping on is not the ground, but a square paved with marble with ever-changing and complicated patterns. In an instant, Doctor Strange and Mordo found themselves further away from the battlefield. Not only them, but even Kratos and Cassie in the middle of the battlefield were forcibly separated. The bald man seems to want to move forward, but unfortunately the world is just a few feet away. Countless irregular mirrors shattered and reassembled in front of Kratos, so that Doctor Strange could clearly feel that Kratos was trying to break through the space barrier in front of him. Kratos failed. The next second, visually, he was at least 10 meters away from Cassie. This still does not take into account the physical distance of the space barrier. Kratos turned his head and looked in another direction. There was obvious anger in his words, "Master Ancient One. What do you mean by this? I said it, if you can't fix the mess in your family, the second time it affects New York, don't blame me for taking the shot." "Sorry." A cold female voice came faintly. Chapter 186 Deliberately playing himself dead. Everything can be described with the word. Facing the evil person, Guyi might slap him to death with one slap, so he won't talk nonsense to him. Facing the strong man who also protects the earth, Master Guyi is still very reasonable. Without it, the earth is too big, and a supreme mage alone is not enough to protect it. The Ancient One at its peak can definitely spread its perception to the whole world, discover every large space crack, and send Comitage Guardians to destroy the alien creatures that sneak in. Besides, even at her peak, she couldn't do everything. This is like the current military spy satellite on the Earth. It is true that it can monitor every picture on the ground, but it is impossible to monitor 8 billion people on the Earth at the same time. Not to mention that the peak of the Ancient One is no longer. Using the power of darkness to keep her life alive, and having to expend more energy to fight against the erosion of darkness, she is already exhausted, and her strength has also fallen to a level that an outsider cannot know. In this case, Guyi still has considerable respect for a strong man like Aang. The bridal sedan chairs were carried by everyone. Guyi apologized, and Nge went downhill along the donkey. He first glanced at Cassius, who was in pain, with sharp eyes, and then glanced at Guyi. "Do you know what you're doing? You can't." Eng couldn't help it. "I know you know." Master Guyi interrupted Nge's words and didn't let him continue. "Since you know I know, why do you still?" "Hush." One index finger, one silent gesture, already said 1,000 words. Buddha said, "Do not speak." It is clear that the ancient master did not believe in Buddha, but he gave Eng a kind of supreme zen. "I understand. But in the future, I will act according to my own judgment." Eng took a half step back. Grateful. Cassius next to him was obviously blushing. Apart from being puzzled, he was more aggrieved. The two guys in front of them don't pay attention to servant of the great Dark King Dormammu at all. "You." Just as Cassie said a word, Guyi had already stepped forward. Deng. The wonderful buzzing sound swayed under her feet like a shockwave, and the magic power transferred from countless parallel worlds bloomed here. The overwhelming oppressive force forced Cassius to withdraw his attention from Aang and put all his attention on his former mentor. Doctor Strange and Mordo not far away, they were well protected by Guyi. They seemed to be only 10 meters away from the main battlefield, but in fact they have been separated by a mirror world. When the magic power burst out from Guyi's body, the blood-stained mark between his eyebrows, which looked a bit like a goat's head, was naturally revealed. This imprint representing Dormammu shocked them deeply. We must know that not long ago, the two of them had a serious ideological conflict with Ancient One. Doctor Strange didn't want to participate in the mysterious war, and he didn't want to get involved in the grievances between the Ancient One and Cassius, because he accidentally saw that in the book of Cagliostro that Cassie stole, there was a story about how to escape from the dark. Taboo content where the world draws magic to stay alive. He had long suspected that Guyi was not a good person at all. For this reason, he even had a fierce quarrel with his friend Modu, because Modu had been lost before, and was taught by Ancient One how to strengthen his heart to resist the temptation of the dark field. It's all right now. When Guyi showed the mark between his brows, the two of them felt a sense of collapse. Doctor Strange has an expression of as expected. And Modu, he worshipped Guyi as a god. But now what Guyi showed was completely like, the leader of the decent leader is actually the big boss of the evil faction. The momentum, how can you make Modu, who has always believed that the Ancient One is the patron saint of the earth, bear it? In his solid mind, a terrible crack appeared. The crack is obviously expanding rapidly, but at this moment, Modu still has a relatively kind heart. That's the collapse of faith. Aang was quite speechless when he saw the two people who didn't live up to expectations, and complained in his heart, "Guyi is nothing but a fart." There are many guys who are serious on the surface and playing big games behind their backs. Take a look at your family's chief America, one who makes female interns gossip, one who plays games with adult actresses with public funds, and one who loves children. So, what do you know? Someone dressed as Kratos snorted coldly, "Life is coming to an end, but no one can take over to protect the Earth's despair. Have you tasted it?" Doctor Strange and Mordo were taken aback at the same time. They suddenly realized that this mysterious superhero was talking to them. The other party started with another sneer, "Do you really think Supreme Master is a hot dog on the side of the road, and you can have it if you want?" These words were really a bolt from the blue. The eyes of the two are full of disbelief. No. Why would Kratos, an outsider, know this? Have we misunderstood Master Guyi? Is there really something else hidden? For a moment, complicated thoughts flooded into the minds of the two of them, and they involuntarily turned their attention to Master Guyi, who was fighting fiercely with Cassius. They both longed for an answer, the real answer. Actually, when Aang broke the news, Guyi gave Aang a hard look. "Don't worry about it." Guyi's eyes said so. Eng pretended to be stupid. Don't you Karmatage temple mages claim to maintain time? A long river of time really cannot be changed, so what I do will only be drawing a knife to cut off the water and the water to flow more. No way. No way. My butterfly won't change anything, right? Eng really laughed in his heart. If Guyi didn't choose to end his life, it would be even more interesting. Maybe one day in the future, Guyuhui will really degenerate into the most terrifying demon god, but before that day comes, Thanos will never dare to fart. If there is an ancient town, there will be no such thing as Thanos. But, Anger a little underestimated Guyui's suicide intention. Just when Anger's women defeated most of Cassius' followers, and the rest of them turned their attention to the master-student battle of Ancient One, following Cassius' words hypocritical guy, he stabbed Guyi in the vitals. The whole process highlights the word act. Although the fights of these melee mages are several times faster than ordinary people under the acceleration technique blessed by magic power, they can still be seen if you look closely. With the cover of a follower, Cassius played a double knife style. The knife in his left hand was blocked by Guyi, and the knife in his right hand first pierced the lower abdomen of the follower, and then the transparent blade pierced Guyi's chest. This is the key in an absolute sense. Regardless of how much Doctor Strange and Mordo had questioned the Ancient One before, the Ancient One was their teacher after all, the guide who single-handedly brought them into the mysterious world. Especially after Kratos broke the news to them that there was actually something else going on in Ancient One's use of dark power, they instinctively chose to believe it. Now that Guyi was killed, of course they panicked. Go. Cassius will be handed over to me, but Dormammu may only be handled by you. Kratos said, giving them a reassurance. Chapter 187 The Next Supreme Mage. When Eng saw Guyi fall, his eyes fixed on him, he knew that Guyi wanted to die, and he didn't want him to stop her. As a price, Guyi is tantamount to acquiescing to his practice of changing the direction of the future. Oh! Anger sighed. At the end of the field of vision, there are the backs of Doctor Strange and the two rushing towards the direction where Guyi fell. Eng withdrew his gaze, and turned his gaze back to Cassius, the fallen man who had no repentance. Bastard! You are very proud of killing your own master, aren't you? As it turns out, talking to a crazy wand is no fxck. Ha ha ha. Everyone is bathed in the divine light of the Dark Lord, but I am the real servant of Dormammu, she is just a hypocritical power stealer. That's why I will enter the eternal heaven, she is only worthy to enter the of destruction. Cassius laughed wildly and said a lot. Eng is calm, at least he looks calm. He gave up his defense because he didn't want his IQ to be pulled down to the lowest level by such a fanatic, and then defeated by the opponent with his rich magic stick experience. As a space mage, Cassius's little tricks can be described as not infrequent. As he approached Eng slowly, he secretly used the suspension ring behind his back, and summoned a small space portal, just behind Eng. Little Penthesilea had just yelled half a sound before realizing that her reminder was a bit redundant. As if a gust of wind blew by, a palm that Cassius sneaked across the space behind Anger had already soared into the sky. It wasn't until Eng raised the Hector on his left hand sideways, and there were still a few drops of dark blood hanging on the blade, that many people were surprised to find that at that moment just now, Eng had forced the other party to participate in the competition. Double 11 Hand-Chopping Festival. Cassius let out a terrifying scream and howl on the spot. As soon as his two dog legs heard this, they immediately croaked and jumped out, trying to cover the good dad who led them into the pit. It's a pity that these two remaining third-rate melee mages are nothing compared to real powerhouses. Ah! Ah! Two screams. One was nailed to death by Wonder Woman in this illusory mirrored square, and the other was punched flying by Fulla, like a baseball home run, and died in some space crack. Facing Anger who was pressing on every step of the way, Cassius finally panicked. He clenched his severed wrist tightly, You are fighting against the great Dark King Dormammu. The Supreme Mage has been killed by me. There is no longer any existence that can protect you. Such hardcore persuasion made Nge laugh out loud, and the whole passage highlighted a soft rice hard food. Eng stared at this guy, and said almost wordlessly, "Idiot." The reason why the Supreme Mage Guyi died at the hands of this rookie is because she was tired. What is evil? Is it the use of evil power itself? Or is it considered evil for a good person to use evil power to do righteous deeds? This definition is very difficult to define. One thing is for sure: contamination with evil forces is more terrifying than poisoning, and it is not easy to quit if you want to. Guyuhui died at the hands of Cassius, but in essence she was desperate for relief. Of course, Eng didn't expect the power-hungry in front of him to understand. Guyi was gone, and the desire to kill instantly rose in Eng's heart. Cassius still hadn't given up at such a time. He used the hanging ring on his remaining right hand to try to open the portal and escape. How could Eng let him do what he wanted? Bah! An angry reprimand sounded like thunder. Eng's violent mental power seemed to turn into a deafening roar, pouring fiercely into Cassius' ears, and even into his spiritual sea. This is lion's roar, but not exactly. Purely using his spirit far surpassing that of Cassius, he unleashed a shockwave on the spiritual level, directly destroying the other party's attempt to open the portal. Teleportation is a very energy-consuming technique. It not only needs to mobilize the magic power of the other world, but also imagine the scene of the destination, and connect the space coordinates of the place with the coordinates in this unstable mirror space. Any link that goes wrong means that the teleportation fails and you throw yourself into a crack in space. If it is good, it will die suddenly on the spot; if it is unlucky, it will be worse than death. Eng let out a voice, turning Cassie's portal into a cluster of meaningless golden sparks on the spot. Before Cassius could react, Eng turned into a gust of wind and passed him by. Whew! Cassius turned into a jigsaw puzzle. Scattered lights of knives split his figure into an unknown number of irregular pieces. His ugly face with dark circles under the eyes of the master cultivator, and his mouth full of arrogant and vicious words, all shattered in an instant. Until Anger's figure appeared 10 meters behind Cassius, Cassie's whole body turned into a pile of black fine bone and flesh fragments. After Cassius died, his mouth was still half open, and the upper and lower jaws were opened and closed, as if he was about to say some curse words. Eng sneered, "You still want to move Dormammu out to scare people, don't you? Unfortunately, that's the job of the next Supreme Mage. The system prompts as expected. Congratulations to the host for killing the fallen mage Cassius. Because his soul is incomplete, the number of red souls obtained is reduced. The host's teleportation technique is upgraded to LV-118, and the mirror image space technique is upgraded to LV-99. The host has obtained the following skills: Dark Element Control LV-45. Dark Element Resistance LV-36. The available element attributes in the host element pool are Wind, Fire, and Darkness. Available elemental mana is 9,999 points. Seeing this, Nge took a breath in surprise. Fat is really fat. Cassius is definitely the kind of man obsessed with space magic. Don't think he can't play better than Eng, it's because he doesn't have a system to help. Cassina's proficiency in space magic is absolutely top-notch. Moreover, Cassie also helped Aang improve his last two shortcomings. Now his basic attributes are Intelligence 136, Perception 165. Aang finally looks like a hexagonal warrior, although his physique and endurance are still the highest. No way, among the enemies who told him to kill, this kind of muscular boss counted the most. In addition, the magic cap of the element pool seems to be locked. Aang had a feeling in the dark that he had to kill a powerful mage, or a true god, in order to break through the upper limit again. I don't know when. All the girls have gathered around, and among them, Wonder Woman is the most nervous. Ange, what's the matter? It should be almost there, I will start preparing when I go back. But before that, let's meet our next Supreme Mage. Chapter 188 Whale Fall. On the other side, a few minutes ago, Master Guyi, who had been fatally stabbed, plummeted down. After she passed through the mirror space and entered the real world, she crashed into the glass dome at the entrance of the lobby of a building in a very miserable manner. Like that, he looks like a hapless ghost who invested all his wealth in Bank of America stocks and then went bankrupt. If Stephen and Modu had some doubts about Ancient One a while ago, now they only have endless regrets in their hearts. Damn it! We might have wronged her. Mordu's voice was trembling. Save people first. Stephen, who was a doctor, made the most correct judgment. Then, he troubled his ex-girlfriend Christine again, and found the emergency room where she was. Helpless, science cannot save those who play metaphysics. Not to mention the Ancient One standing at the top of the Earth's mysterious field. Guyi soon died. Died fairly peacefully. If it were a boss in another field who died, wouldn't the sky collapse? This is no joke. The magic power in the ancient body was originally as surging as a strategic nuclear bomb. Desperate to die, she transferred almost all of her magic power ahead of time, and even reserved enough magic power for her final battle. At least when she saved her lover and confronted Cassius with the first dozen or so moves, outsiders couldn't see it at all. Make any flaws. At this time, Stephen is no longer that simple doctor. The moment Guyi's heartbeat stopped, he went out of his body. Not only him, but also Modu, they saw Guyi for the last time. Master Ancient One, is what Kratos said true? He said that you use the power of darkness because you have no successors, so you have to use the power of Dormammu. Modu's voice was completely choked. He questioned, he was angry, but when he knew another version of the truth, he hesitated again. Yes, and no. Master Guyi saw the expression of remorse on the face of this disciple who once didn't believe in herself, and she showed a gratified expression. It is precisely because I have experienced the horror of darkness that I desperately prevent you from touching the darkness. Strength. Master, You go back first, I have something to say to Strange. Yes. Modu stayed away from the two of them, and his soul returned to his body. Only Stephen and Guyi are left. Dr. Strange hesitated to speak. Kratos' intervention is definitely an accident. You can ignore his words. How could I not care about his words? You. Master, you really mean it? I've dealt with horrible incidents I don't know how many times. Only this time, I couldn't make it through. Not because of Cassius, but because of the dark forces in me that are about to consume my soul and sanity. Maybe it's better than that, Guyi finally admitted. Her words made Stephen fall into silence for a few seconds. Guyi comforted him and said, you haven't gotten used to the role of a mage yet. But you must understand that there are some things in this world that can only be done by unique people. People who can carry the inheritance of the Supreme Mage, may not be found in 1,000 years. 1. Stephen was deeply shocked by the news. I guard the Earth from being invaded by aliens from other dimensional worlds. If you don't do it, no one will do it. I didn't mean to force you, but it's the truth. After the shock, the smart Stephen quickly accepted the reality. I see. As for that Kratos. Guyi raised his soul hand and pointed to the edge of the sky garden 40 meters away across the road. Following the direction of her finger, Stephen saw Kratos and several heroines standing in a row. Seeing Guyi pointing his finger, Ange led all the girls to touch their chests with their right hands, and bowed slightly. The great guardian who has guarded the earth for thousands of years is about to pass away. This is the last tribute to the guardian. Guyi suddenly laughed, and a little space between her right hand, a soul mask bloomed, covering her and her disciples, preventing her words from being heard by outsiders. Stephen, Do you know? I spent countless years peeking into the past and the future, but I can't see the future between you and that Kratos. Ah! Stephen exclaimed softly. He had personally used the Eye of Agamotto, of course he knew the power of this powerful artifact. Guyi actually said that she couldn't see it. What does it mean? I only saw possibilities. Yours, and his. So I gave up on holding him accountable for the timeline change. I follow your decision. Guyi shook his head. For this powerful man full of mystery, you must maintain enough awe and vigilance. You may be a successful doctor, but you are too arrogant and conceited, which will harm you and make you can never be greater. Look. Go listen. Go feel. Then use your wisdom to make a judgment for this world. Across the road, Ange quietly watched Guyi make his final instructions. He didn't try to eavesdrop on what Guyi said. As a time traveler, he was quite clear about Guyi's last words. Just the part about him, I don't know how crooked the world line will be. Brilliant lightning bolts flashed in the sky of the soul world from time to time, and time seemed to freeze at this moment. After Guyi finished her final sigh, her soul dissipated into this world. She left for a full 3 or 4 seconds before Stephen noticed, feeling infinitely emotional for a while. Doctor Strange didn't notice that a ray of impurity-free soul fragments flew to Kratos' chest opposite him under the traction of a wonderful force. Ange was really surprised. He only wanted to send this great guardian one last time, but he never thought that he could pick up some white soul. This pure soul also contains powerful soul power. Almost the moment the white soul was inhaled by him, his teleportation technique soared to LV-256, and his mirror image space technique soared to LV-182. In addition to this, there are a large number of. The spell appears in the system prompt. It's just that the system all displays the host's magic level is too low, and it cannot be analyzed temporarily. It is no exaggeration to say that the second biggest beneficiary of Guyi's death turned out to be Ange. Ange suddenly thought of a word, whale fall. It means that a whale dies, but it can feed a large number of other marine life. In a sense, the passing of the Ancient One also had this effect. Not long after, Guyi, who was being rescued on the emergency platform, was declared dead. Stephen was stunned for a long time before arriving at the Sky Garden across the road, which is a coffee shop. Here, he met Kratos. Condolences. Thank you. Stephen hesitated for a moment, then asked, Cassilius. I returned his soul to his master. Thanks. You should know that the matter is far from over. Cassius is not completely dead. Dormammu's attack will arrive soon. After reminding Ange, he stood up. Wait. Can you lend me some money? Guyi doesn't have a social welfare number. There are a lot of troubles in rescuing a person of unknown origin. First of all, the emergency fee is very expensive. I have no money. Ange smiled. Exactly, I have the ability to make money. Chapter 189, Find Paradise Island. Lao Mei's 1-acre field is divided into 3 parts, and there are many thieves. Any emergency service is commercialized, and the fire department in New York is even more linked with ambulances. The bonus depends on the emergency service. Is this not expensive? Calling an ambulance will basically cost no less than $10,000. So many injured people would rather find a friend to send to the emergency department, or even climb over by themselves with fractures and internal bleeding, instead of calling the emergency call number 911. Because the price is really super expensive. Even if you go to the emergency department, the first aid fee for each doctor and nurse is calculated independently. Emergency doctors in different subjects charge different fees, and each consumable used for emergency treatment is also billed separately. As long as the injured do not purchase expensive commercial insurance, it is no exaggeration to say that the emergency expenses alone can bankrupt a well-off family. As long as he can't fill in the money, the doctor on duty needs to make it up. So before rescuing someone, the basic operation is to see who the injured person is, confirm your identity, and know what commercial insurance you have, and only then will you save the person according to the upper limit of the cost you can afford. Doctor Strange sold his old face to let his ex-girlfriend and ex-colleagues save people first and then count the money. Guyi's confidant was stabbed and fell from a high altitude. How could the emergency doctor who was called be low level? You must know that before saving Ancient One, he had been injured once in the Battle of the New York Temple, and Christine had saved him once in private. He is now in arrears with emergency expenses twice. If he can't pay, he's cheating on his ex-girlfriend again. The United States is so cruel here. Before, as a top neurosurgeon, he lived in a luxury house with a luxury car and a suitcase of famous watches. In order to heal his hands injured in a car accident and meet the standards for repracticing, he has already exhausted his family property. Actually, if it weren't for Angie's secret support a while ago, he wouldn't even be able to do the last few operations. Unfortunately, before going to Nepal, he exhausted Angie's support, a certain traveler deliberately. The famous Doctor Strange in the future is a pauper at the moment. Ange knew his predicament, snapped his fingers, and the black canary next to him took out a box of cash prepared in advance. Is 100,000 enough? The former master, now the poor and down-to-earth Stephen frowned wildly. At this moment, he thought of a lot, but the situation was stronger than others, and he never wanted to break the heart of his ex-girlfriend again. Said it was a breakup. Once something happened to him, when would Christine not try his best to help him? It's really difficult for a penny to be a real hero. Stephen's face is full of embarrassment. Enough. I don't know how to pay you back in the future. It's okay, then you owe me a favor without violating the Karmatage principle. Okay. If you have something to do in the future, you can contact me by sending someone to the New York Temple. Okay. 100,000 UN in exchange for a favor from the top Fae on this planet is really super profitable. This money really saved people. Gu alone is gone, the hospital must keep the family. Stephen ran over, and Mordo was caught by the security guards in the emergency room. No hospital will refuse a US knife. It doesn't matter if you are a gangster or something messy, anyway, if you have money, it's no big deal. Ange watched Doctor Strange disappear at the door of the emergency room, and sighed, let's go. That Dormammu really doesn't need our help. Diana asked suddenly. It is the duty of the Supreme Mage to deal with the Dark Lord. Ange said solemnly. The truth of the matter is, Dormammu really came. Is it just a joke to beat him? If it weren't for Doctor Strange to slander Dormammu, no one on Earth can compete with this terrible Dark King. Ange knows what dramatic killing is best. After he and his group withdrew, they returned to the villa on the island and began to intensify their search for Paradise Island in another time and space. During this period, Angle received a secret communication from Tony. Hi. Dude, how's it going? A bit busy, maybe away from Gotham for a while. Damn it. Nick has a little trouble here. Now there are more and more superhumans with extraordinary abilities. SHIELD has received an order, and I hope the Avengers will help if necessary. I'm better. Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow have been busy recently. It's almost gone. You know my attitude. I know, just in case. Ange understands in seconds. Tony understands the limitations of Iron Man at this stage. Although Iron Man is strong, his firepower is limited after all. Once encountering a super strong enemy like Destruction Day, it will be very weak. Tony wanted to ask Ange to guarantee the bottom line. Ange can only promise, if I am here, I will help you. I will go to another world first. Tony was silent for a while. Come back as soon as possible. Okay. After answering the phone, Tony felt sad for a while. Pepper came up to hug him and said, Tony, is Kratos really so important? Tony smiled bitterly. I always think that the fate of human beings will indeed be tied to an extraordinary individual, who will break through all shackles, become the eyes of everyone, and help all human beings see unimaginable scenery. I used to firmly believe that people are who I am. Now I think a little differently. Because of Doomsday. Yes. Of course Pepper knew that Iron Man had no chance to perform in that battle, and the strength of the two sides was too far apart. Honey, don't be discouraged. I will always believe that you are the most special one. Tony smiled bitterly. I must at least know, who is the greatest enemy of the Earth. The powerful unknown enemy time and time again catches me off guard. Otherwise, with Iron Man's performance, it will be difficult to give the opponent a fatal blow. Pepper kissed Tony. It's okay, my dear, your efforts will not be wasted. Even if you can't be the strongest one, you can still play a central role, can't you? Look at the time when everyone needs help the most. Has Thor always been there? You will always be with us and guard New York. You must be there. It must be admitted that Pepper is definitely Tony's good helper. Tony was overwhelmed with emotion. On the other side, anger finally found Paradise Island thanks to Cassius and the ancient wandering soul gifted by nature. The process is really too difficult. If his teleportation technique could search the coordinates of a city before, then finding the Paradise Island where Wonder Woman is located is to search for a palm-sized object on the entire Earth. After all, Paradise Island is different from Anger's main world in terms of spatial dimension and timeline, so it is so difficult to search. Even if the system helped him search in the void at a frequency of 1 million searches per second, it took him a full week to barely get it done. Chapter 190. Share the story you just made up. One more. I found it. There is actually a thick restricted space between Paradise Island and the main world. You can understand it as a black hole between the stars that separates the route. When Ange announced this to the girls' reaction was quite exciting. The two Amazon women were rightfully excited. Hometown is their biggest bond, and it is better than anything else to be able to go home and see their relatives. When Diana came out, her hometown was being besieged by Ares, the of war. If she hadn't known that the time flow rate of the two worlds was different, she would have become King Gigi, and G, suddenly, died. Although Fulla has gotten used to the days of the obedience of the Fox Girl, being pouted full-time, she is still a little excited to have the opportunity to prove her fighting ability. The Canary sisters, Gwen and Catwoman, are the ones who worry about gain and loss the most. Dinah couldn't tell Ange to abandon the powerful combat power of the two Amazons. After holding back for a long time, she said under the instigation of her sister, Ange, are you sure you can deal with Ares? Ange froze for a moment, wanted to nod his head, and finally shook his head. After all, he is Ares, a true god. Wonder Woman is a little embarrassed. She bestowed the seeds of Ange's strength and allowed him to grow to this point. Of course she contributed a lot. In life, there will never be only one identity. Ange is her fighting partner, so why not Canary and their man? For the first time, Wonder Woman felt like she owed her sisters. She said helplessly, we are Godslayers, the last and most targeted force left by Zeus. I believe we will succeed. Her statement was not approved by the four women. Sister Canary was silent. Gwen folded her arms and turned her head silently, while Catwoman simply said, humph. It's better for you to die over there. I can seduce Dad. Catwoman has such a temper, only her mouth is the hardest part of her body. Suddenly, the Canary sisters surrounded her and caught Selena the Catwoman. Haha. It seems that bad cats just don't have a long memory. Let Master Ange let you remember his shape tonight. Crazy night. In the early morning, Catwoman turned her head. Her eyes seemed to be shining brightly. Ange, you bastard, if you don't come back in 3 months, I'll treat you as dead. Yes, yes, even if I die, I will die back. Ange said goodbye to them one by one. This time, he will only bring 2 Amazons and Fulla. The rest of the chicks are just dragging their feet. The portal glowing with a beautiful blue halo opened in the middle of the basement, and Ange stepped forward first, followed by Wonder Woman and Penthesilea, and finally Fulla. Unexpectedly, an accident happened when Flamme's legs went in. Doin'. A tremendous thrust pushed Fulla back abruptly. Ange on the opposite side of the door was stunned. He never dreamed it would be like this. Ange. Several female voices exclaimed at the same time. No. Wait. This is. Angie's face faded, his eyes widened, and he said in answer that he found inconceivable, the world of Paradise Island is rejecting Fulla's entry? This is not false. Row, Fulla flew up and charged fiercely towards the portal. What awaited her was a stronger reaction force. She was so shocked that she flew upside down, and slammed a big word on the wall of the basement. Instead, the portal produced a strong suction force, which sucked Helen, who was wearing a maid uniform and seeing her off, over. Dash. This. Ange subconsciously gave Helen a princess hug. Before they could react, the portal suddenly closed itself, and then the 4 people inside the door turned into a cluster of blue streamers and began to travel across time and space. Helen screamed. She watched in horror as the bald heads of herself and Ange turned into long noodle shapes, and the surrounding lights and shadows were distorted and elongated. Stay home. Wandering and helpless, she could only instinctively hug the man who had taken her away from the world of Troy. I don't know how long it has passed, maybe a minute, or a century. In the confusion of perception, Helen lost the concept of time. Ming Ming feels as if countless clocks are turning counterclockwise in the void, and the surrounding scene seems to be going backwards, infinitely backwards. Helen never imagined that the next thing she perceived was actually a 203mm shell. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, this exaggerated cannonball landed right on top of Helen's head. When the explosion woke her up, she thought she was dead. Unexpectedly, Wonder Woman raised the Vulcan shield, and it was an extremely beautiful anti-reverse, which was outrageously soft and sent the cannonball that should have exploded on the spot 50 meters away. It fell into the shallow sea area, and blasted out a column of water that soared into the sky. Helens are all stupid. Are you all right? When Ange greeted Helen, Helen was stunned for a long time before recovering. No, not dead. What else can she say? Ange used the red soul to strengthen her body, but found that her physique could only be slightly strengthened to 3 times that of a mortal woman, and other aspects could not be strengthened at all. She can withstand more damage than ordinary people. Her strength and agility are still at the level of ordinary people. She is still a weak woman in essence. Helen and Ange looked around, and were surprised to find that a somewhat bizarre battle was going on here. They are located on a beach, and they can see a plume of black smoke rising from the sea level, which is coming out of the chimney of the steel battleship. Not surprisingly, cannonballs were piercing through the sky, heading towards the beach and the cliffs next to the beach. What Anger didn't expect was that the defenders were not being beaten passively. They fired huge crossbow arrows the size of a human arm, let alone 2 meters long, and shot them at the ships at sea in reverse. Under normal circumstances, using ballistas to shoot at modern artillery is a joke. Obviously, the end of science may be theology. Because those crossbow bolts were imbued with shining divine brilliance, under the blessing of divine power, the crossbow bolts crossed a distance of at least 10,000 meters, accurately landed on the steel battleship in the distance, and caused a strong explosion. The explosion flames and thick smoke column erupting from the bow of a cruiser can be clearly seen 10 kilometers away. What's going on here? Anger was somewhat dumbfounded. We came here by mistake. No. We were right. Diana exclaimed ecstatically, we caught up. Compared with their joy, Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, was more surprised. What? Diana is back. She also brought a man, and my sister Penthesilea? There is also a Greek woman she doesn't know. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Hippolyta was confused. If this feeling is replaced by Ange, it is probably. Who, please share the story you just made up. Chapter 191 Rebound, 2 more. This story is outrageous. That's right, my precious daughter was sent by Hippolyta to call for rescue. The queen of the Amazon originally intended to let her find the sanctuary where Zeus and other true gods reside. After all, the earthly kingdom of the gods is no longer Mount Olympus in Greece, but in another dimension. Amazons can still obtain the power given by the gods through various rituals such as prayers. For example, the ballista just demonstrated flying 10 kilometers to hit a warship is the power of Artemis, the goddess of hunting. Why did you find Penthesilea? Isn't she already? Queen Hippolyta suppressed her chaotic thoughts, led a group of followers, rode their horses and swung their whips, and rushed towards the place where the report was. On the way, she saw the target 4 people. She was stunned, the nightmare that had lingered in her heart for many years disappeared with this glimpse. Elder sister. Younger sister dash. The 2 sisters have very similar faces, but very strangely, the elder sister still looks like a big girl in her early 20s, but the younger sister has passed away, her body and face are full of traces of time. Gods, it's really you. Hippolyta hugged her sister tightly. It's me, sister, how did you become like this? Penthesilea hesitated a little. Please, I don't know how you live. In this world, the Trojan War has ended for almost 2.5 centuries. Even us descendants of gods cannot avoid the coming of aging. Hippolyta hugged her even tighter. No matter how Penthesilea hurt Hippolyta back then, or how much misunderstanding there was, with the passage of time, even if there was such a little bit of hatred, it has long since disappeared. Hugging each other hard, it took half a minute before the 2 sisters let go. Hippolyta looked out to the sea. At this time, the shelling of the Iron Fleet had gradually subsided with the sunset. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then looked at her precious daughter and the mysterious outsider. Diana hurried forward. Mother. This is Ange, and his alias is Kratos. Hearing Hippolyta's eyes widen suddenly, you are Kratos, so this lady is Helen. Her reaction startled the 4 of them. Ange. Angiki, wait. Do you know the name of Kratos? Of course. Paradise Island did not participate in the Trojan War. I have been paying close attention to the battle reports there. First I heard that Penthesilea was injured by Achilles, and then a man named Kratos killed Achilles. But after the last Troy massacre, the news came back saying that you died in Troy. I cried for a long time because of this. Ange, Helen, and Penthesilea looked at each other in blank dismay for a long time. This is unscientific. No, is this a change in history? Before coming here, Nge was worried that the Penthesilea and Helen around him did not match the history of the world here. That could lead to a space-time paradox. Didn't expect these 2 worlds to be unified. The history of the past changes is just connected with the present. This strange sense of absurdity made Nge and others speechless. Thanks to the fact that before he came, he gave the female science popularization the different possibilities brought about by different time and space planes. For example, Hippolyta in this time and space does not recognize Penthesilea or anything. It's all right now, at least the family relationship is fine. It's just that the story is getting weirder. The Queen of Paradise Island glanced outside, and then saluted Ange. Anyway? Thank you for saving my sister. This is not a place to talk. Please follow me back to the palace. I will reward you well and explain further. Condition. A group of people got on their horses and rushed to the temple located at the highest point of the island. Along the way, Ange received a warm welcome. It's just that this welcome is a bit wrong. On the cliffs, on the branches of big trees, and on the side of the road, there were crowds of Amazon female warriors standing everywhere. They greeted warmly and pointed at them. "Man! Look! It's a man! Thank God! I really gave Paradise Island a strong man." Even through Quay's holster, the tiny twitching of the muscles on Angie's face still couldn't be hidden from the people around him. Seeing her aunt chatting with her mother while riding a horse, Diana said in a low voice, "Hee. I also had the same reaction when I first saw you." Ange bared his teeth lightly. Didn't Ares send his men to land on Paradise Island? Before Diana could answer, a sharp-eared Amazon female warrior answered on the spot. "Those trash holding a fire stick? My mother sat on it, and that guy's hip bones were shattered." Her heroic voice won the echo and laughter of the sisters around her. She twisted wantonly to show off her well-shaped but rocky buttocks. "Ha ha ha. So a weak guy deserves to be a man." Ange glanced at her speechlessly. "She looks okay, but the 8-pack abs are too eye-catching, and the skin that obviously has armor value proves that this woman is not an existence that ordinary men can control." Ange is not too sure, but he has an estimate based on his perception. These Amazon female warriors are not as weak as in the movie, and they will be easily killed by World War I-level rifles. Just then, these daring Amazons began to stir up trouble. Hippolyta, who was surrounded by guards in front of her, glanced back and said helplessly, "Sister, I thought you would mark him. You know Amazon's rules. The more powerful Amazon female warriors naturally have a higher status. The high-ranking person can paint the eye-catching parts of a captured male with her own oil paint, so that other female warriors will not touch this man. Otherwise, learn about the sharing economy." Unexpectedly, her good sister rolled her eyes. "Hi. He respects me if he doesn't mark me. Amazon women don't take men seriously, but powerful hunks are different. The most classic thing is that Hercules almost conquered the Amazon queen without bloodshed, and got the token of 12 trials." Sister's words startled Hippolyta. "Is it true that he killed Achilles?" "Certainly." As if responding to Penthesilea's words, there was an Amazon female warrior behind her. She drew her strong bow, and an arrow over 1 meter shot from Angie's left side. This can't be considered a sneak attack, and even before shooting the arrow, she broke off the iron arrow and shouted, "School! Be careful! No malice, just a temptation." After the bowstring vibrated, the power of the arrow was no less than that of the Mauser rifle of World War I on Earth. Angie's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He slightly raised his left hand, and flicked it. Deng! A finger blocking the arrow's flight path, neither fast nor slow, like flicking a marble, flicked the arrow back in the short time in the eyes of others. Chapter 192 The World Map of Collapse, 3 more. It was faster than when it came, even surpassing the limit speed of the female warrior's archery, and retaliated fiercely. Boom! The arrow passed over the edge of the female warrior's left temple with great precision, at most a centimeter away, and finally hit the mountain wall not far behind her. In the next moment, a dense spider web-like crack with a diameter of 1 meter spread out at the point where the arrow hit. Quiet! Quiet! So quiet! The eyes of every female warrior are full of disbelief. After a brief shock, they burst into loud cheers. "Oh! Macho, I want to have a baby with you. Pick me! Pick me!" The girls in Gotham nightclubs can show off their beauty, but they can be more or less polite. And these Amazon female warriors are enthusiastic and unrestrained, showing off their beautiful bodies wantonly, which is very similar to the yachting area in New York Harbor. Facing a group of female wolves who surrounded him, Ange had a toothache. Diana giggled beside her. "Don't worry, they're just talking. You have fully demonstrated your strength. Female fighters without the title of dual champion are not qualified to harass you. Wait. Why are there still more than 100 people rushing over?" NGE was a little panicked. They are all champion fighters. Ange suddenly understood, Paradise Island has been here for so many years, even if there is a fighting competition once a year, these descendants of gods with long lives can still save a lot of fierce girls. He realized it. People's energy is limited. Girls are unlimited. Fighting the infinite with the finite, he will lose. I used to think that being an emperor would be cool, but after trying it, I realized that he is only a few chicks, so he is about to become a master of time management. Don't talk about 3,000 harems, it's really 3 digits. Well, he doesn't have to do anything. Ange raised the corner of his mouth, and a faint elemental power swayed away. It was a dual elemental power mixed with wind and fire. This force is not necessarily lethal. It can also turn into a deadly killing field in an instant. This semicircular energy field is like a curtain, rejecting any Amazon female warrior who is not strong enough to approach. It is not easy to lift this curtain. A fierce girl who is not afraid of death stretched out her finger and lightly touched the light curtain, and her nails were scorched black immediately. On the contrary, a few female warriors who looked astonishing at first glance strode over in a daze. The seemingly unstable wind and fire elements seemed to be frightened when they were less than 5 centimeters away from their bodies, and ran away by themselves. It seems that when they passed through, it was as relaxed and comfortable as passing through a harmless water curtain. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of the leading Penthesilea sisters. Oh, dear sister, don't you think this is very similar to the scene when you first met Hercules? Sister, don't make fun of me. I'm already past that age. Hippolyta said very cryptically. She is already an elder, so she doesn't want to get involved, but on the other hand, she is quite satisfied with the hunk helper recruited by this daughter, and doesn't mind her men approaching him. It is true that the Amazon is a matrilineal clan, but the strongest female warriors and powerful men give birth to even stronger female warriors. This is a kind of honor and a kind of inheritance. She and Zeus gave birth to Diana, which is the best proof. Amazons respect the strong most, and Angelo has done such a thing, so he naturally became the guest of honor. The passionate Greek music sounded, coupled with the wild and heroic sword dance of the Amazons. This kind of dinner can be described as quite exciting. Ange has no doubts, as long as he dares to nod, the banquet will even change in a different way, and he is the unique C position. Ange, looking around for something similar to a wooden fish, and wanted to accumulate some merit for himself. In this world, he has the blood of the Wayne family. He doesn't necessarily resist or fear this, but he has priorities, and he will never go crazy when the enemy is approaching the city. The Queen's sisters on the main seat were almost reminiscing about the old days, and Hippolyta personally filled a golden wine cup with a glass of fine wine and walked over. Thank you. The great hero Kratos who killed Achilles. No, I should call you Ange, it was you who saved my sister from the curse of fate and returned to me safely. I represent heaven. Thank you from all the Amazons of the island. This is also the choice of fate. Ange knew that humility would not work for the Amazons. He sat down and accepted Hippolyta's thanks frankly. As a thank you, you can choose any low-level artifact in my treasury as a reward for you. Hippolyta's light golden hair accompanied her bright eyes with a flash. Of course, you are also eligible. Take away any Amazon female warrior on the island except me. Ho! This is a heavy book. Ange suddenly felt strange, and teased, including Diana. Wonder Woman next to her blushed when she heard it. She really wanted to punch Ange, but she felt embarrassed in public. The Queen of Paradise Island in front of her was stunned for a moment, and then said softly, "You know what mission she has on her shoulders." "I know. If she accomplished her mission, then my answer is still yes, including Diana." This is very generous. Ange doesn't know how other people feel. Anyway, with the approval of the legendary mother-in-law, Ange is not afraid that Diana will run away. You respect me 1 foot, I respect you 1 foot. Hippolyta was so generous, Eng was very satisfied, and he stretched out his hand for Helen to fill the glass. I also offer a toast to your majesty. Your generosity has illuminated the entire Aegean Sea. There is no doubt that this is an extremely high praise. Especially from the mouth of the great hero who killed Achilles. The atmosphere became lively instantly, and the Amazon girls next to them were clamoring wildly, shouting all kinds of Amazon slang that Eng couldn't understand. Most of them were expressing their excitement or something. In the name of the gods, let us defeat Ares together. Hippolyta threw the cup, grabbed Eng's wrist with one hand, and held it up high. Defeat Ares. Anger yelled in approval. The atmosphere of the banquet suddenly reached its climax. Wine, music, dance, the noise continued until dawn. At noon the next day, Eng was awakened by the rumbling guns of the giant ship. Finding that the person next to him was Penthesilea, Nge secretly said, "It's okay." After freshening up, they found Penthesilea. Eng said bluntly, "What's the situation with Ares now? The siege has been going on for 3 months. But he hid and did not directly attack Paradise Island. Perhaps only his followers are at the core of the fleet." After Hippolyta finished speaking, Diana, who obviously changed her role after returning, stood up. "We estimate that Ares was also seriously injured in the last battle with the gods, so he needs war to increase his strength. When he has accumulated all his strength, it will be the end of Paradise Island." War? I'm so familiar with World War I. Really? Diana smiled mysteriously, and spread out the latest version of the world map. Eng was dumbfounded when he saw it. There used to be a very classic question: why did World War II last longer than World War I? Answer: because Japan and Germany are more fierce. In his concept, Germany carried the banner in World War I and World War II. But on this map, what is the Greek Empire that spans Eurasia? Chapter 193: Enmity spanning 2,000 years. It is well known that World War I was fought primarily between the Allies and the Entente. The German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Kingdom of Bulgaria belonged to the camp of the Allied powers. The British Empire, the French Third Republic, the Russian Empire, the Kingdom of Italy, the United States of America and other countries belonged to the camp of the Allied powers. The Allies are relatively more concentrated, and the number of the Entente is larger. In the end, the Allied powers won, and then Germany, which took the lead, became a defeated country. This was the rise of art students who failed in Austria during World War II. Right now, the map is completely wrong, and the biggest change is in Greece. Originally, Greece in World War I was a member of the Allied powers, but now it doesn't count as jumping directly to the Allied powers, and its territory is terrifyingly large. This Greek Empire is a completely enhanced version of ancient Greece, and its territory includes today's Turkey, Italy, Bulgaria, Romania, and Egypt in North Africa. The territory turned half of the Mediterranean Sea into an inland sea. The most outrageous thing is the name of the emperor of the Greek Empire, which happens to be Menelaus. Then the Duke of Bulgaria is called Agamemnon, the Duke of Italy is called Odysseus, the Duke of Egypt is called Ajax the Great, and the Duke of Libya next door is Ajax the Little. If you are talking nonsense with your eyes wide open, and insisting that this is a coincidence, then when Helen saw the portrait of the Greek emperor, she trembled like chaff, and fell limp on the ground on the spot. What does that mean? Eng and Penthesilea looked at each other, and said very calmly, "Oh, they are all old friends." The Amazon queen clenched her fists. "Exactly, this time I killed them all." Before Engel came, he had reviewed the plot of Wonder Woman in his memory over and over again. Now it seems that the so-called history can be thrown into the Aegean Sea. The so-called plot definitely has a serious deviation. Don't forget, Ares was on the side of Troy during the Trojan War. Now, the kings and heroes of the Greek coalition supported by Athena actually became the heads of the Greek Empire. Join the Allies in the war. In this big show, even Ange, a well-informed traveler, had to imitate Master Seing's classic emoticon, gave Menelaus a thumbs up, and said the key word. Absolutely. Ange turned his head and looked at Hippolyta. Let me just confirm that the only true is Ares, right? Hippolyta nodded. That's right. Ares launched a rebellion against the gods of Olympus, against all the gods. In that battle of the gods, he was undoubtedly the winner. Most the gods of Olympus were injured to varying degrees. Zeus had to remove Mount Olympus. Facing the fierceness of Ares, most of the Greeks who lost the protection of the gods chose to surrender to Ares. That's why those Menelaus guys lived for more than 2,000 years. Diana interjected, don't worry too much about those two-faced guys. As long as we are fighting Ares today, we can get more or less answers to the gods if we pray. What we have to do is, in Ares, find out Ares who is hiding in the allied powers before he accumulates enough power to break through the shield of Paradise Island, and attack him. Typical split into two tactics. The main force is here to die, and then send elites to steal the enemy's hometown. The question is, how do we find it? Penthesilea asked with a wry smile. Ange touched his chin. I generally have an idea. Before that, I need to borrow a holy olive. Hippolyta was surprised. Holy olive? That is Athena's holy object. Do you want to contact him? The queen frowned. This may be a bit troublesome. Since that battle, Athena has hardly appeared in front of mortals. Most of her followers have gone underground to carry out various secret association activities. I only know about Athens through other gods. Ana's fine. But she's one of the hardest gods to get to. Ange was extremely determined. That's why I need the holy olive. I found her in the ruins of the Temple of Wisdom in Greece. I don't believe that she refused to come out and respond to me. Go to Greece, it's now the base camp of the Allied powers. Hippolyta hesitated instinctively at first, then she thought about it, and she was about to send an elite team to the enemy's battle line to kill the gods. There is no safe place in this world. She suddenly smiled bitterly, and nodded in agreement. Okay. But this thing is not included in my reward. Diana looked at Angus. Then how do we get to Greece? Hippolyta, first of all, the teleportation technique is excluded. The entire Aegean Sea is the territory of Ares. If there are space fluctuations outside Paradise Island, I'm afraid he will perceive it. Ange, well, then, let's go on their warship. Seize the ship? It's really exciting. Penthesilea was a little excited. No, it's not what you think. Let's get on the boat peacefully. Angie's eyes flashed coldly. No one knows what a ride is like better than me. The cruiser George Evlov is one of the capital ships of the Greek Empire. With a displacement of over 10,000 tons, it is also considered a huge monster at sea. Stationed at sea for a long time, warships need various supplies. Food, fresh water, and ammunition are all indispensable things. A small cargo ship with a displacement of 1,000 tons has just finished replenishing the big guy. This cargo ship with an empty cabin joined a supply fleet of 12 cargo ships. Under the protection of 2 frigates, sailed to the port of Piraeus in Greece at a turtle speed of 8 knots. The largest port in Greece is only 9 kilometers away from Athens. Crew bragging and as they work, unaware that the only supposedly vacant VIP stateroom suite on the ship is actually occupied by a group of people. Are we on board now? Diana couldn't believe it. Otherwise. Anger flexibly flipped an ebony black mask in his hand with his left hand. Today, Ange hardly needs this black mask. For the strong, this thing is not only useless, but also seriously blocks one's sight and weakens perception. For ordinary people without extraordinary power, Black Mask's mental control is quite useful. In the eyes of the captain and the 30 or so crew members on board, Ang was a high-ranking official of the Allied powers who was conducting a secret operation. They are only responsible for taking good care of these 4 people, and they are not allowed to ask other questions that should not be asked. Such actions are rare and not uncommon. Anyway, in the concept of the captain and the first mate, they have confirmed the identities of Eng and the others. Here, Eng noticed that Helen's complexion was quite bad. Still afraid of Menelaus. After hesitating for a while, Helen finally nodded. Eng smiled, "That's right, this time we are here, it's time to put an end to this enmity that spanned 2,000 years. Chapter 194 Swaggering through the market. Helen's whole body trembled. Does she still have a choice? She has no choice. Even if it is a speck of dust that falls on the battlefield of gods, it will be a mountain on everyone's head. What's more, her status as the daughter of Zeus is destined to make her even more miserable once she falls into the hands of Ares, let alone an ex-husband who has hated her for more than 2,000 years. When she boarded the ship, she had already heard from the grumpy sailors that they teased the current emperor for being the emperor with a green hat, saying that it was not good for the emperor to choose any name, and she insisted on inheriting the name of the former emperor, called Menelaus 233. Only they, the descendants of the gods, know that there is no inheritance. From beginning to end, they are all one person. Either she or Eng realized that this was a fate they had to face. At this moment, a huge island was seen on the sea horizon on the starboard side of the ship. Eng and the others heard the chatter of the sailors. "Yo, Crete again. I don't know if there is a minotaur in the legendary labyrinth on the island." "You mean the Tauron in ancient Greek mythology?" "Certainly. Laughing to death, there is no monster that can live for thousands of years. The sailors' jokes are just jokes, and it sounds strange to the ears of a traveler. Eng, I used to want to be a warrior of pure love. The Aegean Sea is actually very small. As a sea area in the eastern Mediterranean, it is about 600 kilometers long from north to south and 300 kilometers from east to west. From Paradise Island, the voyage is only a little over 100 kilometers, and you can run back and forth in a day. The boat was mixed up in the morning and arrived at the port of Piraeus in the evening. The time in this world is May 1918, and the normal First World War has come to an end. However, this world is unscientific. Among the Allied powers, Germany is the strongest, and Greece is the second strongest. The Greek Empire fought very strangely. Obviously, its military strength, quality of soldiers, weapons and equipment, artillery and warships were far inferior to that of the opposite Russian Empire. On the tactical level, the Greek slave soldiers almost collapsed when they encountered the Russian grey cattle. The regular army could not beat the main force of the Tsar. Whenever the Russian army is about to achieve strategic success, Greece will run a Gundam. This thing is covered with the shell of a World War I tank, but it can run at a speed of 80 km per hour on the rugged North Caucasus battlefield. What's even more ridiculous is that it can jump into a tank trench that is 10 meters wide and 8 meters deep pass. There have been more than one reports of leaks under the chassis of the tank during the leap. No matter what, this Hurricane tank can always kill through the Russian front, break into the Russian army headquarters in one breath, and kill all the generals sent by the Tsar. Although the Russian Empire in this life has reformed, it is no longer a serfdom at this point in time, but the exploitation of the so-called free people by the landlords is not light. The Greeks took advantage of the chaos of the Russian army to cover up and kill them, and won big victories time and time again. The two sides are frantically seeing each other in Romania and the North Caucasus. The Greeks did not attack the vast territory of Russia, but kept the front line. This is all right, it's not that the Russian army doesn't work hard, but Greece has Gundam. The Tsar sent out spies like crazy, no matter how many elite agents were sacrificed, in an attempt to understand the secrets of the Greek version of the super tank. Only anger understood at a glance, what kind of super tank is this? It's a Greek chariot with a shell. The only question is who is the powerful demigod sitting inside? Grown-ups, The times have changed again. Arriving at the port of Piraeus, anger's desire to complain about the Greek Empire became stronger. You said it is not industrialized, right? It's industrialized again. The port lined with steel crane towers, the steamships entering and leaving the port with black smoke, have a taste of the second industrial revolution in the early 20th century. You said he is a modern civilization, right? It's not modern anymore. Coming out of the port, one can see the class stratification of ancient Greece at a glance. The road is divided into two types. One is obviously used by upper-class Greek citizens. Although it is an asphalt road, all the carriages running on it are Greek-style carriages. Even the sidewalk on the side of the road is also a classic Greek avenue. Walking on it, pedestrians are dressed in Greek clothes. Men wear short cloak-style coats charamis, and women often wear peplos, which is folded with rectangular cloth and fastened with pins. The expensive gold accessories on their bodies also demonstrate their superior status as full citizens. The other kind of road is used by the low-class people who keep the city running. The asphalt is teeming with vehicles of all kinds, from state-of-the-art narrow-wheeled cars with sunshades to ox-drawn carts and horse-drawn carts that haul goods. On the side of the dirty road is an even more crowded sidewalk. Ragged civilian porters, under the scolding of the supervisor, carried all kinds of bags by manpower to transport the goods unloaded from the port into the city. And used a black mask to get rid of a middle-level official of the port exit and entry administration. From this moment on, his identity was Count Reinhard von Rauhenkrum from the German Empire. After peeling off Quay's holster, Enge showed his true colors, and casually dyed his own yellow hair, which seemed to be the case. Especially when he hypnotized a German lieutenant colonel and asked him to get a 6-member cavalry guard team. The well-dressed Anger took 3 Greek girls and just walked through the market like this. Among the Allied countries, it is recognized that the Germans are the first, and the Greeks are the second. Enge held Helen, who was wearing a veil like this, and let the 3 girls wear full Greek dresses. No one dared to stop him with such an aura. Several guards at the inspection post took a glance and let them go. Just like that, the group of them came to the city of Athens grandly and stayed in a luxury hotel quite close to the Acropolis. Enge called the manager, and a hypnosis made him tell all the truth. The Acropolis of Athens is an area where the emperor ordered that civilians be prohibited from approaching. A full guard brigade is stationed there. Even if the Germans approach, they will be shot immediately. After all, there are ruins of the temple of the ancient Greek evil Athena. Are there any exceptions? Yes. The ancestral home of the 250th Grand Duke of Bulgaria, Agamemnon, is there. Bulgarian nobles are allowed to enter the Mycenae temple at will. Enge asked more carefully before smiling wryly. It turns out that the history of the earth is 490 BC. The Athenian army beat the Persian army on the Marathon Plain. In order to celebrate the great victory of the Athens city-state at the Battle of Marathon, they cleared the ruins of Mycenae at the southern apex of the city and began to build the old Parthenon. But there is no chance for the Parthenon to appear in this world. On the contrary, the city-state of Mycenae in ancient Greece failed in the struggle for power with the city-state of Sparta. The Menelaus family, which was favored by Ares, the of war, obtained most of the land in Greece, while the family of Agamemnon they had to go north and took the land of today's Bulgaria. Chapter 195. This is your right, one more. Laughing to death, the 2 brothers were good back then, and it was Agamemnon who helped Menelaus to come forward and form the Greek coalition to fight Troy. As a result, Ares played a trick to change the sky, and became the boss of Menelaus. Brothers from back then, after more than 2,000 years, they had already fallen out because of this crap. If it weren't for the fact that Ares was pressing down on the top, and the gods of Olympus were staring at the opposite side, normally this would be the rhythm of the civil war. They are not close anymore in this generation, and the next generation is more of a blood feud. It is easy to imagine how difficult the communication between the 2 families was. Hearing the news, Nge touched his chin. This can be used. After some more inquiries, Anger got a series of information about the coats of arms of the two major families. The three women watched in amazement as Eng found a piece of radish, then casually made a small knife as a carving knife, and then imitated the format of the official documents of the Greek city-state, and made a piece of classic papyrus. To be honest, this thing is incomparable to modern paper, and in Anger's view, it is an anti-human thing. However, Menelaus likes this way. The highest level official documents in the Greek Empire all use this kind of paper. Because the production method is too traditional, it is really difficult to imitate. Eng found a high-ranking official in Greece, used the teleportation technique to touch a few cards, and then got it right. So, the next day, Eng transformed into a Greek Mycenaean Geosligos. In the evening, a Greek-style carriage appeared at the pass of the Acropolis. When the guard guarding the intersection saw the other party's attire, he took a breath. After checking the documents, the team leader waved his hand and let them go without much entanglement. "What's the background?" a sergeant asked the lieutenant next to him. "The direct descendants of Mycenae." "You sure? Even if the certificate can be faked, that set of brass armor can't be faked." "I didn't dare to look at it after one look, even if the girl beside him is so beautiful, I didn't dare to take another look. The Greek Empire respects ancient times, and the descendants of all the princes and nobles are proud to have a set of ancient Greek armor. Not medieval iron armor, but more archaic brass armor. For this reason, each family has a dedicated coppersmith to make traditional armor for itself. It is even rarer if it is a mythological age armor with a lot of divinity. Compared to documents made of papyrus, this is the real passport for Greek officialdom. By coincidence, someone happens to have a suit of armor from Achilles. In this way, this luxurious carriage arrived at the Acropolis unimpeded. On the surface, the car entered the ancestral temple of the Mycenae family, but in fact, after passing through the double checkpoints of the Spartan guards and Mycenae's own ancestral temple, Eng took Helen to the ancestral temple of the Mycenae family. The 10-meter-high top floor jumped tens of meters into the ruins of the Athena Victory Temple next door. Not far away, Wonder Woman made a nobody gesture. "There is only 1,000 days to be a thief, there is no 1,000 years to prevent a thief." Perhaps the outlying garrison has something to do because there are often all kinds of messy people wanting to enter, such as curious tourists from other countries, such as fearless worshippers of the old gods. The inner circle is really boring as hell. The Temple of Athena, which was burned more than 2,000 years ago, has long been in dilapidated condition. Most of the roof is open, half of the porch is eroded by wind, and the high wall is full of holes. All of this, under the bright sunshine, against the background of the city of Athens not far away, looks extremely ironic. Eng approached the half-collapsed sacrificial altar in the temple, and put the holy olive on it, and then the space around him began to split into countless irregular lenses like a broken mirror. Mirror space is turned on, which immediately separates the altar from the real space. "Athena. I haven't seen you in 2,000 years, are you okay?" Enge's voice echoed over the isolated and dilapidated temple, and other than his voice, the entire space was completely silent. The three women looked at him a little nervously and held their breath. He stood in front of the altar, facing the void, as if in front of him was the entrance of a realm. Helen secretly clenched the hem of the long Greek dress in her hand, and Eng called Athena by her name without hesitation. It was unimaginable in her era, but now she feels that this seems a little reasonable. Time flies, and the theocracy falls. When the gods of Olympus had to use the power of Godslayer to deal with a traitor, isn't it a shame? Helen suddenly understood why Eng had the confidence to call Athena. In this isolated space, there shouldn't be a fifth existence. However, just after Enge's call, Holy Olive suddenly burst into a soft green light. An olive tree grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it became a big tree that needs to be looked up to in just a few breaths. I don't know when there was a creature with a high content of goo on the tree. An owl. This fierce, cute, bird with big eyes tilted its head and said in a female voice. It really surprised me. How many centuries? Today, someone has finally regained this position. I didn't expect that he was not my priest or believer, but a person who should have disappeared more than 2,000 years ago. Mortals in this world. It was obviously an owl standing on a tree, but looking at it, the three girls seemed to see a magnificent goddess standing at the highest point of the holy white temple steps, with a smile in her eyes, watching this illusory space. The field of vision is so deep, it seems to be an arc in the distant sky. They knelt down on one knee subconsciously, and extended their most respectful greetings to the goddess. Only Anj clenched his fists and stood proudly on the spot, staring at the big Khaziran eyes of Athena. Anj didn't answer Athena's words directly, but said flatly, I'm back. The person I took away from Troy back then, I brought her back. Is it to end this fate? Yes. The owl squinted her eyes halfway. She seemed very satisfied with the power of Helen as the bait. Unexpectedly, Nge's next sentence made her feel a little bit out of control. No, I want to say that leaving again is also an option. I can sign a god's contract with Thor at any time to get his power. As soon as Nge said this, Athena also no matter the three girls, at the same time they were shocked. No, wait, you. Diana was the most violent. After a flash of surprise flashed across Penthesilea's face, she was a little angry at first, and then she thought it through. She glanced at Aang's resolute face, and she fell silent. Instead, it was Helen who almost collapsed on the ground in fright. Through the spirit of the owl, Athena's eyes shone brightly, as if she wanted to see through the deepest part of Anger's soul. She was silent for 10 seconds, then suddenly sighed, yes, this is indeed your right. Chapter 196 Your Majesty, the minister is about to fight to the death, 2 more. In the era when the Greek gods were most prosperous, Anj dared to say such a thing, not to mention the mane of Olympus like Athena, any righteous would immediately punish him and shoot Anj to death. Don't forget, it has been more than 2,500 years since Ares rebelled. What is this concept? The rise and fall of a city can only take 100 years. A dynasty rarely exceeds 300 years. Even 2,500 years is an extremely long time to witness the decline of a protoss that once dominated one side from its peak. During such a long period of time, except for Zeus, have a large group of main gods died? No. For so long, Athena has of course been seeking a way to defeat Ares. Nevertheless, Your Majesty is about to fight to the death. Why did His Majesty surrender first? Zeus has long been devastated, and brought most of the Olympian gods to a secret space and established the pantheon. Believers are thinking deeply about Zeus, the king of Olympus who has never been forgotten by countless generations. He has long stopped responding to the prayers of mortals, and refuses to listen to any advice advocating war with Ares. Now Zeus has been reduced to a dead fat man who doesn't care about anything and only wants to party with the goddesses every day. Family, who would believe such a thing? Athena thought that Anj didn't know this, but she didn't know that someone was a time traveler. This is why Anger dared to force the palace against Athena. When Anj showed another peer named Asir Protoss, Athena didn't have many bargaining chips. Odin is as famous as Zeus, and he keeps calming the quartet and shocking the 9 realms. The Asgardian side is better than Zeus' side. Anj is not a Greek, and he has the ability to travel through time and space. Athena really can't handle him. This is the information gap. If Athena knew that Odin at this moment had been dropped by Loki long ago, held parties in Asgard all day long, tampered with textbooks, opera, and put gold on her face every day, she would probably go crazy too. Then Zeus and Loki's version of Odin have become a pair of crouching dragons and phoenixes. It's okay if they don't see each other. Once they meet, it will be an unprecedented event, patient exchange meeting. Not to mention Athena, after the three women around Eng figured it out, they also reluctantly admitted that even if Diana gave Eng the power seed of Godslayer, Eng who can go to where he is today really owes them much. A goddess and three descendants of the gods just stayed here, quietly waiting for Eng to make a price. Anger raised his right hand and raised his first finger first of all, if you want me to fight Ares, Athena, you must not stay out of it. I need to sign the contract of God. In addition to hurting your deity, you can borrow no more than 10% of your power at any time outside. This range is actually quite wide, which means that even if Eng raises the flag of rebellion against Zeus, Athena will be dragged into the water. That's right, Eng is asking a lot of money. The scheming Athena was non-committal. I will continue to listen to your conditions first. Eng smiled lightly, but he was not annoyed, and continued, when dealing with Ares, I will borrow your Aegis. Aegis of Athena, one is said to be made by Hephaestus, the of forging, another is said to be the skin that Athena peeled off after killing Helios' daughter Ix, and another is said to be Athena's victory over the giant Pallas, the resulting skin. It is said that there are golden snake scales on the surface, and the head of the female monster in the center can turn its eyes, so that anyone who sees the shield will become a fossil. Legend has it that Perseus was confused by the fight against the Gorgon. Athena lent him Aegis. After destroying Medusa, Perseus was grateful and returned the shield. Medusa's head was placed in the above. It is also believed that Athena killed the Gorgon herself and wore its skin on her body. As soon as Engi's words came out, the pupils of Athena, who turned into an owl, shrank suddenly, and the whole body of the owl also instinctively narrowed visually. This is the owl's bodily response to prepare to attack when it is startled or threatened. Athena said sharply, this means that I violated his strict orders in front of Zeus, and fought against Ares again without authorization. That Zeus who doesn't want to make progress in the god realm. Anger sneered, don't forget, you want two insignificant demigods to fight against, but the powerful main who overturned the entire Olympus pantheon. He is not afraid that Athena will not take the bait. Knowing that Eng and Diana are Godslayers, Athena, who still sends down a ray of divine sense, her appearance is an attitude. At this moment, the temple of Athena's victory in the mirror space has long since lost its dilapidated appearance. The tightly fitted dome prevents starlight from entering, and the perfect murals on the smooth walls have no flaws. This kind of architectural beauty is not a projection, but she makes her temple come here and overlap with this space. It was no longer a ridiculous owl, but a real, gigantic marble goddess. The sense of majesty and majesty gave the four people on the scene an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. It seems that in the next moment, the four of them will be crushed to scum by Athena's overwhelming power like ants. Wave after wave, wave after wave. It's just endless, never ending. Eng carried it. His will is like a hard reef by the sea, fearless of the impact of huge waves. Maybe he will collapse, maybe he will be worn down, but definitely not today. At this time. Now. When he was stunned to bear the terrifying coercion that seemed to completely strip his power from his soul, he even had room to smile. Eng can fully imagine how Athena in the pantheon is gnashing her teeth, wishing to bite him to death. It is impossible to bite to death, and there may be a chance to separate them. Eng is so arrogant, so blind. The three girls around him were in a hurry. They never thought that Eng, a modern person, could be so single. However, anger even opened the portal. It is obvious to ask, have you lost your temper enough? If you lose your temper, I will leave. Engi's proud posture and burly body all tell a word: add money. Anger's teleportation technique is so awesome that even Athena was surprised that she couldn't stop Anger from leaving. Maybe she can do it when her body descends. Yes. The two sides are so deadlocked. How long? 1 minute, or 2 minutes? Or a century? The three women stared at both sides in embarrassment, and it was not good to help anyone. Suddenly, the divine power pressing on the four people disappeared. As if Athena's wrath never existed. A female voice like a silver bell echoed in the temple, he. Isn't it just a gamble? You can consider it, and you continue to talk about the third condition. Chapter 197 The Spear of Longinus, 3 more. Ange said word by word, I want the Longinus spear. What do you want that thing for? Athena suddenly became alert. Deal with Ares. Anyway, that thing has nothing to do with the gods of Olympus. If I succeed in killing Ares, then please the gods of Olympus recognize it as my property. The gun of Longinus. This is a gun that once pierced Christ. According to the Bible, when was crucified, a centurion stabbed him in the side with a spear. The centurion was called Longinus. There is no doubt that this is a professional god-killing tool. Normally speaking, this thing would be hot for anyone to handle. God is not so easy to kill. If one is not good, the Godslayer will be besieged by a clan, or even the gods of the entire world. Just like the plot of Thor 4, gods have their own rules, and the existence of non-gods who kill gods can easily be targeted. If it is said that Diana, the daughter of Zeus, killed Ares under the order of Zeus, it is a matter within the Protoss. Ange, a wild demigod without divine blood, once he kills Ares, the gods of Olympus can turn against him and kill him instead. Before Angus crossed, most people in the world had heard of Longinus' gun, but they didn't know that there was still half of the story. When Jesus' blood dripped into Longinus' eyes, Longinus was instantly influenced. After that, he gave up his original identity, became a monk, and possessed the ability to perform miracles. He was later posthumously considered a saint, known as Saint Longinus. Ange borrowed this gun to ask for a title from the gods of Olympus. If I fail, you can say that it has nothing to do with you, but if I succeed, you must recognize me as one of your own. Athena thought for a moment and smiled, when you get the Longinus spear, I can lend you Aegis. Ange was taken aback for a moment, and then came to his senses. Refined. Too fine. Athena has never been a silly and sweet goddess. This move is more able to see her thousands of years of skill. Ange got the Godslayer, Athena gave the Aegis, and if Ange failed, she was totally justified. It was the Godslayer Ange who wounded me and took away my Aegis. He. Good calculation. However, this is also Athena's bottom line. Thinking about it, no amount of oil could be squeezed out. Ange raised his left hand, and an illusory divine deed appeared in midair out of thin air. Athena was amazed that Ange, a wild demigod, could come up with a law-level binding divine contract. Shocked, she began to use her divine sense to search for the contract repeatedly. Change it? My divine power cannot be used against any Olympian other than Ares. Zhengshen is the official god, not including the second-level gods, but including the main god. Okay. Ange didn't hesitate. This was originally a part of repaying the money on the ground. After Athena quickly signed the contract, the system prompt also came. Congratulations to the host for gaining the power blessing of Athena, the goddess of war. The host's added value of agility is 80 points, intelligence added value is 225 points, and will added value is 181 points. The host has obtained Athena's blessing of victory. When the host needs to check, the pass rate of the check will increase by 50%. The host has obtained the blessing of Athena's domain. The host is in the ocean and sky, and all attacks and defenses get different degrees of added value. This value depends on the concentration of water and wind elements in the area. All healing effects of the host are increased by 100%. Rao is well aware that Athena has a lot of clergy, and she has a foot in many fields, but signing a contract can get so many bonuses, and Ange is really shocked. It wasn't just Ange who was taken aback. Athena must at least have a much higher attribute than Ange in order to distribute her power to Ange. Almost at the moment of signing the contract, Athena knew that her physique and strength might not be much higher than Anger's, at least the kind that didn't score for Anger. She is like this as a main god, which means that Engi's resistance and strength surpass most ordinary Olympian gods. Get a Godslayer seed, and train to this point with a mortal body. This Kratos is simply a monster, with unfathomable potential. However, Athena has no regrets, let alone be afraid of raising tigers. No matter what this Kratos is, he is not an unreasonable guy, completely different from the crazy critic of Ares. Even if Kratos replaces Ares as god of war, so what? Anyway, the result will not be worse than it is now. In this way, Athena got a spearhead against Ares, and Aang got a promotion channel. Okay. I'm tired. Let me know if you have any new news. Athena waved her hand, and the lush olive tree was so miraculous that it retracted back into a small holy tree. The olive seeds flew into Engi's hands. A cross-space pi transaction is thus completed. Eng let out a long breath. Has he left? Penthesilea asked in a low voice. Yes. Eng replied. Diana muttered dissatisfiedly, you should have greeted us first. I said hello, you still have this reaction. Diana was dumbfounded. She has her stand, and Aang has Aang's. It is not an easy task for two people who are not in the same world to have the same position and challenge a powerful true together. She might be so naive when she just left Paradise Island. After staying in modern human society for a long time, it is rare that Anger is still willing to help. She knew very well that Aang did this to increase the chances of killing Ares. Maybe he has his own selfishness, but who doesn't? As long as her and Angi's goals are still aligned, that's enough. Wonder Woman shrugged and compromised, well, I don't hope there will be a next time. Don't worry, apart from Athena, there will be no other willing to join the team against Ares. How do we go now? Penthesilea pointed to the scene outside the mirror, when a team of guards began to search. Of course, they couldn't perceive the four people in the mirror space. They came to find just Legos who entered the Mycenae temple and disappeared. Aang smartly opened a portal, ladies, please. The searchers naturally searched for loneliness. As mortal minds, they naturally couldn't imagine that there would be a transcendent person who would follow the right path, and then use the space coordinates given by Athena to directly parachute to Austria. On the other side, someone trespassed on the Acropolis of Athens and was quickly notified to Emperor Menelaus. Originally, His Majesty the Emperor thought it was an incident of his brother's descendants, but when he saw the sketch of the four of them, his eyes were immediately caught. Rao is a sketch, which has huge errors, but he will never forget some small details of dressing. Just because of that temperament, he has a half chance of determining who the masked beauty in the portrait is. Helen. Chapter 198. Welcome, Godslayer. The name that haunted him in his dreams. The symbol that made him suffer more than 2,000 years of shame. The woman who made him fall short when he was about to win a brilliant victory. She. Let Menelaus be crucified on the pillar of shame, unable to escape for life. If the woman had died in Troy, maybe it would have been over. He will feel pity, but he will not resent this woman. After all, death and debt will be eliminated. It happened that Athena personally issued an oracle to confirm that she was taken away by the Trojan hero Kratos, who killed the great hero. This made the entire Trojan War less than perfect. Later, Agamemnon ordered the massacre of the city, which also helped him vent his anger. So what if he ordered the history books to be tampered with? There are more than a dozen descendants of the gods who participated in the Trojan War and have survived under the blessing of Ares. As long as they don't die for a day, Menelaus will change any textbooks and history books. In the past few days, Ares also issued an oracle, saying that the revenge from the old gods has begun, asking them to be more careful. Without this oracle, Menelaus would never have connected this invasion case with Helen. Since Athena was mentioned, he was even more cautious and cautious. When he personally led the team to the Athena Victory Temple, there was really nothing left. Your Majesty, there is no trace of anyone's presence. I mean neither side. Even the most skilled tracker couldn't imagine that Eng would bring two extraordinary people and a Helen between them, and go straight up and down. Barely touch the ground? As soon as he entered the ruins of the Temple of Athena, anger turned on the mirror, and naturally there were no traces. Originally, this matter should stop here, but theology can naturally take over that science can't handle. Not reconciled, Menelaus found the priest of Ares overnight and asked her to help with divination. It's not the kind of hazy, lack of direction divination, but a precise goal, Helen. This time, the magic stick made a contribution. I can't see her, she is shrouded in the fog of fate. But I can be sure that she has descended into this world. She is in the northwest. Northwest. The Greek emperor who was looking at the map of Europe was taken aback, and lost his voice. Germany. Or Austria. How does Kratos know? No, wait, if Athena intervenes, maybe this matter. Menelaus decided to make an emergency call. On the other end of the phone, it took a while to connect. My brother. Brother. You'd better inform me of something urgent. Agamemnon's voice was quite unfriendly. Definitely. Mycenes' hometown is near Athens, and he is equivalent to being kicked out of his ancestral land by his brother. This tone, even after 1,000 years, still cannot disappear. Kratos is back. Menelaus' words caused Agamemnon's tone to change 180 degrees on the spot. Wait. You mean, the who killed Achilles is back? Yes. It is very likely that I have gotten together with Athena. This has to be said to be a great irony. The patron of the Greek coalition forces was Athena. Instead, it was Ares who helped the Trojans. After the Trojan War, the world changed, and the two sides actually changed masters. Is it really so difficult that it is the legendary all tactics change home? Are you sure? Agamemnon asked again. I'm not sure, but you know the oracle a while ago. We must wake up to deal with all the changes. If it is correct, the other party is likely to be in Germany. Okay. I'll help you gather everyone. On the other side, someone wearing a Reinhardt vest was walking around the Hofburg Museum in Vienna with 3 beautiful girls. This world is the same as the main world where Anger is located. Beginning in 1909, this holy gun has been collected in the Museum of Vienna, Austria. It's just that some mustache saw this gun in 1912. Standing in front of the holy lance of Longinus, Mustache suddenly became in a trance, as if he was possessed by the holy lance. Mustache clearly felt an unknown magic power from the holy lance. After returning to Germany from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Mustache became fascinated by the holy lance, and kept looking for the history of this holy lance. From the history books from the 10th century to the 10th century AD, it is found that the Roman Emperor Constantine I, who believed in Catholicism, and the Ottoman Emperor believed that the Holy Lance had the magical power to control the whole world. Later, Mustache tried to get one of the 3 fragments of the gun. At this point in 1918, it was far from a Mustache coming to power. This Longinus spear is still intact. However, the fact that the gun is genuine does not mean that anyone can take it. You must know that the status of the Longinus spear is equivalent to the sword in the stone, the symbol of the status of the King of Britain, and it is the sword of destiny used by the chosen king. Generally speaking, people without the order of the emperor cannot afford this gun. The powerful aura of fate above will kill those who forcibly it. Obviously, Eng is not the emperor. What is ignored by the world is another condition. Eng grandly came to the front of the silver box containing the holy gun, ignored the mortal guards guarding the counter, and quietly opened the mirror space. Crack. The irregular spiritual mirror separated the real space, reducing the close-at-hand guards to a sad display. In front of the guards, Ange stepped forward and smashed the glass of the cabinet, and easily picked up the holy gun. The moment he picked it up, an incomparably mysterious power came from the spear. It was probing and evaluating the origin of the guy who was trying to become its master. It didn't sense any power of destiny that a king should have from anger. It seemed to be preparing to attack, cursing this overconfident mortal. In the next moment, a force that was so long ago that it almost forgot came back. It hummed happily. "Welcome, God Killer." Beside Ange, feeling the pleasant buzzing sound from the artifact, Penthesilea was a little surprised. "Is this done?" Diana sighed, "For Godslayer, this is the weapon of fate." In fact, she is also qualified to hold the long Enu's spear, but unfortunately she already has an Excalibur made by Hephaestus. All divine weapons have spirits, and she couldn't abandon a divine sword and replace it with a sacred spear that smacked of taboo. Just as Aang was holding the gun, there was a commotion in the museum. Dozens of high-ranking Greeks appeared in the museum almost out of thin air. If it weren't for the obvious marks of the Greek Empire on their bodies, the guards would have wanted to shoot at these ancient people who were still wearing the golden armor. At this moment, looking at the suddenly empty counter in the museum, Menelaus exclaimed, "No! The gun is gone. Are we late?" Agamemnon lost his voice. "No. You came just in time." A big bald head opened the space like a broken mirror and stepped out of the void. He is wearing a sacred bronze armor with a very Greek style, holding a short knife in his left hand and a long spear shining with mysterious light in his right hand. As soon as he appeared on the stage, everyone was shocked immediately. Kratos. Chapter 199. Don't bow your head. Your crown will fall. Since Helen has returned to this world, the Greek heroes will come to kill them. Of course, it is expected that they will encounter old enemies Kratos and Penthesilea with a high probability. Menelaus used the power of the magic stick to lead people to chase and kill him. Firstly, it was for the mission of the master, and secondly, it was naturally for the sake of face. He has imagined countless times what it will be like when he and Helen meet again. He only didn't expect it to be like this. Be it him, or his big brother Agamemnon, under the power of Ares, he gained a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary people. The problem is that their lifespan is similar to that of the Asgardians, who have a lifespan of up to 5,000 years, but they are not immortal in the true sense. At the time of the Trojan War, they were already middle-aged. After accepting the long-lived body, no matter how they could carry it and how to maintain their bodies, after 2,500 years, they are now 60 years old, which is equivalent to a mortal man. So when they saw Kratos, who was still young and vigorous, and Penthesilea and Helen, who were still in their youth at first glance, everyone on the spot was dumbfounded. He meowed that it was a civil war at the Association of Geriatric Patients, and you sent a young man in his early 20s out. Isn't this pure cheating? The long-lost reunion with my wife should definitely be regarded as a comedy, but now it has become a horror movie. Of course, horror is sometimes a kind of comedy, but it's just looking at the problem from a different standpoint. When you're on the underdog side, it's a horror movie, but when you're on the overpowering side, it's a comedy movie. Ange really didn't expect that when he came out, he would see a group of golden-armored old men with white beard and white hair, and even grey nose hair. The golden armor they wore was still shining. He is no longer wearing the backward brass armor, but the real golden armor, and even because of the blessing of Ares, the whole armor has a faint wave of divine power. It's just that the person wearing the armor has long lost the fierce power of the past. That guy with the stooped body is Big Ajax? That hunchbacked guy next door is Odysseus? Die laughing. Rao was the heyday of these guys. After killing Achilles, Anger was not necessarily afraid of them, let alone them with age spots. In the arena, Kratos was very powerful. When he swept the audience with fierce eyes, no Greek dared to raise his head and look at him. This includes Menelaus himself. Not daring to meet Ange's gaze, he lowered his eyelids. As everyone knows, Nge did not let him go. Menelaus. Don't bow your head. Your crown will fall. The low voice full of violence should have a rough taste. As soon as these words came out, the feeling that the words were not rough emerged spontaneously, and all the Greeks present turned their attention to Menelaus. The undead army must have a lich king, but the Greeks must have an emperor. Since the crown was worn by the hand of Ares, if something happens, if Menelaus doesn't carry it, who will? Old Mo people are numb. He almost bit the bullet and raised his head, gritted his teeth so that the sockets were bleeding. I am Menelaus 233, the Orthodox Emperor of the Greek Empire. Kratos, you are a Spartan, why don't you see me? Bow down. Nge is a professional pretender, but even if he is such a pretender, he didn't hold back when he encountered Laumo's words. I really want to laugh. Laugh when you feel like it? The whole museum echoed with Aang's wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Menelaus. They are old opponents, who are you fooling? You are such a bad temper, you can't do anything directly. In order to make up an excuse to go to war with Troy, you deliberately paid for it. Fuck your own wife. Then, what price did you pay to become the emperor? Tell me, I'm really curious. Ange's words were absolutely murderous. Menelaus's complexion changed on the spot. No, it was a big change. It is strange that the majestic king of Sparta was kidnapped by his wife. So many guards and maids in the Spartan palace are all dead. Although there is Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty here, but there is a on the Troy side, and there is no patron saint on the Greek side. Let a goddess with little combat power help Paris abduct Helen? The Greeks longed for the fertile land of Troy, and powerful gods such as Ares, Athena, and Apollo all longed to win more priesthood and authority through war. In the final analysis, Helen is just a fuse deliberately thrown out by Menelaus. It can be deduced that the king of Sparta obviously played a disgraceful role. In this regard, Laumo's morality is still too low. If you look at the talents of later generations, a pack of washing powder can say that you are a weapon of mass destruction. Agamemnon can't say many things, but it doesn't mean that Ange, the enemy, can't say. After saying those words, Laumo immediately uncovered the most terrifying scar that could not be uncovered. Old Mo was trembling with anger. At this moment, Nge put his arms around Helen's slender waist, causing the number one beauty in Greece to let out a soft cry. Obviously being watched by so many followers back then, Helen didn't resist. Instead, she took the initiative to lean against Ange's generous chest, without looking back, and without even looking at those suitors who had become old men. Menelaus, although Helen came to me by herself back then, and didn't want the city of Troy to fall into your hands again, don't say I won't give you a chance. Ange procrastinated on purpose. The ending sound, and then said the following words, Helen is here. If you have the ability, you can take it back. Otherwise, you will die. Menelaus blushed, the arteries and veins on his neck were as thick as two sausages stuck in, his eyes were protruding and bloodshot. What else could he say? Knowing that Kratos is setting him on fire. Knowing that Helen probably looks like the princess who fell into the goblin's lair. He still couldn't resist the opponent's aggressive method. Who told him that he didn't get a perfect victory to wash his stigma? Kill him. Laumo gave an order that made the scalps of the Greek generals go numb in a pitch-shifted roar. The emperor's order must be obeyed, after all, he represents the will of Ares, the of war. Interestingly, as the saying goes, the ignorant are fearless, but the descendants of the gods of each family are the first to act. In this day and age, it is too difficult to stand out. The place Ange traveled to is where there was a prince who reigned for 64 years. Maybe in the real world it's pretty blown out. Put it on the side of the Greek Empire, this is a fart, just multiply it by 40. Even the original king like Agamemnon was downgraded to a duke, so they want to be kings even with these 3 generations of gods. Their only chance is to make meritorious deeds enough to impress Ares. A guy who looks like a middle-aged man, whose actual age is probably more than 1,000 years old, rushed forward. One Spartan is pedaling, he flew back. Chapter 200. Everyone here is garbage. One more. The first generation is a god, the second generation is a demigod. What about the third generation? Is there such a thing as a quarter of god? The demigod Achilles was made after his death in history because the blood concentration in his body was high enough, so he was also the top among demigods. But the guy who rushed over just now was so poor in speed and agility that it was hard to notice, it was like slow motion. Such a descendant of a is simply too stretched to see. Eng will never be indifferent to the enemy, even if it is a miscellaneous soldier. Directly and ruthlessly. This blow undoubtedly dealt a blow to the Greek powerhouses on the opposite side. Eng's kick was a little bit of an understatement. After a blazing light, the violent lightning hidden in that kick penetrated the guy's body. The burly man first flew upside down and slammed into the wall of the museum, and then exploded like a watermelon. In an instant, there is no bones left. Eng's deterrence power was full on the spot. Go. Give it to me. There is only one of him. Old Emo was obviously talking nonsense. This time, the 2 Amazon female warriors next to her are not happy. Penthesilea raised his gun, and with one shot, another unlucky ghost who rushed forward was stabbed in the heart. Diana seemed to block and counter-attack sternly, but she patted the aegis directly on the face of a poor fellow, and performed the human version of slapping a cucumber with a knife on the spot. The blood and flesh splattered, and the bone chips exploded. So literary and artistic, this is definitely a female killer. Stay here. Eng slapped Helen's butt, and she jumped a little as if being electrocuted, showing a rather embarrassed expression. She knew she was a prize only for the winner. Although she knew that the winner was basically determined by default, she was still a little scared. Eng didn't have time to think about her feelings. In just a few breaths, the 3 generations of Greek gods who rushed forward had been cut in half by 2 fierce girls, and the rest obviously showed fearful expressions. Eng put the holy gun in the gun bag that he had prepared long ago and hung it obliquely, and drew out the Achilles dagger at his waist again. Beside him, the slaughter of the 2 Amazon goddesses of war is like a brightly colored oil painting called War. Dead warriors are the best cornerstone, and frightened enemies are the best embellishment, and blood is the painting the true theme of the. Eng looked around, his sharp eyes froze, no strong Greek dared to look at him. Eng saw only hesitation, fear, and uneasiness. He sighed, "You guys let me down. I'm not targeting any of you, I just want to say everyone here is rubbish. Heroes can grow old. Heroes can be weak. Heroes can even be informal and have many problems. The only thing a hero can never show is cowardice. Once a hero is timid, he can no longer be called a hero. Obviously, 2,000 years of generous noble life has completely corrupted their souls and bodies. When Nge held 2 knives and only pretended to be fierce at 50% of the speed, what did he see? The great heroes of those days were like Moses dividing the water in the sea, shouting and retreating. Reveal Agamemnon, who was supposed to be the commander. Agamemnon had the courage to swing his sword at Aang. The sword infused with the power of the of war is still sharp, but he is the only one who is dull. A knife appeared on his neck seemingly abruptly, and then penetrated through his neck. The shiny blade tore apart the flesh, and the scarlet liquid split the air like a crimson fan, and then turned into a cloud that filled the sky. Blood mist. Achilles, who has been reduced to the soul of the sword, watched himself cut off the cervical spine of his former ally in the artifact sword. This made Agamemnon look around the museum exhibition hall for the last time, revealing the last thought in his supposedly brilliant life in his unwilling eyes. Kratos was right, you deserve to be heroes too. The mind of the Greek coalition was never Menelaus, but Agamemnon. Cut off the brain, what is left is just siblings with their own ideas and their own way. Eng licked his dry lips and smelled the smell of blood. He felt a strange sweetness for no reason. Is it the desire to win? Or is it a farewell to this fate? Eng didn't know. That mysterious sense of excitement was like pouring an energy drink into his long dry throat, and the refreshing taste was enough to make 100,000 pores all over his body stretch out. Anyway, the two most destructive jewels of the Trojan War, Achilles and Hector, are already in his hands, and the rest are at most side dishes. Let me end all of this. Anger swung his two knives and began to enjoy the battle heartily. Every knife of his is open and closed. There is no amazing and exquisite knife technique, even the most amateur swordsman can pick out a lot of flaws at will. The biggest feature of his knife is that it is fast and fierce. Not to mention the moves, but it's so fast that the eyes can't catch it, and it's so heavy that the arms can't parry it. Big and small Ajax, Odysseus, Palamedes. Names that used to shine so brightly, and names that once represented the pride of a country, disappeared in short and cruel confrontations with anger. They are noble descendants of gods, many of them even possess the personality of demigods. This kind of scene where gods are flying all over the sky, demigods are not as good as dogs, and gods fall at will can only happen in the terrible battles in the age of mythology. Each of these soul-stirring wars is written in the epic. However, today, at this time, here, feeling the aura of brutal fighting directed at people's hearts and blowing towards their faces, the men of Menelaus were dumbfounded. He wavered. For the first time, I wondered if it was a mistake for me to seek refuge in Ares. In the hall of the museum, all the mortals have already disappeared, leaving only 7 Greek royal guards, guarding him in vain. A coldness rose along the spine and reached the back of the head, making Menelaus lose the ability to speak. He hasn't experienced this feeling for many years. In his eyes, Kratos has turned into a world-destroying beast, baring his snow-white teeth coldly. He wanted to raise the sword, but he couldn't. Horror has almost made him lose his fighting instinct. He saw the sarcasm in Kratos' eyes, but there was absolutely no pity in it. The guards around him finally collapsed, yelling and fleeing the slaughterhouse. Only he was left alone to face this peerless, fierce god. At this moment, he looked over Kratos' broad shoulders and saw the still beautiful Helen. There was no longer fear in her eyes, but a strange relief. Menelaus suddenly smiled wryly. Facing the bright light of the sword in front of him, he stabbed a sword that can be called the pinnacle of the Battle of Troy 2,500 years ago when he dreamed back to his youth. After a short and intense confrontation between Daoguang and Jianqi, the fiercer Daoguang won. Old Mo's mouth squirmed for a long time, and the words that came out of his mouth were, "Kratos, promise me, don't abandon Helen. After all, she is just a tool for the ambition of the gods." It is hard to imagine what kind of mentality Menelaus, whose body was cut off at the waist, said these words. Good.